Chapter 126, Mind-Reading Technique. Long Yi unconcernedly walked down the street, then turning left and again turning right, he got into an alley, and disappeared all of a sudden. Seeing the circumstance was wrong, those two people following behind immediately rushed out, but found that ahead was a dead end, and the person they were following had disappeared without a trace. "Two brothers, are you looking for me?" Long Yi's voice came from behind them. Two of them turned around in fright, and saw Long Yi floating in the air, while looking at them with a friendly smile on his face. "Yes, no." One among them subconsciously nodded his head, but immediately tried to cover up his slip of the tongue. "Which mercenary group are you?" Long Yi asked casually. Two people looked at each other in blank dismay. Then the little one among them asked other in a low voice, "Xi, how about we beat him up?" That once called Xi was startled upon hearing his companion, and whispered back, "Do you not fear for your life? We are not even qualified to carry his shoes." This Xi, however, was a wise man. Seeing Long Yi was floating in the midair, he was certain that Long Yi was a hard crop. It seems this mission was not so easy to complete. "We are from Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group, and we were just obeying the orders, so I hope your excellency will show magnanimous and don't make things difficult for us," Xi courteously said to Long Yi. "Make things difficult for you? Why should I make things difficult for you? I have a big business deal, so I am looking for your cooperation. Now take me to see your leader," Long Yi affectionately said. Merely, no matter how one looked at it, those continuously moving eyeballs looked crafty. Two people perplexedly looked at Long Yi. Take him to see the leader, God knows what he wanted to do. Seeing their doubts, Long Yi smiled. "You can be at ease. I am really looking for your leader to discuss business. I think your leader will be happy to cooperate with me." "Xi, what should we do now?" that little one asked in whisper. "What should we do? What can we do? Our small life is already in his hand," Xi angrily said, as he could see that the words of Long Yi contain a hint of threat and killing intent. "Lead the way," Long Yi said with smile, then got out of the way. Two people lead Long Yi inside the city. Short time later, they arrived at a remote courtyard, which was very large with pretty good environment. "It seems the leader of this Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group knows how to enjoy." "Wait a moment, we'll go in and inform first," they said to Long Yi, and directly walked in. No long after, that person called Xi came out and said their leader have invited him in. When Long Yi first saw the leader of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group, he was startled. The name of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group indeed was worthy of the name. If his guess was right, then this leader ought to be a beastman of Bear Clan. This leader was a bit taller even compared to Barbarian Bull, and his body was covered with bushy fur and explosive muscles, which gave people a kind of strong visual impact. Long Yi couldn't help but found this funny. When did rough-nerved beastmen understand to live an elegant life? Moreover, this beautiful courtyard didn't seem to be decorated by beastmen. Although this leader appeared tall and stalwart, but his eyes were very clever. It seems he was not a fool. "I am Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group's leader, Tyrant Bear. I heard you came to discuss a business with me." Tyrant Bear stared at Long Yi and said, "Their mission's target actually came to their door to discuss business." This was the first time such matter had happened. Tyrant Bear? This name is sufficiently domineering, Long Yi thought inwardly. "Yes, didn't you Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group took that beating a person mission? I think we should discuss over it," Long Yi indifferently said. "Discuss? Why discuss? Now that we Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group have taken this mission, we will definitely complete it," Tyrant Bear said. "Of course, this time I came here to let you easily complete your mission, and receive that 1,000 amethyst coins reward." Long Yi chuckled. Tyrant Bear was dumbfounded, and thought inwardly, "Can it be that this person has an illness, actually delivering himself to our doorsteps to get himself beaten?" Then he said, "What do you want to do?" "Very simple. We'll cooperate to perform a drama. I will pretend to be beaten by you. Afterwards you go to the issuer of the mission to get mission reward." Long Yi smiled. A mocking expression flashed in the eyes of Tyrant Bear. Then he said in disdain, We Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group is trustworthy mercenary group, moreover why should we pretend? Beating for real is much better. Beating for real? Hee. Why do you think the issuer set up this seemingly simple mission as above B rank mission? Long Yi smiled and released his powerful aura. Tyrant Bear's black face became purplish red, and with a cacus sound, the chair he was sitting on suddenly disintegrate, and he also staggered, nearly falling down to the ground. Leader Bear, now do you still think that this mission is so easy to accomplish? Long Yi smiled. Even if I am unable to defeat you, several hundred brothers of our group nevertheless is more than sufficient to beat you up. Tyrant Bear admired this youngster inwardly, but he didn't believe that several hundred people of his group couldn't beat him. Is that so? Then if your group is removed from the list of Blue Waves Continent's mercenary guild in the future, then that would be your fault. Long Yi strangely smiled, and his body emitted indifferent cold chi. The complexion of Tyrant Bear sunk, then shouted loudly, such a big tone, today you don't need to think about leaving this door, then let's see if you have the ability or not. Long Yi casually said, as he basically didn't attach any importance to this mercenary group. Now he had 5-7 baleful puppets, 18 super skeletons, and SS-ranked violent lightning beast, with such strength. Even if he charged into a legendary dragon's cave, he had enough confidence to escape unscathed. Tyrant Bear loudly roared, then a round of hurried footsteps sound resounded. Over 100 fighters and magicians surrounded this hall. Tyrant Bear proudly laughed and said, We Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group is B-ranked mercenary group. Now that you are surrounded, do you still think you are able to leave this place? At this moment, when mercenaries were creating disturbance in the hall, a soft and tender voice came over, Brother, what's going on? The surrounding mercenaries immediately got out of the way, and opened a passage. Then a delicate young girl of about 15 or 16 years old wearing plain white clothes slowly walked in. The heart of Long Yi quivered, not because this young girl was too beautiful, as her looks could only be counted as not bad compared to Leng Yuyu, Wash Wang and others' heavenly beauty, but because she possessed a pair of transparent pupils. Furthermore, when she looked at him, Long Yi shivered and goosebumps appeared, as he felt as if she had completely seen through him. What a terrifying girl! Long Yi was secretly startled. Little sister, why did you come here? This place is dangerous. Quickly return back to your room. Tyrant Bear impatiently rushed over to this young girl, but his eyes were alertly looking at Long Yi from the very beginning, greatly fearing that Long Yi would take his little sister as a hostage. Hearing Tyrant Bear calling this young girl as little sister, Long Yi was greatly surprised. These two standing together was a different version of a Beauty and the Beast. How could they be siblings? Then that young girl looked at Long Yi with her those transparent pupils and softly said, Brother, don't worry, he won't hurt me. And hearing the words of this young girl, the tense complexion of Tyrant Bear immediately relaxed. From this point, one could see that this Tyrant Bear had a kind of blindly following mentality towards this young girl's words, also could be said to have absolute trust. Long Yi raised his brows, then said with a smile, How do you know that I won't harm you? The young girl lightly replied with a smile, Your heart told me. You have mind-reading technique? Long Yi asked in surprise. He knew there was such kind of extraordinary power, but they relies on spirit power to maintain. And just now, he hadn't felt any spiritual fluctuation from this young girl. Mind-reading technique? I don't, but I can feel it. That young girl replied, and her those strange transparent pair of eyes had curiosity and probing looks when looking at Long Yi. This young girl's eyes have a kind of thoroughly understanding the heart of people ability. Long Yi felt like all of his thought were seen though by those eyes, so he could only use his spirit power to restrict those eyes. That young girl exclaimed lightly, and was rather surprised looking at Long Yi, because now she suddenly noticed that she was unable to see through him. I have a question, are you two real siblings? Long Yi asked with a smile. Of course we are. Tyrant Bear answered in his hoarse voice. Blood-related siblings? Long Yi again asked. Nonsense. Tyrant Bear discontentedly glared at Long Yi. But one of you is human, other is beast men. How can you two be blood-related siblings, unless... Long Yi didn't continue to speak. He wanted to say that they were born from a crossbreed, but these words gave a little bit different meaning, so he didn't finish his sentence. That young girl lightly laughed, then said, "You made a mistake. My big brother is not a beast man, is a human just like I am." Long Yi sized up Tyrant Bear's that build and that appearance in surprise. Is he a human? Doesn't a man growing into such appearance count as a great miracle? Isn't his a genetic mutation? In fact, my brother was not this way before, merely caught a strange disease afterwards, so he become this way. This young girl lightly sighed. Little sister, why on earth are you speaking so much with this fellow? Quickly step aside, let us beat him up first until even his mother didn't recognize him. Tyrant Bear said to young girl, and suddenly pulled out his large sword. Long Yi narrowed his eyes with an indifference smile across his face, which was the usual habitual act of his anger. Chapter 127, Prophecy Master. The transparent eyes of this young girl flashed strangely, then turning around, she obediently retreated. And at that time, Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group's magicians simultaneously chanted the incantation to cast a protective barrier. As long as this barrier was not broken, that boy inside wouldn't be able to flee. A bunch of ungrateful fellows. Long Yi coldly said, then waved his right hand. Immediately 5-7 baleful puppets shrouded completely with black robes appeared around him out of thin air. This startled Tyrant Bear and others. This hall was completely surrounded by a protective barrier, so how could these 5 people enter? Brother, don't raise your hand to strike. That young girl's impatient yelling sound suddenly transmitted from the outside, but she was already late, as Long Yi had already given the command to attack. What realm was Archmage and Great Swords Master? They were merely one rank away from the current highest realm of their profession. So how could these at most merely Mage, Swords Master and such mob be comparable to 3 Archmage and 2 Great Swords Master? Although these mobs were absolute experts in the eyes of common people. In order to not waste time, Long Yi used his internal force to break their barrier first. Next 5-7 baleful puppets jumped in. First of all, 3 Archmage used their magic to restrict the movement, such as Earth classes gravity magic, Water classes freezing magic and Fire classes besiege magic flame. Then 2 Great Swords Master knocked out everyone. If Long Yi had issued the command to kill, then Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group would have really been removed from the Blue Waves continent. Tyrant Bear was stupefied looking at his fallen brothers. After that he suddenly roared madly, his eyes suddenly become blood red, the bones of his body began to make cracking sound, and his entire body unexpectedly began to inflate. Muscles rapidly protrude out, and tightened, making him look like a rocky mountain. Berserker. Long Yi was startled. He clearly remembered the records he had read in a book about Berserker. This physique, this generally appeared in Beast Clan. The extreme state of anger would stimulate their body's potential, making them berserk. After they got berserk, they won't be afraid of pain, and their attack power would become several times powerful. As for the duration, it varies with each individual, but this had a fatal shortcoming of losing their reason. Furthermore, after the berserk disappears, their whole body would be aching, limp and powerless. And without 10 to 15 days of rest, it was impossible to recover. It had already been a long time since the last appearance of this berserker physique in human or beast clan in this Blue Waves continent, but he had never thought that today he would meet one here. Brother, don't! That young girl exclaimed, then trotted towards Tyrant Bear who had already lost his reasons. Long Yi was startled. Doesn't this girl fear for her life? One should know that after a person has gone berserk, they won't recognize even one's family, and only knows how to kill. Just when Long Yi was about to move to stop this girl, he however discovered that Tyrant Bear had suddenly stopped going berserk after hearing this young girl, and his blood-red eyes glimmered. Brother, don't, this is bad for your body. That young girl's jade hands softly tugged the leg of Tyrant Bear, because now her height was only as tall as her brother's thigh. The voice of that young girl seemed to have magical power. Tyrant Bear's berserker phenomenon rapidly vanished, his blood-red eyes also reverted back to original, and not long after, his appearance also changed back to his original appearance. Don't agitate, dude, I merely knocked out your brothers, not taken their life. Long Yi said with a smile. Tyrant Bear looked at Long Yi with admiration and said, Tyrant Bear, am convinced, you were indeed not boasting. I think even a ranked mercenary group also wouldn't be able to complete this mission. Then will you consider my proposal now? Long Yi asked with a smile. Until he get even with that girl Lin Na, he naturally will not reconcile. Tyrant Bear said with a smile while looking at Long Yi, why don't we sit down and discuss in detail? Naturally, after discussing for a while, Long Yi and Tyrant Bear soon reached the agreement. Now Long Yi knew that the younger sister of Tyrant Bear was called Zhao Yi. This year she had reached 16 years old. As for everything else, Tyrant Bear said nothing, and Long Yi also didn't ask. After all, everybody had secrets they are unwilling to tell others. Didn't he himself also had a heaven-shaking secret buried inside his heart? After discussing, Long Yi bade farewell to leave. And just when he came out of the door, he happened to bump into Zhao Yi in the courtyard, and Long Yi conveniently greeted her. Zhao Yi turned around, and suddenly seeing Long Yi, a layer upon layer of ripples appeared in her transparent eyes. Long Yi subconsciously became alert, but didn't discover any difference in his body. Not long after, the eyes of Zhao Yi revert back to normal, merely her pretty face suddenly became red, and she angrily said, "Pervert." Then she turned around and left. Just when Long Yi was unable to make head or tails, Zhao Yi again turned around, then gently said, "Today you have Bloodlight Calamity." Bloodlight Calamity? Long Yi astounded. Can it be that this girl was telling fortune? When Long Yi sobered up, Zhao Yi had disappeared long ago, so he shook his head and walked out of courtyard. "Brother Long, you'd better believe words of my younger sister." The voice of Tyrant Bear resounded from behind Long Yi. Is your sister really a fortune teller? Long Yi asked. Tyrant Bear laughed but didn't answer. He turned around and walked towards inner room, while muttering in confusion, "Strange, how come little sister make a prophecy of outsider today?" With Long Yi's power of hearing, he perfectly heard everything muttered by Tyrant Bear. Prophecy? Could it be that she is prophecy master? Long Yi was shocked. Compared to the shock he felt when he knew Tyrant Bear had berserker physique, this shock was far greater. Prophecy Master was heaven and earth's darling. That prophecy master was the profession to predict good or ill luck and good fortune or calamity. But from the beginning years records of Blue Wave's continent, this profession was not recorded with definite. Is this possible? Prophecy master, Long Yi mumbled while walking out of courtyard and walked towards the inn. He was saying. His brain was continuously thinking about those two siblings. One was berserker and other was possibly a legendary prophecy master. This was truly surprising. Unconsciously, Long Yi returned to inn, and he suddenly recalled that prophecy of Zhao Yi. She said that today he had Bloodlight Calamity today. Furthermore, her expression was strange at that time. If I stay in without going out today, then will her prophecy still come true? Long Yi pushed open the door of his room in the inn, and sitting on the soft sofa, he thought. He made a decision. Today he will go nowhere, and if he truly has Bloodlight Calamity, then Zhao Yi basically is certainly a prophecy master. Otherwise, she is fake. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked, waking up Long Yi with a start. Slightly using spirit power perception, Long Yi knew who was outside the door. That familiar aura only belonged to Long Linger. When Long Yi opened the door, sure enough, he saw haggard Long Linger standing outside. She absent-mindedly looked at this man before her eyes, this man who made her fall deep into the hell, and was the man who ruined her life. But why was she suffering like this? And he, however, is standing perfectly well here. Why did he don't get his deserved punishment? The heart of Long Yi shook seeing the sufferings and hatred in the eyes of Long Linger, and his heart couldn't help but ache dully. He didn't want to shrink from his responsibility, as everything was his doing. and he was the one who had ruined her. Long Yi truly didn't know how to make up for this unintentional slip. As a matter of fact, Long Linger putting forward the demand of him marrying her was precisely his intention from the beginning, because he thought that the only way to dissolve this ill-fated relationship was to turn hate into love. As long as Long Linger fell in love with him, everything would be solved easily. But this was easier said than done, as after seeing him, the hatred of Long Linger towards him was increasingly flourishing, as if it was already irredeemable. Now she would not hesitate to sacrifice her own body to get revenge. This shows how deep her hatred was. Long Yi pulled the hands of Long Linger and walked inside the room, and Long Linger mechanically followed behind him. From the beginning to the end, she was staring at Long Yi with a kind of expression that would make people tremble. However, she didn't utter a single word. Long Yi poured a cup of fruit juice and handed over to Long Linger. Then he quietly sat on the sofa. Instantly the atmosphere of room became strangely ice cold. Just like this, time passed little by little, and night slowly enveloped the earth. But in the inn, Long Yi and Long Linger were still motionless as if two stone statues which had experienced the weathering for 1,000 years. And don't know after how long, the eyes of Long Yi, which was lacking focus, became focused. Then he raised his head, and looking at the stars all over the sky outside the window, he muttered, "Today's starlight is very beautiful. Long Linger, you know, I am not former Ziman Yu." Long Yi calmly looked at Long Linger's hatred-filled gaze, and said, Long Linger's that frozen gaze flickered and again revert back to previous state. But this was enough. At least Long Yi understood that she was listening to him. "You might have already noticed my changes. Do you know why? All of this is life. Heaven made me bear this body covered with filth when I suddenly wake up to reality, perhaps was thinking to make me make up for those wrongdoings of before." The voice of Long Yi was somewhat erratic, and this train of thought also returned to that night. A bolt of lightning had deviated the path of his fate, making his soul to arrive at this mystical continent, however also made him to bear the heavy burden of previous owner. "I know you asked me to marry you for revenge, but this promise has already taken effect, so regardless of what reason you become my woman, I will treat you nicely. Just give me a single chance to make up with you." Long Yi said. Only God knows how such words came out of his mouth. According to his character, he absolutely wouldn't have said this type of words. Make up? The pain I suffered is something you cannot make up throughout your life, cannot make up throughout this life. Long Linger laughed as if he had gone insane, then hysterically roared loudly towards Long Yi. Yes, right now she had gone insane, truly gone insane. What did this man say with feeling guilty expression? Make up. He want to make up for what he took. She only thought of biting him to death. Long Linger immediately applied her thought into practice. She as if gone insane pounced onto Long Yi's body, opened her mouth, and then firmly bit his shoulder. Long Yi hastily withdrew internal force from his body, fearing Long Linger would be injured due to the recoil. Without internal force to protect his body, although his body was stronger than many people, but he didn't have copper skin and iron bone, so an insane person using teeth to bite him was still very painful. With the feeling of the biting teeth of Long Linger entering his flesh, blood came out from his wound, dyeing the clothes red. Bloodlight calamity, is this the bloodlight calamity? Long Yi suddenly recalled Zhao Yi's words. Could it be that this was her so-called bloodlight calamity? Chapter 128, Stunning Two Beauties. After venting off sufficiently, Long Linger sobered, then she moved away her head, and looking at that bloody wound on the shoulder of Long Yi, she fell into daze. Now her mouth was also stained with scarlet blood. Raising her head, Long Linger met those clam eyes of Long Yi, currently looking at her with tenderness and pity. Bit enough? Are you more comfortable now? If not, then you can bite more. Long Yi lightly laughed. Seeing Long Linger had vented off, he however was relieved. The appearance of her just now really made him somewhat panic-stricken. Tasting the blood in her mouth, Long Linger coldly said, "Do you know, your blood is very disgusting?" "Don't know, I always thought that my blood was very appetizing." Otherwise why would some people wanted to drink my blood and eat my flesh? Long Yi mischievously smiled while looking at Long Linger. Long Yi coldly snorted and remained silent. After a good while, she said, "Just now, didn't you say that you want to make up for me?" "Yes, but it seems you said that it's impossible to make up." Long Yi laughed. He knew that Long Linger had again devised a plan, but he didn't mind. He believed that as long as Long Linger didn't make a too drastic move, sooner or later, she will fall in love with him. With regarding to his charm, Long Yi had certain confidence. "Yes, you can't make up, but having something is better than having nothing," Long Linger coldly said. She had decided that today she would meet with this person whom she hated that most, then look for a place to end her own flowery life. She was alive only for revenge, and seeing it was impossible to get revenge, she had decided to commit suicide, but now she changed her mind, because the attitude of Long Yi gave her a hope, perhaps he might really fall in love with her. So at this moment, two people's battle of love officially started. Both sides wanted to do their utmost to make other side fall in love them. As far as the result is concerned, it doesn't seem to be important matter at present. Today Lin Na was continuously feeling somewhat ill at ease. Since Zimin Yu had found her, she continuously had ominous foreboding all day long. As a matter of fact, early in this morning she had rushed to the mercenary guild and issued that mission. At that time she was so angry that her mind was muddled, so she issued the reward of 1,000 amethyst coins. But how could she possess 1,000 amethyst coins? Although the leaders of Magician Guild and Mi Principality paid her high salary, but a large part of this salary was spent in the purchase of magic material as well as the research of magic. And although the allowance she got each month was also not few, but after accumulating it for several years, now she had altogether only 100 or so amethyst coin. But it's not like she hadn't considered everything. Although she was not very clear of Long Yi's strength, but she knew that he was definitely stronger than her, and she had also seen his speed personally. With his speed, even if he was unable to defeat, he should be able to flee easily. Thus this mission would remain incomplete, and after half a month's, she could go to Mercenary Guild to cancel this mission. Thinking this, Lin Na was relieved. "Grandpa, I'm back." Lin Na pushed open the door, and called out loudly, then was startled all of a sudden, because she smelled a faint fragrance inside the room. Could it be that Grandpa wants to find second spring? Lin Na couldn't help but laughed strangely. "Lin Na, there's a guest, quickly come over." The solemn voice of Puxi Usi came from inside the study. Lin Na answered and entered inside the study. Then she was stunned, as opposite to Grandpa, two young girls were sitting. It seems they were master and servant. The young lady wore pure white priest robe, with the insignia of Nelan Empire's Light Church, and she was master magician. Her appearance was truly lovely enough to cause the fall of a state, with eyes as if dark green lake water, and eyebrows as if black distant mountain. Any man who saw her would lose their soul. And that maid was dressed in jade green silk robe, and her delicate and pretty face seemed very cute. "You are the granddaughter of teacher Puxi Usi, Lin Na, right? I heard you are soon going to reach Mage Realm. I truly admire little sister very much." Before Puxi Usi introduced, that young girl stood up and smiled at Lin Na. Her sincere and amiable expression could make people to have good impression of her in the first sight. "What admiration! Where can little sister compare to you, big sister?" If little sister's guess is correct, then big sister must be Nelan Empire's princess, one of the three saintess of Light Church, Nelan Ryu. Little sister however has always admired big sister for a long time. Lin Na enthusiastically said with a smile. Getting the compliment from Nelan Ryu made her feel very comfortable in her heart. Two women exchanged pleasantries, leaving behind Puxi Usi to dry in the sun at one side. Cough cough. Puxi Usi lightly coughed 2 times, and seeing he had successfully drawn the attention of 2 women, he said, "Princess Ryu, I will consider the matters you have mentioned. Now the day is already late, so if you don't dislike and avoid, then you can stay in my humble adobe for the night." Good, big sister Ryu. How about you stay together with little sister? Little sister really want to talk with big sister. Lin Na excitedly said. Just like deference is no substitute for obedience, I also want to talk with younger sister. Nellen Ryuayu said with a light smile. Late at night, Lin Na and Nellen Ryuayu were lying on the big bed side by side. Now two rare exceedingly beautiful women under the heaven were together. This truly made the silver moon in the sky bleak. Big sister Ryuayu, for what matter did you come to meet my grandpa this time? Lin Na asked. Nellen Ryuayu sighed lightly and said, now it had already been nearly 1 year since us Nellen Empire and Proud Moon Empire are locked in stalemate in the border. No need to mention about wasting a large amount of manpower, materials and financial resources. The common people are also suffering. Moreover, the situation is getting increasingly bad. All-out war might break out at any time. If that happens, then I am afraid the entire Blue Waves continent will be engulfed in this war. And the circumstance of field littered with corpses, and blood flowing like rivers will be repeated. This time I am looking for teacher Puxiusi to ask him to contact all 5 master archmages and sword saints, and request them to intervene in this war. Lin Na nodded her head, and her heart was somewhat worried. That conflict between 2 magician guilds of 2 empires in Huangming small town escalated to the war between 2 empires. If 2 giants of Blue Waves continent went on an all-out war, then all the medium-sized country and small country were bound to get involved in it. Little sister thinks that both empires should have changed this great matter of war into small, then change small matter into nothing, but both empire continuously assassinated the higher-ups of each other one after another, escalating the war. Lin Na said. Within last year, she always heard that one day Proud Moon Empire's certain big official was stabbed to death, and another day she would again hear that certain general of Nellen Empire was stabbed to death. Ryuayu made a wry smile and shaking her head, she said, at first we Nellen Empire truly dispatched assassins, but before they could make a move, their targets had already died. Afterwards, both sides' important figures died in quick succession. This means someone is deliberately intensifying the conflict between the 2 empires. Ah, you are saying that someone is playing tricks? Then both of you can come forward and clarify. Like this, wouldn't this matter stop? Lin Na said. This matter is not simple as you imagine. First, no one will believe. Moreover, now the morale of soldiers are boiling, and majority of them are expecting a fight to the death. I believe Proud Moon Empire is also in this way. Nellen Ryuayu explained. Humphrey, in the end which bastard sowed discord not regarding the common people of this world, truly is damned. Ling Na cursed. Nellen Ryuayu lightly creased her brows and said, on the base of traces we got, there is a great possibility that Violent Dragon Empire is playing tricks. They want to take the advantage of great chaos in Blue Waves continent to swallow even more territory. Violent Dragon Empire? The men of Violent Dragon Empire are bad people. Ling Na suddenly recalled Long Yi, then couldn't help but snorted coldly. Oh, which man of Violent Dragon Empire is bullying little sister? Nellen Ryuayu didn't want to talk about the annoying national affairs, so she jokingly asked. Chapter 129, Furious Lin Na. When Long Linger opened her drowsy eyes, she suddenly discovered that she was the only person in the bed, and Long Yi, who had shared the bed with her yesterday, was nowhere to be seen. Yesterday she had slept together with Long Yi, and sleeping while hugging Long Yi made her feel at ease and justified, and this sleep was also the most peaceful sleep she had in this past year. Long Linger felt somewhat depressed in her heart not seeing Long Yi. Don't know where that smelly bastard ran to this early in the morning. Just after Long Linger had freshened up inside the bathroom, she suddenly heard the sound of door opening, so she hurriedly came out, and saw that miserable appearance of Long Yi. Right now his body was blood-stained, clothing was extremely dirty and messy, and his original handsome and leisurely face was swollen to pig head. Zeminyu, what happened to you? After being dumbfounded for a good while, Long Linger asked. Long Yi gritted his snow-white teeth, and smiled mischievously, merely that smiling expression was simply unsightly than crying in his pig face. I was ruthlessly beaten. Aren't you specially feeling happy in your heart now? Looking at Long Linger, Long Yi drew in a breath and said, seemingly in great pain. Long Linger lagged, seeing Long Yi's this miserable appearance. She basically ought to be in high spirits, but don't know why, she was not as happy as she had imagined. Instead there was a kind of unable to describe strange feeling, seemed anger and also seemed distressed. Naturally, seeing your current appearance, you can't even guess how much happy I am. Why don't you get beaten to death? Long Linger snorted coldly, then turning around, she said. Long Yi took a deep breath, and stroking his chin with right hand, he said, but looking at your appearance, it seems you are not happy at all. Tell me honestly, aren't you distressed? Distressed, what a joke. I am feeling so sorry for you that I can't wait to give you a few punches. Long Linger flew into the rage from shame, then turning around, she reached out her jade hand towards the swollen face of Long Yi and pressed it. After Long Linger withdrew her hand, she noticed that a dent had appeared on the face of Long Yi where she had pressed, and it unexpectedly didn't revert back. She was startled in her heart, and mistakenly thought that she had used too much strength in her hand, but very quickly she felt something was wrong. So she took 2 steps forward, then tore the face of Long Yi with her jade hand, and a large flesh was tore down by her. As it turned out, everything was fake. Zimenu, did you think that I will feel sorry for you if you disguise yourself as severely injured? I hate the way you consider yourself so clever. Long Linger threw the things she had grabbed towards Long Yi, and said angrily, because this bastard was disguising to be miserable to gain her sympathy. Yes, it's definitely sympathy, not distress. It's not like that, listen to my explanation. Long Yi said, who wants to hear your explanation? I am going to attend the class, keep acting inside the room by yourself. Long Linger angrily interrupted Long Yi, then went out of the door and shut the door with a loud bang. Women. Long Yi couldn't help but mutter, and recalling her appearance of losing her temper, he revealed a happy smile. He didn't have orientation of self-abuse, merely the expression of Long Linger of just now made him feel that his goal was a bit closer now. So he decided that, even if he had to use his thick skin comparable to city wall, and enthusiasm comparable to boiling hot magma, he would definitely melt Long Linger's frozen heart. Now that there was no other matter, Long Yi decided to go to the place of Tyrant Bear, as at this moment he should have already obtained 1,000 amethyst coin of mission reward. In fact, Long Yi also wanted to go there for the younger sister of Tyrant Bear, Jia Yi, but it was not because he took a fancy upon her, merely he was truly very curious of her about whether she could really foretell everything or not. Don't know whether she could prophesy his future or not. Arriving to Tyrant Bear's residence, he immediately discovered that Tyrant Bear was not here now. It might be assumed that they had went to some location to divide the spoils. And just when Long Yi wanted to see whether Jia Yi was in or not, a woman wearing loose white-colored gown covering her entire body walked over. From the aura of this woman, he knew that she was Jia Yi. After that both of them entered the hall. Then Jia Yi took off the loose gown and revealed her pretty face and that strange and also beautiful transparent eyes. Why are you hiding these beautiful eyes? Long Yi asked with a smile. Beautiful? Because of these eyes, I was called demon from my childhood. Jia Yi indifferently said. From the childhood, because of these uncommon eyes, she had suffered enough bullying of other people, and after her big brother Tyrant Bear caught his strange disease, their parents cruelly abandoned these siblings. In those past several years, she didn't know how much bitterness they had eaten, and how much cold eyes of other people they had endured. People always fear unknown things, forgive their ignorance. Long Yi chuckled. Jia Yi amazedly looked at Long Yi and said, you are really surprising, I can't see through you. How can you not see through? Yesterday, didn't you foretell me that I would have a bloodlight calamity? Never thought, but it really came true, so can't you look at what's my future will be like? Long Yi requested. Jia Yi shook her head and said, my level is still too low, so I only see very vaguely, and especially yours. Your past and future is well hidden and obscure, as if you have 2 different paths. That one prophecy of yesterday made me dizzy for more than half a day. Long Yi was dumbfounded. Two different path. Doesn't this mean one is of original Zemin Yu and other is of my own? Forget it, destiny. This kind of thing, even if held in hand, it will still uphold its own path. In the previous incarnation, his drill master had once stated, everybody has 1,000 kinds of destiny, but the crux point is which destiny to select, not destiny comes to select you. And after chatting with Zhao Yi, Long Yi found that this girl understood many things, also had extensive experience, was very smart girl, and was also a very lonely girl. If it was not for those transparent eyes which seemingly had the ability to see through the heart of people, Long Yi would have very much willing to chat with her. In fact, it was of no wonder that other people treated her as different species, with this kind of eyes, which could seemingly uncover all the secrets in other people's heart. One can imagine how panic-stricken they would be knowing they couldn't hide any secrets. When Long Linger furiously returned to girls' dormitory, she immediately discovered two additional people. Among them one was Lin Na, and other was never seen exceptionally beautiful woman, and Zemin Wuan was chatting with them. After introduction, Long Linger knew that this never-seen beauty was unexpectedly Princess Nelin Ryu Ayu of Nelin Empire. Two empires, two most beautiful princess meeting here, naturally bound to size up each other. Linger, did you return back from the place of Zemin Yu? Lin asked. Mentioning Zemin Yu, she hatefully gritted her teeth. No need to talk about how this fellow took liberties with her. He still made her lose 1,000 amethyst coins, made her grandfather teach her a lesson, furthermore deprived her from the pocket money of next 1 year. Long Linger beautiful face reddened, and said, yes. Then how is that fellow now? Is he angry? Lin asked. Thinking of the miserable condition of Zemin Yu, she was somewhat able to calm down. At least that 1,000 amethyst coins wasn't wasted for nothing. Long Linger confusedly looked at Lin Na, as she didn't understand what Lin Na meant. And Zemin Wuan also showed the same kind of expression, as just now when they were talking, Lin Na hadn't mentioned about the matter of Long Yi getting beaten. Don't you know? Early in the morning today, several hundred people of Tyrant Bear mercenary group jointly attacked him. I heard he was beaten until he was no longer in human shape. Didn't you just come back from his place? How come you don't know about this matter? Lin asked, feeling surprise. Is this true? Did my second brother really get into this mishap? Zemin Wuan exclaimed in surprise. Don't know why, hearing Zemin Yu meet with a mishap, she couldn't help but felt somewhat worried in her heart. Long Linger was startled, then recalling about his appearance in the morning, she said, but all the injuries in his body were fake. I thought he... What, fake? Lin Na jumped up as if a cat whose tail was stepped on, then her beautiful face twisted. That fellow actually conspired to deceive her, and in just this fashion, he extorted 1,000 amethyst coins from her. Truly is too hateful. This bastard, I'll go and look for him to get even. Lin angrily stood up and said while trembling. Then she thought of searching Long Yi. But Nelin Ryuayu pulled her and said, don't agitate, even if you find him now, it's useless. The money you have already paid will not come back. Long Linger and Zemin Wuan looked at each other with blank dismay, then questioningly asked, anyway what exactly happened? Lin Na poured herself a glass of water, then drinking it, she calmed down her anger to a certain degree. After that, just like a machine gun, she told about this matter from the beginning to the end thoroughly. The more she spoke, the more she got angry. This bastard simply played with her as if she was an idiot. Hateful, this hatred. I will definitely get revenge. I will beat him until he had to look for his teeth all over the floor. Lin Na furiously said this sentence to end her narration. Lin Na, weren't you unable to defeat him? Nelin Ryuayu laughed. Lin Na was speechless, then affectionately holding the arm of Nelin Ryuayu, she said, big sister Ryuayu, won't you help me? We can teach him a lesson together. I don't believe that even we two will be unable to defeat him. I cannot help you in this. Originally you were the one who stirred up this matter, and furthermore you are speaking about teaching Zemin Yu a lesson in front of Sister Long Linger. Wouldn't this offend Sister Long Linger? Nilan Ryuayu looked towards Long Linger with a smile, but discovered that her face was indifferent. Don't know what she was thinking in her heart. Linger, are you and Zeman Yu that bastard really the sunshine of each other, like rumor? Didn't he did that to you? Lin asked. She however didn't notice the change in complexion of both Zeman Wuan and Long Linger. This girl really seemed retarded in worldly wisdom. Could these kinds of thing asked casually like this? Long Linger quickly revert back to her indifferent state, then said, he is my husband, and I am his wife. His and my relation is this simple. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. Instantly all of them remained silent and looked at each other. But just then, suddenly the bustling noises came from the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Chapter 130, Sword Saint. The clamor got increasingly louder, everywhere was full of whispers and exclaiming sound, and heads began to bore out from the windows of dormitory. Looking at this grand sight from the distant, it looked just like the wall suddenly sprout many heads. Long Linger and others also opened the window and looked out in curiosity, and discovered that the entire high-class girls' dormitory building was surrounded by crowds of students watching the fun. And they also saw that the source of this lively circumstance was a handsome youth wearing a magnificent dress who was holding a big bouquet of flower and standing downstairs. And what was even more exaggerated was, he had used flowers to write Long Linger, these three characters in big size in front of him, and below these characters was big I, then a big red heart, and again after that was a big U character. Even a fool would realize what the meaning behind this was. Zeman Yu. All four girls exclaimed simultaneously. Linger, my second brother is courting you. Zeman Wuan said with a smile, and her eyes flashed with surprise, as this second brother actually adopted an original approach and had unexpectedly thought up such unprecedented way. Long Linger, I truly envy you. Now will you go down to accept the blessing of everyone? Looking at Long Yi, Nilan Ryuayu truly envied Long Linger somewhat. All girls were more or less somewhat vanity, so he came up with this marvelous means. With this means, he could express his intention clearly, as well as could also satisfy the vanity of girls. Merely the prerequisite was one's face should be thick enough. The beautiful face of Long Linger slightly reddened. Naturally, a trace of happiness came from the bottom of her heart, but she didn't plan to go down, as, although he was shameless, but she still cared about her face. The face of this bastard is truly thick. I was worried about not finding him, but never thought that he would deliver himself to my doorstep. Lin Na coldly snorted and said. Long Yi waited for a long time, but he didn't see Long Linger coming down, so he became somewhat nervous inwardly. In the previous incarnation, this method was standard method, but here it ought to be first time. Still it won't rise opposite effect, right? Whatever, in any case, I have already risked all my face, so I will simply thicken my face a bit more. Thinking this, Long Yi enclosed his mouth with both of his hands, and circulating qi in his danshan, he yelled loudly, Long Linger, I love you. After shouting several times, among the looking-on students, someone began to hoot, and also followed to shout, Long Linger, I love you. At first only several people shouted, later this developed into all students shouting, regardless of male or female students. Over and over again, they shouted these 6 words, and the direct effect of this was attracting all the teachers and students of Holy Magic Academy to come here, and more people joined to shout. Now that loud and clear roar resounded throughout the entire academy, even to the extent that this sound could be heard clearly within the radius of 10 li. The 4 girls inside the dormitory were dumbstruck. This stinking fellow was too skilled in making trouble. He even instigated the people of entire academy. Looking this way, if she still don't go down, then don't know what will unfold next. Linger, go down. Otherwise only God will know what's going to happen next. Zeman Wuan said. The action of her second elder brother made her feel happy as well as laughable. Long Linger gritted her teeth, then directly jumping out of window, as if the fairy of heaven, she descended in front of Long Yi, and enthusiastically shouting crowds became silent all of a sudden. The fame of Long Linger in Holy Magic Academy was not one bit lower than Lin Na. First was because of her as if goddess looks, and second was because of that famous rape incident rumor in Blue Waves Continent. These people didn't know what kind of person was Long Yi, they only wanted to see what Long Linger would do. Seeing Long Linger coming down, Long Yi holding that large bouquet of fresh flower went over to welcome her, and handed over that bouquet with 2 hands. Long Linger took the bouquet without any hesitation, and the surrounding crowd immediately gave a warm applause and whistle. This suddenly gave her an illusion that the man in front of her was not the man she hated, but the prince who appeared in her dream, and they together were accepting the blessing of everyone. But this illusion merely flashed in the brain of Long Linger for an instant and disappeared, and looking at Long Yi's that gentle and soft smiling face, she suddenly had a strong impulse to slap his smiling face. This fellow is obviously a sex fiend, so why is his smile so nice, giving people different impression? Long Yi and Long Linger looked at each other while thinking different things in their heart, but in the eyes of other people, this scene however resembled a pair of sweethearts looking at each other in deep love. Suddenly, Long Yi's temple throbbed, and he felt someone was staring him with a sharp gaze. When he slightly turned around, that feeling immediately disappeared. The origin of that gaze was the gate of girls' dormitory. But right now a lot of beautiful young girls were gathered there, and also that ordinary yet not ordinary gatekeeper aunt. Long Yi questioningly frowned, but didn't thought much about that and left taking along Long Linger. After that the crowd also gradually dispersed. But all along their topic of conversation was that scene of Long Yi courting. It seems today's this romantic event would be enshrined in the annals of the Holy Magic Academy. Deep in the night, Long Yi sent Long Linger back to the girls' dormitory. This was done due to the strong request of Long Linger. This somewhat disappointed Long Yi, who had believed that this night he would be able to well reason with Long Linger. But hasty men don't gets to eat hot tofu. Long Yi clearly understood this principle, so he didn't get too impatient, and thought of a number of other ways to make their feeling denser. Long Yi was thinking and laughing, while walking ahead minding his own business, but his footsteps suddenly slowed down and his lewd smile also disappeared. After that he slowly turned around, and saw a figure enveloped in black robe 10 meters behind him. He guessed that this was the most popular disguising method in Blue Waves Continent. Long Yi was shocked inwardly. 10 meters, only when this person was 10 meters away from him, he was able to perceive this person. This made Long Yi to get never seen before solemn. Not waiting for Long Yi to open his mouth, this person raised a huge sword, and pointed towards Long Yi. Then a powerful pressure that covered the sky pressured Long Yi. This pressure was so powerful that it was utterly strenuous to resist even his current internal force. This was something that had never happened before. Merely with this aura, Long Yi knew that this person before him was definitely Sword Saint level top expert. Sword Saint, never thought that today I'll finally meet one. Long Yi wasn't frightened, instead was delighted, and had high fighting spirit, even to the extent that his blood was boiling due to excitement. Long Yi took out a huge sword from his space ring, and released powerful spiritual power, to throw off the aura locked on of the other side. Then as if a meteor, he rushed towards this black-robed person. Dang sound resounded, and with the flashing of a purple sword light, Long Yi was sent flying back, and only after retreating back several steps, he came to stop. Now his hands holding the sword were feeling numb, and his blood and vital breath churned. As for that black-robed person, that person merely retreated a small step back. In a single glance, who was high and who was low was distinguished. Long Yi shook his hands that were feeling numb, then looking at that person who seemed to merge with the dark night, he was somewhat shocked inwardly. Great Swords Master and Sword Saint was merely one level apart, but the difference in strength was as if one was heaven and other was earth. His second layer of Tianju was not enough to fight recklessly with the Gi of Sword Saint. Long Yi didn't release 5-7 baleful puppets to help him resist the Sword Saint, because this however was a rare chance. Moreover, he didn't sense any killing intent from this mysterious Sword Saint. Pulling out a wicked smile, Long Yi once again raised his huge sword, then shouting, He used Great Cosmos Shift. After that he left behind afterimage in the place he was standing and disappeared, instantly appearing behind this mysterious black-robed person. Then he chopped down his huge sword covered with light blue sword chi and a layer of yellow radiance, which condensed a thick and heavy solid aura as if mountain. This black-robed person didn't move, but the huge sword in the hand of this black-robed person, as if grown eyes, easily parried the attack of Long Yi's huge sword. After that, with muffled sonorous sound, Long Yi fell back one step, and this black-robed person fell back 2 steps. Long Yi nevertheless was not merciful person. Seizing this chance, he slashed out a blue-yellow sword light towards the black-robed person. Ding ding dang dang, metal colliding sound resounded. This time, this black-robed person didn't move from the original position, and Long Yi was also not sent flying back. "What is this ki?" This black-robed person finally spoke. The speaking tone was filled with surprise, but this voice was somewhat strange, and one couldn't tell whether this was the voice of male or female. Long Yi laughed. "This is magic ki, exclusively to kill villains who don't dare to show their face." This black-robed man didn't flare up, and said with strange voice, "Little thing of Zeman clan, let me see what you have learned." This black-robed person raised the huge sword in the sky, then purple sword light burst out a splendid radiance. After that, this black-robed person made the move. The speed of this person was incomparably fast, even when compared with Long Yi's Great Cosmos Shift. This speed was not a bit inferior. This huge sword of this black-robed person trembled, and countless purple sword lights surrounded all around Long Yi. These sword lights pierced through the body of Long Yi without any resistance, and also didn't leave behind slightest wound. After that, that black-robed person immediately turned around and saw another Long Yi floating in the sky. The former Long Yi who was just hit by the attack was merely the afterimage of Long Yi. Iced Ki's whirlwind chain slash. Long Yi shouted loudly, planning to put good use to magic ki by mixing together ice magic element and violent dragon ki. But at that time, this black-robed person rushed over, and the ki of Long Yi unexpectedly didn't come out, so he hastily retreated back. But the purple light flashed through even faster, and the waist belt of Long Yi cracked, and his outer garment spread out to 2 sides, revealing the silver armor inside. "Never thought there are so many treasure in your body. It seems if I don't take this seriously then I will not be able to injure you." Black-robed person strangely smiled and said. Long Yi simply threw off his outer garment, then said with a smile, "Sword Saints are really worthy of the name Sword Saint. Your ki domain is truly not bad, unexpectedly making it so that I can't use ki. You also know about ki domain? Furthermore, you are saying my ki domain is merely not bad. Inside my domain, other than myself, no one else can use ki. Moreover, the might of my ki will be amplified by 50%. And my speed will be doubled. It can be said that inside my domain, I can be regarded as invincible existence." That black-robed person proudly said. "That is not definite, can't use ki, but what about magic?" Long Yi said with a smile, and suddenly casted a rank 8 freeze over magic. This black-robed person easily dispersed this cold chi, then said with a smile, "Although can use magic, but their might will be lowered by half. And as far as I'm concerned, that basically can't injure me." Chapter 131, Heavenly Thunder Entering the Body. During the Magician's War in the Huangming small town, Long Yi had experienced the magic domain of Fire Master Archmage Puxi Usi. Inside that domain, there was no magic element in the air, so it was impossible to use magic. Therefore it might be assumed that this ki domain also possessed similar exquisite ability. If Long Yi wants to break through this domain, then it was not hard at all. As long as he released Violent Lightning Beast from inside his dark dimension space, before the gap between their strength, this domain wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. What notion was SS-ranked magical beast? They were the kind of existences that could cast forbidden magic spell as easily as eating the meal. But Long Yi didn't want to use Violent Lightning Beast in every instance, as all people have dependent nature, and once a strong dependence towards Violent Lightning Beast was born inside him, then the speed of progressing his strength would definitely slow down. Inside the Ki domain of this mysterious sword saint, Long Yi was unable to use his Ki. This means that his newly developed powerful magic Ki was also useless, so now he could only rely on his spirit power and internal force, or perhaps also in magic whose might was reduced into half. Admit defeat, little boy of Zeman clan. The strange voice of this black-robed person resounded. Admit defeat? Hey hey, there is no admit defeat words in my dictionary. Long Yi laughed, and those pitch-black as if night sky eyes suddenly flashed with strange radiances. His powerful spirit power divided into two portions, of which one portion took the form of sharp spirit all and shot towards black-robed person, and other portion however took the form of a spirit net to be used for limiting the move of that black-robed person. Furthermore, at the same time, he also mobilized his sea of consciousness's wind magic elements and water magic elements. That black-robed person was first noiselessly tangled up by the spirit net of Long Yi, followed by the concentrated attack of Spirit All. But the whole body of that black-robed person suddenly shook, immediately releasing purple-colored Ki which took the shape of a guard shield, blocking the attack of Spirit All. But the spirit net of Long Yi however was firmly attached to the body of this black-robed person, just like maggot attaching to the bone. This was one of the spiritual attack which Long Yi was most adept at in previous incarnation. Once entangled, they could only wait passively to be slaughtered. Wind-sweeping hailstone magic. Long Yi shouted loudly. This wind-sweeping hailstone magic was his compound magic which was still in the experiment stage. He had started to research this magic after being inspired by Snowstorm Divine Martin, but it had never been successful before. Wind magic elements and water magic elements began to gather madly, with two rank 10 saint class magic fusing together. Even if the might was reduced into half, its might would still be fatal. A small-sized tornado slowly finished forming inside the Ki domain, then light blue magic elements began to integrate into it. Now countless head-sized hailstones formed inside this tornado, making its might very frightening. That's enough, Long Yi was delighted in his heart, then pointed towards black-robed person. After that, this tornado with hailstones in it began to advance towards that black-robed person. Just when Long Yi was mad with joy, wind-sweeping hailstone magic he had casted suddenly disappeared in midway, leaving behind ice bits on the ground. Long Yi dejectedly hit his own head. Just a bit, and it would have succeeded. Usually it didn't matter, but now at the crucial moment, it unexpectedly screwed up, and to the surprise of Long Yi, that black-robed person who was tangled in his spirit net wasn't struggling, merely had used Ki to protect, and was looking at him with mocking smile. Long Yi was annoyed in his heart. He didn't believe that he could do nothing to this fellow. Among his 7 attributes magic, the might of lightning magic was the strongest, so Long Yi began to mobilize his sea of consciousness's silver-purple-colored lighting magic element. After using heavenly thunder, let's see how this fellow can still be arrogant. The color of heaven and earth changed, black clouds condensed in the sky, and strand of lightning scatter in the sky. That nature's great power and influence, as if a huge mountain suppressed everything, making people feel stifled at heart, and their blood and chi to roll over and over. Lightning magic? This black-robed person finally had a change in complexion and cried out in alarm. Zila! An arm-sized lightning descended from heaven, and Hong directly landed at that Ki guard shield around the body of that black-robed person, causing it to fluctuate violently. That black-robed person only felt tingling pain all over the body, and turned pale with fright. The might of lightning magic was indeed formidable, basically wouldn't be able to carry on withstanding. And just at that time, a clap of thunder resounded throughout the sky, and several tens of lightning fell down together, targeting that black-robed sword saint. Seeing this, the heart of that black-robed person jumped violently. If this lightning hits him, then he feared that he would definitely become burnt carbon. These lightning strikes were so fast that this black-robed person didn't have any time to think, and he subconsciously casted the magic revolving ice wall sealed inside his necklace. This was something that was handed down by water magic god several 100 years ago, and was ranked 2 divine water defense magic, which could reflect any attack magic below rank 11 as well as the Gi attack of below sword saint. Faint cold mist revolve around the body of this black-robed sword saint, and just then, several tents of lightning came down, and when those lightning struck that weak-looking cold mist, silver-purple-colored lightning suddenly turned around, and unexpectedly struck complacent Long Yi. The entire body of Long Yi stiffened, his clothing instantly changed into ash, and his long black hair stood erect. The frenzied lightning magic elements charged around violently inside the body of Long Yi, making Long Yi feel tingling pain from head to toe. Now a silver-colored lightning was glimmering on the surface of his body. Am I going to reincarnate again? Long Yi thought, as his body straightly fell down. In fact, if anybody else was struck by these several tents of heavenly lightning, then they would have instantly changed into a pile of burnt carbon. But as for Long Yi, other than his clothing changing into ashes, he unexpectedly was still able to let his imagination run wild. The purpled Gi of that black-robed person faded away, and along with the master losing consciousness, the spirit net also disappeared. After that this fellow flashed and arrived in front of Long Yi, and just when this fellow placed the hand on Long Yi, the hand was recoiled back. This moment the whole body of Long Yi was filled with powerful electric current, so basically no one could touch him. Lightly sighing, this black-robed person removed the hood, then a beautiful pitch-black long hair slid down. This person actually was a very beautiful middle-aged woman with graceful bearing. Right now looking at Long Yi, her beautiful eyes showed worry. Never thought that in a blink of an eye, you have become so big, time flies really fast Looking at frequently twitching Long Yi, this beautiful woman muttered, and her eyes unexpectedly showed affection. T.L. Here affection is affection towards children. Long Yi didn't know that this black-robed sword saint was unexpectedly a beautiful woman. Right now no matter if it was his spirit or physical body, all were suffering from torture. Although to say his body was close to lightning, but such large amount of lightning magic elements had entered into his body, giving him a kind of feeling of being swollen as if he was going to explode. Although Long Yi was unconscious, but his instinct was still there. The silver-purple colored lightning magic elements inside his sea of consciousness began to act on its own to absorb lightning magic elements that were roaming all over inside the body of Long Yi. Very soon, the lightning magic elements within his sea of consciousness reached alarming level. Unexpectedly was similar to last time's matter that was born after he had eaten icicle fruit, merely last time was water magic elements, and this time it was lightning magic elements. Chapter 132, The Identity of Sword Saint. Only now Tyrant Bear cheerfully returned home. After he had just received mission reward of 1,000 amethyst coins, he immediately led his brothers to intoxicated fragrant restaurant to drink and eat. This was the easiest mission they had ever done since the establishment of Tyrannical Bear Mercenary Group. Just putting on a play got them so much money. This money was truly easy to earn. Inadvertently, he noticed that the light of the room of his younger sister Zhao Yi was still lit up, so he couldn't help but thought, this girl, what is she doing so late in the night without sleeping? He knocked on the door of Zhao Yi's room, but no one answered. Little sister, are you in? Brother is coming in. After saying that, Tyrant Bear pushed open the door and directly went in, but found that Zhao Yi was not inside. After that Tyrant Bear closed the door, then lifted up a painting that was hanged on the left wall, revealing a slot of magic card. After that he took out a magic card from his body and inserted it into that slot, and the wall noiselessly opened, sliding to two opposite sides. This wall unexpectedly was a disguised magic door. Inside the magic door, there unexpectedly was completely different world. This was a very big circular secret room. The walls of this secret room was engraved with the designs of a number of mythological birds and various kinds of constellation. There was nothing inside this secret room except a sticking out stone platform in the middle. And the most surprising thing in this room was, The ceiling of this roof was unexpectedly transparent. One could easily see the vast starry sky only by raising their head. Right now Zhao Yi, wearing a purple long robe which was filled with mysterious runes, was silently kneeling on the stone platform, and while looking towards the vast starry sky, her pink lips were silently chanting obscure incantation emotionlessly. Tyrant Bear didn't disturb Zhao Yi, just stood there quietly watching her. Looking at that attractive, simple yet elegant beautiful face of Zhao Yi, dense warmth welled up inside his heart. They were a pair of siblings who had depended on each other for survival up until now, and had experienced too much of hardships together. When he was just 12 years old, to support his only 6 years old younger sister, he became mercenary. But in those days, no mercenary group was willing to accept him, and also no one was willing to work together with him. All of them only said, "What's the use of a person who looks weird and still a child?" So he was forced to work on his own, from the sending letter, finding people and so on, F-ranked missions to ladders A-ranked missions. He walked on the thin line between life and death countless times. When did Zhao Yi begin to possess the prophecy ability? Tyrant Bear began to recall that year when he was 18 years old and Zhao Yi was 12 years old. He went on a mission, and after returning back from that mission, he found that his younger sister had changed. Her transparent eyes would often flash with wisdom, temperament also became peaceful and profound, and she would always speak without rhyme or reason, but at that time, he believed that she was talking nonsense. However, later that became reality. Moreover, Zhao Yi was the one who led him to this courtyard. At that time, she only said that this would be their home afterwards, and when he asked more about this, Zhao Yi didn't answer at all. When Tyrant Bear was lost in his thought, the transparent eyes of Zhao Yi began to fluctuate. Then directly getting up, she softly said, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Tyrant Bear woke up with a start, and said with a smile, "Just now brother saw the lamp of your room was still on, so I came in to have a look." Zhao Yi nodded her head, then slowly walked down from the stone platform, and standing right in front of Tyrant Bear, she keenly looked at him. "Little sister, why on earth are you looking at me like this?" Tyrant Bear unnaturally asked. "Brother, what is your dream?" Zhao Yi softly asked. My dream is to build a Soles rank mercenary group, becoming the myth of Blue Wave Continent's mercenary world." Tyrant Bear said. "This is just your surface dream. I want to know your true dream." Zhao Yi asked. Tyrant Bear was startled, and asked, "Little sister, is this regarding to the revelation you got about my prophecy?" Zhao Yi turned around, then gently closing her eyes, she said as if sleep-talking, "Buried in a horse hide, crisscrossed battlefield, star shell came to prominence, life without light. T.L. Buried in a horse hide, die on the battlefield. Buried in a horse hide, crisscrossed battlefield." Tyrant Bear muttered repeatedly, and couldn't help but become fired up. Man buried in a horse hide, isn't his lifetime merit? This was his dream all those years. Yes, that's right, he wanted to become the general of soldiers to conquer 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. The balance state of blue waves is already broken, everyone is powerless to turn back now, and before long in the future, fire beacons in all four directions. An entire continent will fall into the chaos caused by war. Zhao Yi indifferently said. Tyrant Bear breathing lagged, and with his eyes shining, he impatiently asked, "Little sister, you mean this is my chance to achieve my dream, but what should I do? Join the army?" Zhao Yi shook her head, the lightly sighed, "I don't know, prophecy revelation was not very clear." Long Yi dizzily woke up from unconsciousness. Then opening his eyes, a pleasing to the eyes and as if washed and starched blue sky was reflected in his eyes, and a cool breeze gently brushed his cheek making him very comfortable. Where is this? Why am I here? Long was not yet completely clear-headed, so he was unable to remember what had happened before temporarily. Long Yi sat up, then the black robe covering his body slid down, and he found that he was completely naked without a thread all over his body. Furthermore, he was in the middle of forest. "Oh, God, don't tell me that I was defiled by some dinosaur?" Long Yi muttered, while shaking his head in a funny way, and admiring his own ability to imagine. T.L. Kong Long, dinosaur, and also ugly person, slang. Just then, he finally remembered the scene of last night's confrontation with the mysterious Sword Saint, and at that time, he was struck by the lightning he had casted himself, then lost his consciousness. That fellow was not an abnormal pervert, right? I wonder if he groped this young master or not, Long Yi thought inwardly, and immediately had goosebumps all over. After that, Long Yi immediately stopped letting his imagination run wild, and became extremely excited to still be alive. After that he closed his eyes, and sunk his mind into his sea of consciousness. When he saw that silver-purple colored crystal, he was not very surprised like before, instead was somewhat pleasantly surprised, because this represents, his lightning magic had reached Mage Realm. This truly was a strange world, anything might happen at any time. Now inside his sea of consciousness, there was too this kind of magic cores. I wonder if other 5 magic elements would also solidify like this or not in the future, Long Yi thought inwardly. I wonder where that Sword Saint has gone. Why did he bring me here? Long Yi looked around while thinking. Suddenly his gaze stopped at a very graceful back view in a distant. The figure of this woman was gentle and graceful, was wearing a plain and simple light purple silk robe, and her pitch-black beautiful hair as if waterfall hang down behind her. A person of Violent Dragon Empire. Long Yi was surprised in his heart. From the pitch-black hair, he knew her identity. Merely how could an ordinary girl come here in this remote mountain? So Long Yi determined that she was not ordinary person, or perhaps she might be the companion of that Sword Saint. Hey, gorgeous! Long Yi called out loudly. This woman turned around and walked over to Long Yi. Only now did Long Yi discover that the youth of this woman possessing beautiful rear view was long gone. It seems she was roughly 40 years in age, but her skin was very well maintained. From her exquisite facial features, it can be seen that she was definitely a world-famous beauty in her youth. Big sister, hello, I want to know how I came here. Long Yi pulled up that black robe and firmly tied it, as if he greatly feared his spring scenery would leak out. Big sister? Hearing Long Yi's form of address, the expression of this middle-aged woman became very strange. Not long after, the expression of this beautiful middle-aged woman revert back to normal, and she said, "You were brought here by me." "You brought me? Don't tell me that you are that Sword Saint who attacked me yesterday?" Long Yi exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I am." This middle-aged woman indifferently answered. Long Yi sized up this middle-aged woman. He had never heard that there was a female Sword Saint in Blue Waves continent. However, this Blue Waves was too big, so inevitably there will be a number of hidden experts who are unknown to the world. This was also not surprising at all. "Why did you attack me? Do you have a grudge against me?" Long Yi asked. "Don't have." This middle-aged woman shook her head. "Then do you have enmity against Ziman clan?" Long Yi again asked. "Also don't have." This middle-aged woman indifferently answered. "Then why? Did I ever provoke or offend you? Did you know I nearly lost my life last night?" Long Yi discontentedly shouted loudly. "But now aren't you still alive? Besides, if it wasn't for me, would you have broken through in your cultivation?" This middle-aged woman suddenly showed faint smile. Long Yi thought for a bit, if it not for heavenly lightning accidentally entering his body, his lightning magic wouldn't have reached Mage Realm. Moreover, I also have deep relationship with your Ziman clan, and looking at your precious committing all kinds of outrageous behavior, this lesson could be counted as very lenient. Cold light flashed in the eyes of this woman, causing Long Yi to tremble all over. Long Yi shivered with cold, but didn't forget the words of this beautiful woman. She had just said that she had deep relation with Ziman clan, so thinking for a bit, his eyes shone, then ambiguously looking at her, he said with a smile, "Big sister, can it be that you and my old man have that kind of relation?" Bang! Long Yi hissed in pain while holding his head. The fact was, this middle-aged woman had flew into rage from shame and had knocked the head of Long Yi. "You dumb kid. What kind of nonsense are you talking? With my age, I can easily be your grandmother." This middle-aged woman angrily said. "What, grandmother?" Long Yi rolled his eyes, and nearly fainted again. Then you are with my grandfather. Long Yi wanted to say having affair with his grandfather, but while speaking, he saw the change in the complexion of this beautiful middle-aged woman. Her complexion had anger, grief, pursuing, and happy expression alternating as if turning book. Life had all sorts of flavors, sour, sweet, bitter and spicy hot. All of them were instantly manifested out. Seeing the expression of this middle-aged woman, it seems his guess of just now was not far away from truth. In those years, this beautiful middle-aged woman definitely had deep affection towards his grandfather whom he had never seen before. Chapter 133, Extreme Stimulation. A good while later, this beautiful middle-aged woman let out a long sigh, and her eyes revealed endless frustration and loneliness. All men of Zeman clan are licentious by nature. Your grandfather was so, your father was also so, and you kid also. Alas, hereafter be nice to Long Linger, and don't bully your younger sister. Finished speaking, this middle-aged beautiful woman suddenly reached out and patted the cheek of Long Yi, showing tender affection, then turning into a purple shadow, she floated away. Long Yi became somewhat absent-minded. This beautiful woman ought to be the old lover of Grandpa. Merely if she was casted aside by Grandpa, then she ought to hate them, the people of Zeman clan, but from her expression and attitude towards him of just now, she however loved him very much, as if she was his close relative. Strange, truly strange. Long Yi mumbled while pondering. In the memory of Zeman Yu, when he searched about the memory of his grandpa, he only got that his grandpa had disappeared after passing the position of clan head to his father Zeman Yu. Long Yi took out a set of clothing from inside his space ring, then putting them on and identifying the direction, he began to go towards Mi Principality. And when he circulated internal force, Long Yi couldn't help but became pleasantly surprised, as his internal force out Tianju had reached the peak of second layer with indistinct trace of breaking through. It seems he was expected to enter third layer within several days. This was really not an easy feat. He had taken more than 1 year to break through the second layer of Outianju, but he believed that even the ancestor of this skill had also not necessarily reached this level in such a short period of time. With a delighted mood, Long Yi returned to the inn, then opening the door, he immediately smelled that faint fragrance inside the room, and also heard the sound of water ringing inside the bathroom. Someone was unexpectedly taking a bath. Furthermore was a woman. Long Yi mischievous smiled. He was sure that the person who was in the process of taking the bath was Long Linger, because other than him, only Long Linger had the key of this room. Long Yi smiled and walked towards the bathroom. Yesterday he had suppressed a bellyful of fire, as this girl however had insisted to return back to the dormitory to sleep, but today he caught her red-handed, so there was no reason to let her go. Originally he had thought to wait until Long Linger thoroughly fall in love with him, only then he would take her, but later he thought, why should he wait until that time? It would be better to take her now, as, if two people had the most intimate relationship, then feelings would naturally have certain subtle change. Darling, you're not going to get away this time, Long Yi thought inwardly. Then reaching out the door of the bathroom, he pushed it open, then pleasing to the eyes seen dazzled his eyes, and from that raised buttocks, that mysterious pink gully exposed in the middle of dense curly chestnut-colored forest instantly petrified Long Yi. From this hair color, Long Yi instantly knew that this figure before his eyes was definitely not Long Linger. Moreover, although Long Linger were also perfectly round snow white, but compared with this, they nevertheless was a little smaller. Zhao Kui, you bought the bath essence so quickly? A crisp as if aureole voice resounded. Precisely was this bent down and washing young girl calling, as she turned around. Four eyes met, sparks flew about in all direction, and this young girl had her mouth wide open. While frozen on the same position, her eyes were filled with frightened expression, as she forgot to immediately turn around. Seeing this extremely beautiful woman before his eyes, although Long Yi knew it was rude to look at, but Long Yi didn't take off his eyes, as he was not a gentleman. Furthermore, with such beautiful scenery right before them to admire, Even gentlemen would change into villains. The skin of this girl was as white as milk, had slender jade neck, exquisite collarbone, and a pair of bosom, which proudly rose as if freshly peeled bamboo shoots in spring, while being covered with drops of water, looked very tempting. She had pretty slender waist that could be hugged with one hand, smooth underbelly, and very cute and delicate navel. And what attracted Long Yi's eyes the most nevertheless was that bright red mole right above the neat dense forest. This red mole increased her bewitching and charming power. The suppressed fire of Long Yi was already seething with excitement. Suddenly, he felt that this girl looked very familiar, but he was unable to remember where he had seen her for the time being. Just then, suddenly sound came from outside the door. Someone was in the process of opening the door with a key. Under great alarm, Long Yi subconsciously rushed towards window, and just when he was about to reach the window, Long Yi suddenly halted. Then he immediately rushed into the bathroom again and smoothly closed the door of bathroom. And just then, this young girl snapped awake. Then hugging her chest with her hands, she squatted down and was about to shout loudly. Long Yi immediately stepped forward, then used his palm to cover her mouth, and his body also firmly stuck with her body. The face of this girl was filled with terror, then powerful magic fluctuation suddenly spread out from her lovely body. "Don't, someone is coming," Long Yi softly said in the ear of this girl, and after that warm breath blew into the exquisite ear of this girl, her whole body suddenly trembled. At this time, door opened, and the voice of Zemin Wuan came from outside. "Longer, why are you flying in from the window?" "I don't feel like climbing the stairs." The voice of Long Linger sounded from the direction of window. "Being master magician is so nice. I wonder when I will reach that realm?" Zemin Wuan softly said, admiring a bit. "Wuan, don't get impatient, now you are already peak advanced magician, and breaking through is only the matter of time." Long Linger consoled. Where is Princess Ryu Ayu?" Zemin Wuan suddenly asked. Some time ago, they had come together with Nelan Ryu Ayu as well as her maid to look for her elder brother Zemin Yu. But they didn't find Zemin Yu here, and they also didn't know where he went, so they decided to wait for him to return. Afterwards, she and Long Linger went to buy few women's personal items, and as for Nelan Ryu Ayu, she didn't like bustling place, so she stayed behind in the inn. Just then, Nelan Ryu Ayu's maid Zhao Kui trotted inside, holding a bottle of bath essence. And after greeting Zemin Wuan and Long Linger, she called out from outside the bathroom, "Princess, I bought back the essence." Nelan Ryu Ayu immediately got anxious and angry in her heart. If they saw the current appearance of them too, then even if she plunged into the Yellow River, that wouldn't wash this stain clean. As for Long Yi, he immediately looked around this not that small bathroom, searching for a hiding place. Just then, the gaze of Long Yi stopped at big bathtub inside the bathroom. It seems he could only hide inside there. He released Nelan Ryu Ayu, then entered into the bathtub filled with warm water. "Princess, I am coming in." Zhao Kui's voice resounded again, then opening the door of bathroom, she entered. After that she saw thoroughly red cheeks of Nelan Ryu Ayu, but didn't care too much about it, because while taking a bath, the heat would raise the temperature of the skin, making them red, so it wasn't any strange matter. Nelan Ryu Ayu stepped forward anxiously, then took the bath essence from the hand of Zhao Kui, and hurriedly said, "Okay, go out now." "Princess, let me wash your back," Zhao Kui said, and while speaking, she unexpectedly walked towards bathtub. Nelan Ryu Ayu turned pale with fright. As long as Zhao Kui went to the side of bathtub, she would be able to see Long Yi under the water, and she absolutely couldn't let this happen. So in a moment of desperation, she dashed past Zhao Kui, jumped into the water, and sat down. This sitting was really serious. One should know that the head of Long Yi was faced upward inside the bathtub, and Nelan Ryu Ayu however happens to sit on the face of Long Yi. This nearly made him jump as he felt a pain in the chest while breathing. Long Yi's eyes were obstructed by Nelan Ryu Ayu's snow-white soft buttocks cheeks, and he could only feel softness on his face as well as fine hairs sweeping his nose and lips along with the ripples of water. Although his eyes couldn't see, But this kind of alluring skin-to-skin contact without any obstruction made Long Yi so excited that his blood vessels was about to burst. Moreover, the place where his face was having an intimate contact was unexpectedly the most private place of a girl. This kind of stimulation, which man could endure? Hearing Zhao Kui's address, Long Yi finally recalled that this maiden was princess of Nelan Empire, Nelan Ryuayu, whom he had met before, and was also one of the saintess of Light Church. Her identity made a kind of indescribable feeling to well up inside the heart of Long Yi. Just imagine, clear as ice and clean as jade, noble saintess's most private place was pressing against his face. This kind of stimulation and conquest of pleasure was truly joyous. Gangqi, I'll do it myself, you just go out quickly. Nelan Ryuayu forcibly calmed herself down and said, but no one knows that she was about to go insane at this very moment. Zhao Kui somewhat strangely looked at Nelan Ryuayu, then went out. Before, every time Princess took bath, I would always wash her back, but how come today I can't? Moreover, that expression seemed to earnestly wish for me to go out. Outside, Zeman Wuan and Long Linger were checking out the things they had bought just a moment ago. Those things were a lot of colorful underwear, naturally of Beauty Workshop brand. Furthermore, there were also some package-like odd things. If Long Yi, who had the memory of Zeman Yu, had seen these things, he would have naturally known that these were the things women would use during their physiological period of every month. Zhao Kui, why did your princess suddenly bathe here? Zeman Wuan asked, feeling surprised. Oh, our princess is somewhat a neat freak. Just now she accidentally dirtied her clothes, so princess simply took a bath. Zhao Kui replied. Inside bathroom, after Zhao Kui went out, Nelan Ryuayu hastily got up, then turned around her head, only to see Long Yi's eyes fixedly staring at her. Seeing Long Yi's facing upward handsome face, and again thinking about the place she was sitting just now, Nelan Ryuayu, as if burning hot, her face began to emit smoke. She opened her mouth, however her immediate reaction was using her hands to cover herself. Taking a bath towel, she wrapped around her charming body. Right now her eyes were very red, and she suddenly felt wronged. The occurrence of this shameful event, she truly wanted to forget it. Long Yi bore out from the bathtub, then long at that exposed fair and tender fragrant shoulder and well-proportioned Nelan Ryuayu, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, and her stark naked beautiful body involuntarily emerged in his mind. But very quickly, he noticed the difference in current Nelan Ryuayu, and those thoughts inside his heart immediately dissipated. Princess Ryuayu, I'm truly sorry, I didn't know you were inside here. Long Yi used sound condensing technique to convey his apology. Nelan Yuru raised her head, then ferociously glared him. Shameless. Nelan Ryuayu angrily spat out. Chapter 134, Pornographic Book. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, and smiled, paying no attention to her. Now he instead was having a headache thinking what to do next. If those girls outside didn't go away, then wouldn't he have to continuously coop inside here? Princess Ryuayu, quickly go out and think of a way to take them away, otherwise it doesn't matter to me. If you agree, then I can walk out now. Long Yi said with a smile. His tone of speaking gave somewhat acting shamelessly feeling. Nelan Ryuayu hurriedly blocked up in front of Long Yi, greatly feared that this thick-skinned fellow would really go out. She believed that Long Yi would do what he had spoken. That courting event of yesterday that caused a sensation throughout the academy was example. Nelan Ryuayu gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, then seeing her complexion had restored to some extent in the mirror, she pulled open the door and stepped outside. Princess Ryuayu is truly sexy, but weren't you afraid that my second brother would suddenly burst in? Seeing Nelan Ryuayu coming out with only bath towel wrapped around, Zeman Wuan couldn't help but lightly laughed. Nelan Ryuayu forced herself to laugh. How would they know that that stinking fellow had already burst in, and furthermore also had taken advantage of her sufficiently? If Zeman Yu truly burst in, then I will gouge out his eyes. Nelan Ryuayu hatefully said. Then Linger will die out of distress. Oh, that's right, Princess Ryuayu. I see your breast size is similar to us. And by coincidence we just bought a lot of underwear, you can pick a set to wear." Zemin Wuan chuckled. "No need, I have brought them myself," Nellen Ryuayu said. Then she took out a set of clothing from inside her space ring, and taking off the bath towel, she began to wear clothes. That extreme beauty made even Zemin Wuan and Long Linger, who were also girl, couldn't take off their eyes from her. Sorting out her hair, Nellen Ryuayu suddenly covered her stomach and said, "Now it's already noon, and I'm somewhat hungry. How about we go and have a meal first? I think Zemin Yu will also not be back in a short time." After Nellen Ryuayu spoke this, all girls also felt somewhat hungry, so all of them agreed to go downstairs to the restaurant to eat a meal. Just when they were preparing to go out, Zemin Wuan suddenly paused, then said with an ashamed smile, "Wait for me, I will go to the washroom first." Finished speaking, she turned around and walked over to bathroom. Toilet was inside bathroom, merely separated by magic mirror. Nellen Ryuayu panicked, and she couldn't think of a good excuse to stop Zemin Wuan. After all, she had to allow others to go to the washroom. While she was hesitating like this, Zemin Wuan had already rushed inside the bathroom. Nellen Ryuayu hopelessly closed her eyes, waiting for Zemin Wuan to scream, but even after a long time, there was no movement in the bathroom. And after a while, Zemin Wuan walked out without any unusualness. This let Nellen Ryuayu sigh in relief, and simultaneously she also felt surprise. Where did that fellow Zemin Yu hide, making Zemin Wuan unable to notice him even a bit? If Zemin Wuan was to know that she had just went to the toilet before her second brother, then what kind of reaction she would have? Nellen Ryuayu thought inwardly. Hearing Peng door shutting sound, from the bath towel hung in the bathroom, suddenly 2 hands and 2 legs extended, and Long Yi with red face walked out from behind. How big space would he get behind the bath towel to hide himself? At most only 1/4 of his body would be hidden, but such small piece of cloth let Long Yi avoid a disaster. Long Yi took 2 deep breaths, and washed his somewhat burning handsome face with fresh water. He really had never expected that his younger sister Zemin Wuan would suddenly enter here. When he heard her saying she wanted to go to the washroom, at first he intended to catch her when least expected and explain to her. But like this after all was not too safe, and at the same time, he recalled bone contracting skill which he had never used after he had arrived this world. So he used this skill to shrink into a ball and hid behind a small bath towel. Long Yi shook her head to throw off water drops from his face, then recalled the event of just now. He didn't see Zemin Wuan going to the toilet, merely heard that urinating sound, and coupled with his thought of her going to the toilet in front of him, that thrill of stimulated him endlessly, but he swears that he truly didn't see anything. "She is your little sister, shouldn't let my imagination run wild." Long Yi shook his head, and muttered. Although the soul was different, but his body's blood relationship nevertheless was unable to change. Walking outside the bathroom, Long Yi was stunned to see a pile of colorful underwear on the table. These girls, not taking away their things when going out. Long Yi stepped forward, picked up a small panties, then couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The thoughts of the designer of that underwear was sufficiently avant-garde. This panties was not only very lacking in cloth compared to general panties, furthermore unexpectedly was semi-transparent. As it turns out, this world's sexy underwear have already began to develop slowly. Zemin Wuan, Long Linger and Nellen Ryuayu, master and servant, arrived at luxurious restaurant opposite to the inn, then went to the private room of second floor. "Princess, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Nellen Ryuayu's restless appearance, Zhao Kui couldn't help but ask. "Nothing." Nellen Ryuayu shook her head and answered. "Princess Ryuayu, next time we will take you to charming love residence. Even intoxicated fragrant building can't compared with the things of that place." Zemin Wuan said. Since the last time, she has been continuously missing the pure natural delicacies of that place. "Charming love residence?" Nellen Ryuayu said with hesitation. Obviously, she also misunderstood by the name. Zemin Wuan explained with a smile, "Charming love residence is not the kind of place you are thinking. It is a restaurant opened by the girls of Fox Clan which only entertain female guests." There is such a place. Then I want to go to widen my knowledge. Nellen Ryuayu said, feeling surprise. She knew that the women of Fox Clan were good at charming, so generally speaking, entertaining male guests would definitely thrive their business, but only entertaining female guests. This instead made her rather unable to comprehend. Longlinger appeared somewhat uncommunicative, merely answering a sentence once in a while, and most of the time, she was in absent-minded state. Only Zemin Wuan knew that the current Longlinger was much better than before. Before, every day she was expressionless, sometimes she would not utter a single word entire day, and other than herself, Zemin Wuan, she would ignore all others without exception. At that time, she clearly was a living unrivaled beauty, but actually couldn't sense any vitality from her. But now Zemin Wuan perceived that Longlinger had greatly changed. She no longer not speak a single word in the entire day, moreover sometimes a rare smile as well as other emotions, for instance indignant, anger and so on would appear on her face. All these shows that a crack has appeared in the frozen heart of Longlinger. Other than that irritating second brother of hers, no others could accomplish this. 4 girls returned to inn after eating, and when they pushed open the door, they saw Long Yi sitting on the sofa while reading a book with big smile on his face. You all came back, why did you cast aside such colorful rags here? Long Yi closed the book, then pointing at that pile of underwear and physiological period women items on the table, he said. Ah! Zemin Wuan and Longlinger screamed, then rushing to the table, they placed these latest design underwear which made them blush and palpitation into their space ring. Nellen Ryuayu did her utmost to pretend calm, but her flashing eyes and unconsciously blushing beautiful face however revealed her current state of mind, which were embarrassment, anger and shy. Long Yi stood up, threw the book he was reading to one side, then looking at Nellen Ryuayu, he suddenly became surprised, and stepping forward, he said, Princess Ryuayu, we meet again. I already knew that Princess Ryuayu possessed the looks that could make fish sink and birds alight, but never thought that you furthermore had figure that would outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. Nellen Ryuayu firmly gritted her teeth, this fellow can really pretend, simply is a lowest of a low hypocrite. Originally because of passion of Long Yi towards Sibai, Nellen Ryuayu had certain level of good impression. But this good impression completely disappeared today and was replaced with hate and a kind of unspeakable feeling, in any case not a good feeling. Several days no see, young Master Zemin's glib talking skill is pretty good. Originally Nellen Ryuayu wanted to pretend, but seeing Long Yi's that wicked smile, she couldn't help but flew into a rage. This stinking fellow took great advantage of her just a short while ago. Why are you saying such words? Princess Ryuayu, I am speaking words from the bottom of my heart. Princess's external appearance and inner thoughts coincides, soul-stirringly beautiful. Long Yi mischievously laughed, and when saying external appearance and inner thoughts coincides, he specially strengthened his tone. Zemin Wuan coldly snorted, it's easier to change mountains and rivers than to alter her second brother's character. Saw a beauty and not only opened his eyes wide, also did everything to please, and try his best to flatter her. Moreover his flattering level was much higher than before, the words spoken were particularly pleasant to listen to, and any woman would be happy to listen these words. But the expression of Nellen Ryuayu seemed not happy at all. Could it be that when they met several days ago, her second brother molested her? With his current skill, isn't molesting a girl very easy to him? Also didn't he play hooligan with Lin Na who was also master magician? Seeing Long Yi's attentive appearance towards Nellen Ryuayu, Longlinger felt uncomfortable in her heart without any reason. How come this bastard never speaks such words to me? Making fish sink and birds alight, outshine moon and put the flowers to shame. This analogy is really too wonderful, but the target is not me. Longlinger also felt very surprised. Why was her heart feeling so uncomfortable? And after thinking for a bit, she immediately reached the conclusion. Long Yi being eagerly attentive to other girls, this represents infidelity exist in his heart, and this furthermore represents her infatuated plan wouldn't be realized, so she naturally was unhappy. Just then, Zemin Wu's gaze landed on the book, which was tossed aside by Long Yi. Then she went up and picked it up to look. Suddenly, her face became red, and as if the book in her hand was burning hot, she instantly threw it away. "Little sister, what happened?" Long Yi curiously asked. Zemin Wu's beautiful face was so red that it seems blood would flow out at any time, and she angrily answered, "You big pervert, actually reading this kind of book." "This kind of book? What's the problem? This is a good literature." Long Yi was unable to make heads or tails out of the words of Zemin Wu. He had been flipping through this book for a long time, and it was something like a novel. The story was very good, somewhat depict, but this level was simply negligible for Long Yi, who had come from 21st century Earth. In that era, this kind of depict was written by pure and innocent little boy. Long Linger and Nellen Ryuayu also squinted their eyes for a while to look at the name of that book on the ground. Above book there were 3 large characters, Silver Bottle Plum. Seeing this, both of them couldn't help but cursed in unison. Pervert. Chapter 135. Great Aunt came. This Silver Bottle Plum belonged to such category in Blue Waves continent, because there were obscure depiction inside it. "Do you all know this book? Could it be that you all have also read it?" Long Yi said with a mischievous smile, while ambiguously staring at them with his shifty eyes. "Nonsense, how can we read this kind of book?" Nellen Ryuayu angrily said. "Not read? Then why are you all calling me a pervert?" Long Yi said with a treacherous smile. "We of course only heard of it," Zemin Wu said, and her beautiful face became red. "Heard? Hey, I understand, I clearly understand." Long Yi nodded his head with a strange smile on his face, but his eyes were becoming even more ambiguous. Seeing so hateful smile of Long Yi, the teeth of all women itched, but what Long Yi had said was actually true. They all had really read this book secretly. Although Silver Bottle Plum was such, but the house of which bigwigs and rich merchants of Blue Waves continent didn't hide a set or 2 inside them. Several years ago, a number of bold noble young girl began to secretly read this book. Majority of them read this book hidden in their house, accompanied with their close friend inside their room. Very soon, this book became very popular among the ladies and madams of various countries of Blue Waves continent, to the point of unmanageable. And in those days the first words asked between ladies when they meet each other were, "Today, did you read it?" Nellen Ryuayu was the first that was unable to bear Long Yi's this kind of unconcealed teasing eyes, and in addition, with the matter that happened in the bathroom today, she fiercely glared at Long Yi, then left with her maid Zhaokui, and Zemin Wu also followed out, leaving behind only Long Yi and Long Linger inside the room. The atmosphere instantly became cold, and when 2 people's 4 eyes met, Long Linger somewhat unnaturally looked away. After that, Long Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, called to Long Linger, "Come sit by my side." Long Linger lowered her head and, walking over, she slowly sat down. But the distance that separated Long Yi and Long Linger was as long as the Nile River. Long Yi chuckled, and embracing the waist of Long Linger, he pulled her into his bosom, hugging a warm fragrant jade. Placing his chin on the head of Long Linger, he inhaled her faint fragrance with his nose. This kind of natural feeling made Long Yi to suddenly think that perhaps he and Long Linger originally should have been like this. "Zemin Wu, where did you go today?" Somewhat stiff Long Linger in the bosom of Long Yi asked softly. "Well, last night you were not by my side, so being lonely I had to wander all around, and carelessly fell asleep in the mountain on the outskirts of the city." Long Yi smiled and said, "Nonsense." Long Linger grumbled in a flirtiest manner. She didn't realize how soft her voice was at this moment. The heart of Long Yi softened, and his big hand holding Long Linger began to get restless. Now he could not help but wonder what a wonderful thing it would be if Long Linger had really wanted to be his woman wholeheartedly. Stealing heart was far better compared to stealing person. Long Linger's slender jade hands stopped the mischievous big hands of Long Yi, then angrily said, "Don't move randomly." "I am not moving randomly. I am really moving in a regular pattern, is in the line with the world's rationale," Long Yi said with a smile. Long Linger couldn't restrain her anger. So she raised her leg and firmly stepped on the leg of Long Yi, and seeing Long Yi pretending to be hurt, she involuntarily chuckled lightly. "Linger, your smile is truly beautiful. Hereafter, if you smile a little more in front of me, then I will certainly be miserable." Long Yi sighed with feeling while fixedly staring at Long Linger. "Why?" Long Linger asked. "Is that still a question? I will be accustomed to your ravishingly beautiful smile, and if one day I don't see you smile, then wouldn't that be even more painful compared to killing me? Now you say, isn't that miserable enough?" Long Yi used his hand to support his forehead and said gloomily, but his eyes were secretly glimmering with sly radiance. "Is that so?" Long Linger was stunned. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be better for me to smile more in front of him? And when I will leave him after he got accustomed, at that time wouldn't he feel death is better than life? What are you thinking? Seeing Long Linger was lost in thoughts, Long Yi asked. Long Linger woke up with a start, then looking at Long Yi, she said, "I was thinking, wouldn't it be better for you to enter me Holy Magic Academy to study together with me? This way we'll be together every day, and you will also be able to see me smile daily." Mentioning the last sentence, Long Linger revealed a shy smile. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Frankly, Long Linger's smile was really too charming, and especially this shy and timid smile, this increased her unique womanly charm. "We'll talk about this later, now we should begin doing the thing." Long Yi mischievously laughed and said, and his big mouth tried to seal the little mouth of Long Linger. But the jade hands of Long Linger quickly sealed the big mouth of Long Yi, then biting her lower lip, she said, "In the end, will you join me Holy Magic Academy or not?" Long Yi stuck out his tongue and teasingly licked the sensitive palm of Long Linger, and after she screamed and retracted her hands, he softly said with a smile, "Do you really want to be together with me every day?" Long Linger nodded her head, and she told herself that she really wanted to be together with Long Yi every day, so that Long Yi would quickly fall in love with her. "That's fine, I am ready to risk everything for you, but Holy Magic Academy might not let me enter." Long Yi said, "You stupid, don't you know the rule of Holy Magic Academy that anyone who have reached intermediate magician level before the age of 20 can enter the academy without testing? And don't tell me that you are still not intermediate magician level." Seeing Long Linger was looking at him as if idiot, Long Yi felt gloomy in his heart. He was not interested in Holy Magic Academy, so do he have to know that? He immediately picked up endlessly screaming Long Linger, then throwing her onto the bed of bedroom. He threw himself onto her and pushed her down as if evil wolf. "Woo!" The sealed little mouth of Long Linger uttered a whimper of protest. Long Yi's nimble tongue teased Long Linger's fragrant tongue, while his big hand held her those firm and full mounds, and skillfully kneaded them. Long Linger turned around her head, and struggling free from the mouth of Long Yi, she said while breathing heavily, "No, don't, I." Before she could finish speaking, Long Yi sealed her mouth again, and the omnipresent stimulation of Long Yi made her whole body feel weak, and she no longer had the heart to resist. Long Yi was self-satisfied inwardly, then his big hand slowly slid past smooth underbelly, and with a flick of a finger, he opened the belt of Long Linger. And after Long Yi's big hand drove straight to her virgin land, Long Linger sober up with a start. The beautiful face of Long Linger instantly became very red, wanted to say something but then hesitated. Afterwards, she simply closed her eyes and turned her head to one side. The big hand of Long Yi pressed the softest place of the girl, but his complexion suddenly became somewhat odd. This moment he felt a thick layer of soft cloth-like thing inside her extremely thin panties. If his guess was not wrong, then this ought to be the item to use during the physiological period of women. Long Yi gloomily cursed inwardly. Now he finally knew why Long Linger refused to go back to inn with him last night. As it turned out, women's great aunt had come. Truly nerve-wracking. It seems the dirty thoughts in his mind would remain unrealized. Long Yi pulled back his big hand, then looking at Long Linger's that red seemingly burning beautiful face, he softly said with a smile, "Your good friend had come but you said nothing, causing me trouble in vain. Are you happy now? Long Linger opened her eyes. She immediately knew that the good friend Long Yi was saying was referring to her. That she looked at the erect crotch of Long Yi, then gritting her teeth, she said in a mosquito-like small voice, "If you don't dislike dirty, then you can do it." Long Yi was dumbfounded, and couldn't bear but laugh. This girl was truly stupidly cute. Long Yi naturally knew that women were most susceptible to infection during physiological periods. Moreover, he was not that impatient to do this matter. And seeing Long Yi was laughing evilly, Long Linger thought that he was ridiculing her, so she suddenly got angry out of shame. She however had said that aloud with great resolution, but this fellow actually ridiculed her, truly was a great bastard. "Are you laughing? Are you laughing?" Long Linger threw herself at Long Yi and began punching and kicking. Long Yi stopped laughing, and begged for mercy. "Well, I am not laughing, really not laughing." After being busy for a long while, Long Linger withdrew into the bosom of Long Yi. Now she had slowly began to get accustomed to the embrace of Long Yi, merely she herself hadn't noticed this. This way, it was hard to tell who will be unable to leave home. Just then, Long Linger subconsciously recalled those three girls beside Long Yi when he had came to meet Principality at that time. They ought to be his women too. Moreover, he was willing to beg her for the sake of that cursed girl, so that girl ought to weight very heavy in the heart of Long Yi. But was she able to compare her? Long Linger's heart could not help but feel uncomfortable, because she knew that she herself definitely couldn't compare with that girl in the heart of Long Yi. Hereafter, I must make this pervert wholeheartedly love me, then dump him. Long Linger said inwardly, while forcibly shaking her little head. "What happened? Why are you shaking her head?" Long Yi curiously asked. Long Linger turned around and looked at Long Yi, and her expression was slightly strange. Just now when she thought of Long Yi wholeheartedly loving her, a scene of two people cuddling each other on the top of colorful Flower Mountain suddenly appeared in her mind. So she shook her head to toss away those unacceptable scene from her brain. Long Yi didn't question closely again, as during physiological period, girls were always strange. They say it was easier to anger them, so in this period of time, it would be better to provoke them less. "Zimenyu." Long Linger suddenly called out. Long Yi softly responded, while the figure of few girls wander about slowly in his heart. Among them were Si Bai, Leng Yuiu, Yu Feng, Wash Wang and Lu Zia. Their voice and smiling face were so clear in his mind that all different flirtatious smile made him intoxicated. He missed them, and also his desires to see them got vigorous. Seeing Long Yi's absent-minded appearance, Long Linger pinched his waist and firmly turned the soft flesh while panting with rage. Chapter 136. Entering the academy, Long Yi screamed, then helplessly looked at Long Linger. "Women in physiological period is truly moody. What were you thinking just now, laughing so disgustingly?" Long Linger sneered. Just now when Long Yi was absent-minded, his expression was soft and somewhat blurred, clearly was reminiscing. Long Yi made a wry smile, and without hiding, he lightly sighed. "I am thinking of few other girls, they are my women, and also will be your close sisters." Long Linger was startled, and seeing Long Yi's longing expression, the crack on her frozen heart seemed to enlarge somewhat. She had thought that Long Yi would speak sweet words and honeyed phrases of how he was thinking about her and so on words, but to her surprise, he bluntly told her that he was missing other girls right in front of her. Hearing this, she felt somewhat stifled, and at the same time, Long Linger's understanding of Long Yi deepened a step further. He really has changed, becoming affectionate and true, not fickle in his affections, seemed not so bad. "Are you jealous?" Seeing Long Linger in a daze, Long Yi couldn't help but ask with a smile. "No, what does it have to do with me whether you're thinking of other girls or not?" Long Linger refused to admit. "This unhappiness in my heart is absolutely not jealousy." "Really not?" "Relying on my experience, you are definitely jealous, isn't that right?" Long Yi said with a bad smile, and his appearance looked just like a drunk toad. "Nonsense, I don't." Long Linger pushed away Long Yi in rage, then getting off the bed, She rushed to the bathroom. If not, then why such a big reaction? Can it be that? Long Yi muttered, and he couldn't help but reveal a complacent smile. Lin angrily told her grandfather Puxi Usi about the matter of Long Yi and tyrannical bear mercenary groups acting in collusion with each other to swindle the mission reward from them. Grandpa, we can't just let them go, and especially Zeman Yu, that bastard. They cheated you of all the money that was for buying magic materials. Lin Na said while fanning the flame, as she was unable to swallow this anger. But she forgot that this matter, from the start to finish, was something she had provoked herself. Zeman Yu? Are you talking about second kid of violent Dragon Empire's Zeman clan who have committed outrages? Puxi Usi asked. That's him, that shameless hooligan. Lin Na hatefully said. She will never be able to forget that night's harassment. That bastard actually unshipped her underwear, perhaps also touched her breasts too. Truly hateful. Seeing his granddaughter was gnashing her teeth, Puxi Usi couldn't help but angrily said, "Did that bastard bully you? I will look for him to settle the accounts." Lin Na was startled, and hastily said, "No, not. How can that bastard bully me relying on his miserable strength? I am after all your granddaughter." Puxi Usi's fiery temper disappeared as fast as it had come. He nodded his head and said, "Pretty good, with your strength. That kid should not be your opponent. You not bullying him is already good enough." "Yes, that's right, but he cheated your money, Grandpa, so shouldn't you teach him a lesson?" Lin Na said. "All of this is your cause, and now we have already handed over the money, so even I want to, it won't come back. And here you are asking Grandpa, a Grand Fire Master Archmage, to go and look for a trouble with a brat. Isn't his intentionally making myself a joke? Since you cannot swallow this anger, then you can go and teach him a small lesson. In any case, that kid is not your opponent." Puxi Usi said. That 1,000 amethyst coins was still causing him endless pain, so he also wanted her to properly teach him a lesson. Lin Na was speechless at once, because she knew that she was not his opponent. So she thought of a way to make her grandpa Puxi Usi to go into action, but never thought that she was just moving a stone and smashing her leg. In Holy Magic Academy, a special office was set up to recruit the student all year round, especially recruiting children of various countries' nobles as well as youths who had reached intermediate magician before the age of 20. The reason why such special office was set up and all children of various countries' nobles were welcomed, this was naturally because they had no other choice. Holy Magic Academy was directly under the imperial family of Mi Principality, while Mi Principality was small country with small military. So if they wants to survive during the frequent wars of Blue Wave's continent, then they must fawn on various countries' nobles, and recruiting the youths who had reached intermediate magician before the age of 20 was also a kind of self-defense mechanism. Generally these kind of youths have limitless future prospects. Moreover, after graduating, most of them would become pillars of various countries, and in the future, if Mi Principality have difficulty, then they will definitely give a helping hand. This special recruiting office was relatively idle throughout the year. After all, the number of people who could satisfy the condition of special recruit was very low. And today, a youth however applied to enter the academy in this special recruiting office, and this youth caused the sensation. Seeing bustling crowd of people surrounding the office, Long Yi endlessly made a wry smile. As a matter of fact, a person becoming too famous was not necessarily a good thing. Yesterday's incident of courting had caused a sensation throughout the academy. Up until now many people still discussed about this incident enthusiastically, and some clever boys had already begun to imitate it, so thick-skinned boys were becoming more and more common. "Is your name Long Yi?" A male teacher wearing yellow earth-attributed magic robe who was responsible for handling the matters of special recruits took the form handed over by Long Yi, then asked while looking at him with a smiling eyes. "Yes." Long Yi answered. "Wasn't it you who created a sensation in front of girls' dormitory yesterday? That method was actually rather modern, not bad, not bad." This male teacher said with a smile. Long Yi was speechless. "Are you water intermediate magician?" This male teacher again asked. Long Yi nodded his head, while muttering in his heart, how come this fellow is asking such nonsense questions? Isn't that clearly written clearly on the form, but is still asking persistently? You don't have the rank certificate of Magician Guild, so you have to cast an intermediate water magic now. Will that be a problem? That male teacher asked. No problem. Long Yi grinned. Long Yi pretended to chant a string of incantation, then waved his right hand, and a chill immediately froze a chair to his right into an ice cube. Very good, very good. Now you are admitted to our academy. This male teacher excitedly said. Now the academy had recruited a good seedling, moreover was also a funny fellow, so later there will be a lot of excitement in the academy. That male teacher turned over a book, muttered to himself for quite a while, then said, you are assigned to Advanced Magic Department's Water Magic Class A, hope you will learn eagerly and quickly reach Water Advanced Magician, and at that time your future prospect will be very bright. Ah, Water Magic Class A, the luck of this fellow is too good. A male student among the onlookers outside immediately cried out, and other male students beside him were also looking at him with jealousy. As for Long Yi, why would he care about which class was he assigned to? With his current strength, did he still need to learn here? He came here only because he had promised Long Linger. Seeing the exclamation of onlookers, he couldn't help but asked, Teacher, what is so special about this Water Magic Class A? Why is their reaction so big? That male teacher laughed mischievously and said, Go there and you will naturally know. Long Yi shrugged his shoulder, seeing extremely jealous expression of these fellows. It seems that the Water Magic Class A is a good place. I wonder what is so good about this place? Is there a lot of beautiful female students, or an utterly beautiful big sister type teacher? Merely, can they compare with Long Linger? After completing the procedures to enter the academy, Long Yi just understood that it turned out specially recruited students actually didn't need to pay even a cent to enter the academy. Moreover, academy furthermore had scholarship issued. Although Long Yi didn't care about this small money, but he was still slightly happy. The dormitory where special recruit students would stay was also a high-grade dormitory with a high-quality rooms where only 2 people would stay per room. The structure and condition were similar to the high-grade girls' dormitory where Zemin Wuan and Long Linger were staying. And what made Long Yi happiest was, this boys' dormitory was just opposite to the girls' dormitory where Long Linger was staying. Opening the door of his dormitory, a really neat and tidy hall appeared before his eyes. Presumably his roommate was a person who was very fond of cleanness. This made Long Yi have a good impression on his yet-to-see roommate. Long Yi looked all around for a while, and felt quite satisfied. And when he passed his roommate's room, Long Yi noticed that the door of the room was not completely closed. He walked forward and looked inside, only to discover that the big bed inside was actually covered with pink sheets. Could it be that this boy is Prince's complex gay? Long Yi immediately shuddered, but again thought, how could I judge the sexual orientation of a person only with the color of the bed sheet? Then he couldn't help but smile. The thought of just now was too subjective. Just then, the door of dormitory suddenly opened, and a brown-haired brown-eyed attractive boy entered. His build was not very tall, but was thin and looked frail. Hello, from today onwards, I will be your dormitory roommate. I'm Long Yi, hereafter please take care of me. Long Yi stood up and walked over to the front of this boy with a smile, then enthusiastically extended his right hand. This boy was startled, but immediately recovered. Then with a smile on his face, he also stretched his right hand, lightly held onto the hand of Long Yi and immediately retracted back. Then said, I am Ling Feng, very pleased to know you. Long Yi put down his right hand, and doubts appeared in his heart. The hand of this Ling Feng was very soft, simply was almost like the jade hand of girls. But when Long Yi looked towards the throat of Ling Feng, he saw his throat had Adam's apple sticking out. At this time, Ling Feng looked at the face of Long Yi, then suddenly said, I was thinking why you looked so familiar. But aren't you that person who courted Long Linger in front of girls' dormitory yesterday? Little brother really admire you very much. Hope you will teach little brother 1 or 2 moves in future. This kid looked refined, but it turned out he was also Jackals from the same lair. Now with regarding to his strange thought of just now, he just felt laughable. Didn't he just covered his bed with pink sheet? It's very normal, as in my previous incarnation. Didn't a lot of men wore pink clothing on the streets? Chapter 137, Me Empress. Long Yi replied no problem with a smile, and thinking it was time to eat the dinner, he enthusiastically stretched out his hand and put it over the shoulder of Ling Feng, then said with smile, "Brother, today you have to come with me to intoxicated fragrant building to enjoy eating good food and conveniently exchange our feelings." The body of Ling Feng stiffened, and he seamlessly retreated 2 steps back, avoiding the wolf claw of Long Yi, then replied with smile, "Little brother agrees, but shouldn't you also invite sister-in-law? This boy has good future prospect, so honeyed mouth, just the kind I like." Long Yi thought in his heart, and shaking his hand, he said, "Not necessary. When men are eating, if women are also there, then how can men eat open-heartedly?" As a matter of fact, this afternoon Zaman Wuan had come over and took away Long Linger, who was in a fit of pique, saying Puxi Usi, that old man was not busy recently and had begun to give lesson, so, both girls very quickly ran away, not even looking at him properly. This made Long Yi very depressed. These women, they really shouldn't be spoiled. The more they are spoiled, the more arrogant they becomes. But this was merely complaint of Long Yi, nothing more. Long Yi actually was a person who understood to have tender, protective feeling for the fairer sex, and sometimes was too clever, but a clever person might become the victim of his own ingenuity. While walking around the academy, a lot of people turned their head back to look at him, and also many people would stop and point him out. Long Yi first believed that all of them were talking about him, but later, after he heard few people whispering, he realized that this fellow beside him was also unexpectedly a man of the hour in Holy Magic Academy, only it seemed to be in a negative way. According to the conversation heard along the way, Long Yi understood that this dormitory roommate was also Bone Ash level expert womanizer. He was also a special recruit student of Holy Magic Academy, and within 1 year he had been in the academy, he had pursued no less than 50 beauties, and every time, when the beauty gave the hints of accepting, this fellow would immediately retreat. After that he would begin looking for next target, while externally declaring that that beauty was dissatisfied with him, simply was too shameless. And now, even though he had also heard other people discussing about him, this boy was still chatting and laughing with Long Yi without batting an eyelid. Long Yi admired him inwardly for this. This is an authentic arrogant pervert. Along the way, Long Yi thought to put over his hand over his shoulder several times to show affection, but he would skillfully avoid each time. It seems he didn't like other people coming into contact with him, so Long Yi also let it be. Right now intoxicated fragrant building was overcrowded with people. Both downstairs and upstairs were filled with people. It seems waiting for a short time would also be in vain. Ling Feng, forget about it, let's go elsewhere to eat, Long Yi suggested. Ling Feng however smiled and said, "This intoxicated fragrant has few private rooms upstairs dedicated to the use of only special honored guests, and most of the time they are empty. And it just so happens to that the owner of this intoxicated fragrant building is my distantly related cousin, so wait for me, I'll go in and greet him." Seeing Ling Feng proudly entering the inner room, Long Yi raised his eyebrows. It seems the identity of this boy is not simple. Distantly related cousin? Only Ghost would believe this nonsense. Just looking at the way he entered, it seemed he was owner of this place. Perhaps this really true? Long Yi pondered while smiling. Sure enough, after Ling Feng came out, several servants respectfully greeted them, and led both of them to third floor's super luxurious room. The furnishing and decoration of this room was incomparably luxurious, and the tableware was actually made of amethyst. The degree of luxury was really impressive. Ling Feng, it seems your that distantly related cousin treats you very nicely. A word from you and he provide you such a luxurious place to dine. I think even royal dining hall is also nothing more than such. Long Yi said these words having other profound meaning to Ling Feng with a smile. Yes, my cousin is very kind to me, Ling Feng just answered with a smile, turning a blind eye to the probing eyes of Long Yi. The owner of Intoxicated Fragrant Building was really nice to Ling Feng, this cousin. Within few minutes, plates after plates of variety of exquisite delicacies were presented. All of them were rarely seen fine delicacies, which could make any people salivate. Honestly speaking, the table manners of Long Yi was truly not particularly elegant. He ate mouthful of food at once, causing oil to flow out from his mouth as well as made chewing sound, and he would frequently raise wine cup, gulping down the wine in one breath. By contrast, Ling Feng nevertheless was very refined. He would chew his food well before swallowing it. No matter how one see it, this appearance of Ling Feng resembled a girl having a meal. As a matter of fact, it was not a difficult matter for Long Yi to eat gracefully. In his previous incarnation, he was descended from Dragon Organization, so he had to master each country's etiquette. Moreover, this body nevertheless was Violent Dragon Empire's largest clan, Zemin clan's young master, so with regarding to etiquette of upper strata of society, he naturally was very familiar. But Long Yi felt it was not necessary to pretend, and conveniently revealed his open-minded nature. He always had a belief that men should eat a big mouthful and drink a big mouthful. Don't look at how refined Ling Feng was. His capacity for liquor nevertheless was not low at all. Both of them drank wine which was made by mixing different kinds of wines. In his previous incarnation, this kind of wine was called cocktail, which after entering into the mouth had rich and mellow delayed effect. Both Ling Feng and Long Yi drank dozens of cups. Still only the face of Ling Feng was slightly red, but his brown eyes were still clear. Ling Feng, your capacity for liquor is not bad. You've truly hidden yourself deeply. Not only are you pretty good at picking up women, still your capacity for liquor is also similarly good. Long Yi said with a smile, and began using internal force to force out alcohol from his body as he had reached the limit. Ling Feng smiled but said nothing, and his eyes suddenly changed, and drifted somewhat. Seeing Ling Feng was not answering, Long Yi also didn't mind. Everyone has secrets in their heart that they are unwilling to talk. After that he turned around and began to look the crowd of people bustling with activity on the street, and unconsciously, also began to be in a trance. In his brain, the familiar and unfamiliar scenes of previous incarnations, those stream of people, crowded streets, towering skyscrapers, crisscross roads, neon lights flashing in the night and so on unexpectedly began to appear. Just then, two luxurious carriages drove over the streets, and these carriages had the symbol of the imperial family of Mi Principality, and under the protection of two groups of satyrs, they directly arrived in front of Intoxicated Fragrant Building, then directly turning, entered the side's tightly guarded courtyard. When these luxurious carriages were turning, from the slightly opened curtain of the first carriage, Long Yi saw a flank of a young girl, which seemed familiar, but this moment, he was unable to recall where he had seen her. Should be the Empress of Mi Principality, but she is Fox Clan's woman. Once in a while, she would come here to eat a meal. Ling Feng, as if understanding Long Yi's thought, explained. Fox Clan's woman? Long Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, at that time, the Emperor of Mi Principality overrode all objection and took her as an empress. Moreover, this fox lady also knows some tricks, doing few small good deeds to get good reputation. Ling Feng said, but his tone was rather filled with disdain. At this moment, the sound of footsteps began to come from the stairs. It seems that Fox Empress and her group were coming up. Long Yi opened a small crack on the door, and stealthily looked out. Several sturdy guards were walking in the front, and behind them, a beautiful and voluptuous woman wearing Mi Palace attire followed. The facial features of this woman was outrageously exquisite, and especially those eyes, brilliant lights and vibrant colors, making people unable to bear but get drunk in it. Her body was utterly hot, her standing tall mounds were bulging out from the skin-tight palace attire, as if they would split open her clothing and come out. Her slender waist could be held by one arm, and her butt was pert and plump. Such figure and face were truly worthy of exceptionally beautiful woman. It's her. And seeing a young girl closely following beside this Mi Empress, Long Yi exclaimed in surprise in his heart. This girl was actually Bertha, whom he had met in Barbarian Bull Clan's martial arts competition. The stubbornness of this fox girl at that time had left behind a very deep impression, and especially that morning, when she feared he would get cold, and covered his body with her own robe. This made Long Yi have a very good impression on this fox girl. He still have that robe with him. What is the relationship between Bertha and Mi Empress? Could it be that they came from the same branch of Fox clan? This is also not impossible. Bertha, how is the business of Charming Love Residence now? Mi Empress asked. Her voice was so soft and crisp that it had the ability to melt the heart of people. Andy, you can rest assured. Do you have no trust in your niece? My ability? Few days ago, the little princess of Violent Dragon Empire, Longlinger and Zeman clans Miss Zeman Wuan have become our honored guests. Bertha confidently said with a smile. Very good. Mi Empress said as she entered the private room next door to Long Yi, and shut the door. Afterwards, their sound was also cut off. These VIP private rooms were really different, actually having such a good sound insulation barrier. Hearing Longlinger and Zeman Wuan's name, Long Yi's heart got anxious. What is this Charming Love Residence? It doesn't sound like a good place. These fox ladies aren't drawing them in to make them do that kind of shady business, right? Long Yi, what's it like? Isn't this Mi Empress is utterly beautiful? She truly does have capital to completely charm and captivate men. The corner of Long Feng's mouth rose, revealing a taunting smile. Where did Long Yi had time to think about whether Mi Empress was beautiful or not? This moment, the things he wanted to know was, what actually was that Charming Love Residence, and did Zeman Wuan and Longlinger fell into a pitfall? At this moment, Ling Feng also noticed that the looks of Long Yi was wrong, so he asked, Long Yi, what's going on with you? Can it be that fox spirit stole your soul away? Ling Feng, do you know what Charming Love Residence is? Long Yi asked. Ling Feng nodded his head. I know, it is a special small restaurant which receives only noble miss and madam. If my guess is not wrong, the hidden owner should be Mi Empress. Small restaurant? Only receives women? Long Yi dumbfounded. Could it be that this is the first female-only restaurant in the entire Blue Waves continent? This Mi Empress truly has brain, as it is easiest to earn women's money. But she opened this restaurant, then opened. Still, why on earth did you name it Charming Love Residence? Isn't his intentionally searching for misunderstanding? Since Mi Empress herself owned her restaurant, why didn't she go to her own store, instead came here to intoxicated fragrant building? Long Yi frowned and asked, feeling this was rather a little odd. Should be to cover up the identity. After all, not even a dozen people know the identity of behind-the-scene owner of Charming Love Residence. Ling Feng said. Long Yi smiled, and looking at Ling Feng, he said, didn't you know too? Ling Feng only smiled without answering. Although he knew that Charming Love Residence was not the kind of place he had imagined, but Long Yi still had strong urge to know what Mi Empress and Bertha were talking about. Long Yi silently circulated his internal force and slowly infiltrated into the wall. This moment, he knew that the room not only had soundproof barrier, but also had a various element magic's top-level protecting barrier. Although all of these barriers were powerful, but before Long Yi's internal force that was specialized in breaking barrier, they were useless. Just when his internal force had passed through the barrier, Long Yi heard a soul-stirring moaning sound that could cause people's blood to boil. Chapter 138, Fox Lady's Spring Scenery. Hearing such soul-cleansing moaning sound, the mind of Long Yi heated up, and his heart also skipped few beats in confusion. And a scene of two charming body entangling with each other doing that business of fake male and false female began to appear in his mind. Long Yi's blood boiled, and he couldn't wait for his eyeballs to fly out and pass through the wall to see how erotic that scene actually was. Ling Feng, I am going to toilet, wait for me here for a while. Long Yi said, Immediately after that he went out and entered the toilet. The toilet in this third floor was also inlaid with gold and silver, and was also so clean and shining that one could directly lie down and go to sleep on the floor. But this moment, Long didn't have time to admire this. He was already impatient inside his heart, so directly running to window, his figure flashed and changing into afterimage, he went out of window, getting into the compartment of the roof. The compartment was very narrow, the height was only enough for one person to lie down. Long Yi stretched his body, and gently pressing his palm on the floor, and as if noiselessly slid forward. Cautiously using his internal force for detection, Long Yi finally determined the location of the private room of Mi Empress. "Bertha, how do you feel?" The crisp voice of Mi Princess came through the private room, which could paralyze the heart of any person that heard it. "Andy, don't be so hard, it hurts a little," Bertha replied while panting heavily. The evil fire of Long Yi instantly burned hearing these voices. Heaven have no justice. Two exceptional beauties are actually doing this kind of thing. Long Yi channeled internal force in his fingertips, then using Shelline Diamond Finger, he poked a hole through the floor. Then only with a slight sound, the floor with multiple layer of barriers was easily impaled. After that Long Yi impatiently moved his eyes close to this hole, but the scene he saw through this hole nearly made him spat blood and died on the spot. This private room actually had a place surrounded by a gauze, and Mi Princess and Bertha were inside this gauze. So Long Yi could only see the two silhouette, one sitting other lying. Except this, he could see nothing. This made Long Yi, who believed that he could see an erotic show of grinding soybeans to make bean curd, feel utterly disappointed. "Okay, this is it for today. Come back next month again." At this time, Mi Empress said, "Andy, how long before I can practice 1,000 extreme illusions?" Bertha asked. "Wait another half a year, you can practice after half a year." "But while practicing 1,000 extreme illusion, before you reach 100 change clones, you absolutely can't lose your virginity, do you understand?" Mi Empress' crisp voice unexpectedly carried faint solemnness. "I know, Andy, you can rest assured, I am also discontented with those smelly men," Bertha said with a smile. "You can never tell the emotional matters. Sometime, just an extremely short meeting of one time can leave a very deep impression. Auntie can only hope that you can hold yourself back at that time. You are our Fox clan's sole person with Silver Fox bloodline, and also the only one that can practice invisible magic as well as 1,000 extreme illusions, so all the flourishing hopes of Fox clan are depending on you." Mi Empress softly sighed, and her tone was somewhat bleak and dreary. "Andy, you can rest assured, Bertha's biggest wish in this life is to lead Fox clan to the top level of all the Beast clan again. Moreover, I don't have mood to discuss passion and talk of love. Besides, these smelly men don't have even a single good person, you know, all of them use lecherous gaze to look at us," said Bertha. "Auntie knows, our Bertha's vision is very high. There are only very few men in this world who can enter your eyes." Mi Empress slightly laughed and said, "That's natural." When Bertha replied, there was a slight hesitation for an instant, as a handsome man with a bad smile whom she had met in Barbarian Bull Clan's martial arts competition suddenly appeared in her mind. She could never forget that night. Mi Empress noticed the expression of Bertha, but didn't reveal it, as she believed that her niece with tenacious temperament would definitely tidy up these matters. Hearing this, Long Yi, who was in narrow compartment, was mystified, and felt that they were not doing that matter of fake male and false female. What is this silver bloodline? As for invisible magic, last I have heard about it from the patriarch of Barbarian Bull Clan, but 1,000 extreme illusions, I have never heard about it. Can it be that it is also one of the lost techniques of Fox Clan? When Long Yi was thinking, the gauze suddenly lifted open, and breath of Long Yi suddenly stopped, and pupils suddenly enlarged. As it turned out, inside the gauze, although two exceptional beauties of Fox Clan were not completely bare, but their bodies only had thin underwear. No need to mention about greater part of their snow-white well-developed chest were revealed, even the marks of two small bumps could be seen clearly in their bra. naturally was tempting to the extreme, especially me Empress, her those breasts, which were much bigger compared to Bertha. From inside a small bra was on the verge of coming out into the open, and her body's that obscene panties was unexpectedly Beauty Workshop's newest transparent model, and a black shadow could be seen indistinctly on it. Moreover, because of being skin tight, Mysterious Scully's impression could be seen clearly. Furthermore, adding that snow white shaking bushy tail on her buttocks, her avant-garde attraction was already fatal. Oh, God. I'm unable to bear. Long Yi mouth and tongue became dry, as, not only the body of this fox lady was captivating, even her every little move involuntarily exudes shocking charm. Meeting her, even an impotence man would have myriads of amorous feelings and would immediately have a pillar supporting the sky, much less Long Yi, who had yet to vent off his evil fire in these past few days. Thinking about time, he guessed that kid, Ling Fei, ought to have already become impatient while waiting. So reluctantly looking at that charming bodies of two fox ladies below, he prepared to return back. Just then, me Empress stooped to peek something, and the too soft round flesh of her breast immediately squeezed out a long and deep cleavage. Long Yi swallowed mouthful of saliva with gudong sound, and his little brother suddenly got even harder, nearly bursting out of his pants. And at this time, me Empress's bent waist slightly shook, then while feeling about on the floor, she inadvertently reached out her hand towards necklace in her neck. Light flickered in the eyes of Long Yi, and he dangerously narrowed his eyes. Right now he had a kind of intuition that me Empress seemed to have already noticed him now, and when he saw her hand slowly reaching the necklace in her neck, he made a move. Two spirit chi shot out from his finger, instantly hitting Bertha and me Empress. Of course, he didn't hurt their life, merely had sealed there, nothing more. Now, there was no need to hide, so he lifted open a piece of floor slab, then lightly flying down, he gracefully landed in front of two fox ladies. Seeing the appearance of Long Yi, Bertha's panic-stricken expression changed into surprise, then again changed into anger. As for Long Yi, he extended his big hand towards the breast of me Empress. Long Yi, you bastard, what do you think you are doing? Bertha angrily said. Although she was unable to move her body, but she could still speak. Long Yi's finger lightly brushed past me Empress's surging forth snow white breast, then moving up, the blue necklace on the chest of me Empress fell into his hand. The charming body of me Empress quivered. Her face became red and her breathing involuntarily got somewhat rapid, but she didn't have any fear. Instead, her seductive eyes were curiously sizing Long Yi up. Long Yi ripped down her necklace, then carefully looking it for a while, he said with a smile, "This thing to call for help is really advanced. Bertha, do you know him?" Me Empress asked Bertha, and as if this matter was merely a common day-to-day matter, she didn't show the slightest awareness. Moreover, even though she was wearing merely small bra and panties in front of a stranger, she was not shy at all. "I don't know this scum," Bertha said while panting with rage. Long Yi merely smiled, but his eyes as if thief was sizing up the charming bodies of two women in only small bra and panties. Moreover, he frequently clicked his tongue in admiration. Smelly bastard, quickly let us go." At this moment, Bertha recalled that she was only in her underwear, and was completely exposed in front of Long Yi, so she couldn't help but screeched, and her beautiful face instantly became very red. Long Yi smirked, and after placing another spirit restriction around, he freed both women. After that, Bertha immediately covered her chest with her hands, and rushed inside the gauze, but me Empress however leisurely wore clothing right in front of Long Yi, as if standing before her was not a stranger, rather her husband me Emperor. This fox lady truly deserves to be a fox lady. If they said they are second in the ability to seduce a man, then I feared no one would dare to admit themselves first. Long Yi thought inwardly, but his eyes were fixed on the body of me Empress with a faint smile on his face. After finished putting on her clothing, me Empress naturally and at ease sat on the sofa, but she was rather surprised in her heart. Just now, while wearing the clothes, She had used charming magic on Long Yi, but she discovered that although this fellow had expression of desiring beauty, but from the beginning to end, his eyes were always clear. Basically her magic had no effect on him. Why did you secretly peep on us? Me Empress's face revert back to dignified appearance and asked lightly, is there any other reason to peep? Naturally for seeing beauties. Long Yi said with a mischievous smile, and he didn't hesitate to sit opposite to me Empress with his legs crossed and one foot poised in the air. That is definitely not your reason. Me Empress said with certainty. Why? Long Yi curiously asked. Intuition. Me Empress confidently said. Intuition is baseless and often wrong, so Empress shouldn't mislead yourself by intuition. Long Yi smiled and said, I believe in myself. Me Empress indifferently said. Long Yi just shrugged his shoulders. The greater part of the reason to peep was because he had heard that soul-stirring moaning sound, and with the dirty thoughts, he had rushed here to peep. So saying he had come here to see beauties was naturally correct answer, but never thought that me Empress unexpectedly didn't believe him. Nowadays, no one believes the truth, but many took lying words seriously. Well, I admit that your intuition is right, I really came here on purpose. Long Yi looked at me Empress and said with a smile, then what is your purpose? Me Empress asked. Very simple, just now when you were walking upstairs, you mentioned that Long Linger and Simon Wuan were honored guests of Charming Love Residence, and this Charming Love Residence seemed not a good place when hearing. Furthermore they are my friends, and it is related to their safety. So I have no choice but to behave like this. But who would have thought that you two were doing that kind of matter? Long Yi said with mischievous smile. The face of me Empress became red, then somewhat angrily said, Charming Love Residence is merely a small restaurant that is exclusively open only for women, nothing more. It's not the kind of place you are thinking. Is it really just a small restaurant? Long Yi's gaze shone while staring at me Empress. I don't care what your aim is, but be sure to not involve Long Linger and Simon Wuan, otherwise, you Fox clan will disappear from Blue Wave's continent forever. Long Yi half squinted his eyes, and his body suddenly emitted bone-piercing cold-killing intent. Chapter 139, Ling Feng's Secret. After speaking, Long Yi changed into a wisp of smoke and flew out from the path he had entered the room, then placed that floor slab back into its original position, such that no one could see anything wrong from outside. As for me Empress, she was rather startled, and her expression changed irregularly. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. Just then, Bertha, who had finished putting on her clothes, came out from inside the gauze, but discovered Long Yi had already left, leaving behind the smell of Manora inside the room. Did he left? That smelly fellow actually come and go as he please? Truly too hateful. Bertha angrily said, and sulked sitting on the sofa. Me Empress sobered up from her thought, then softly said with a smile, still not telling me quickly, how do you know him? This time, Bertha no longer concealed. She thoroughly narrated all the matters that had happened at Barbarian Bull Clan's martial arts competition, but she omitted the matter occurred in the mountain at night. Me Empress looked at Bertha with a smile yet not a smile, and did not ask further. Long Yi rolled into the toilet from the window, then patted out the dust from his body. And just at that time, he noticed blue necklace which he had ripped out of me Empress was still his hand. Forget it. I will return it to her next time. Long Yi shook this necklace and threw it into his space ring. Entering into the private room, he saw that Ling Feng was gracefully sipping the wine from his cup, looking very satisfied. Long Yi, did you finally crawled out from the toilet? Ling Feng said while watching Long Yi with a mocking smile. What? Long Yi unknowingly got somewhat afraid. I just thought that you had lost your way to the toilet. So I asked some people to search for you, but discover that you were really missing without a trace. Ling Feng said with a smile. Long Yi awkwardly smiled and sat opposite to Ling Feng. Ling Feng no longer kept on asking about where Long Yi had gone just now, rather began to talk about this and that with Long Yi, like talking about magic, warrior, women, the situation of continent and so on. Now Long Yi found that this kid, Ling Feng was very knowledgeable. He could basically chat about any subject. Moreover, he sounded like a professional. In just this fashion of drinking and chatting, they finally left late at night. As for me, Empress and Bertha, they had already left long ago. Right now on the street, only pedestrians in twos and threes were pacing back and forth, and the magic lamps of store entrance were already extinguished. At this moment, Long Yi and Ling Feng were walking down the streets from intoxicated fragrant building with drunken staggering steps, and both of them were talking very loudly. Right now they had typical drunkard appearance. Long Yi didn't use internal force to completely disperse the alcohol within his body, because Long Yi felt very good feeling this kind of half-drunk half-awake feeling. Right now he felt as if he was stepping on the cotton, and had a kind of riding the clouds and mounting the mist feeling. Two people loudly talked nonsense, and at this time, Long Yi subconsciously put over his big hand on the slightly thin shoulder of Ling Feng, and this time, Ling Feng however didn't dodge. Instead he also placed his hand on the back of Long Yi. After that, two people, arms around each other's shoulders, walked towards Holy Light Academy while talking nonsense. Ling Feng, how come your body smells so sweet, just like a young girl? Long Yi lisped with a smile, as he smelled a faint elegant fragrance which wasn't concealed by this dense smell of alcohol. I'm of course. While speaking, Ling Feng suddenly staggered, and swallowed down the remaining words. And feeling dizzy, Long Yi also no longer continued to speak. Two people entered the dormitory, pushed open the door, then walking to the sofa of drawing room, they collapsed down while hugging each other. In that instant, they were unable to open their heavy as if thousand jinn eyelids, and both of them entered into the deep sleep hugging each other. Moonlight spilled into the room from the windowsill, and gently shone upon the two people. If someone broke in this time, then they would definitely think these two people were homosexual. In the middle of the night, Ling Feng opened his eyes in confusion. After that, blinking his eyes few times, he sobered up a little. Then, he suddenly found himself lying in the arms of a man. Moreover, something hard seemed to be poking on his lower abdomen. He was startled in his heart, then immediately sat up. Only after that he discovered that the person lying beside him was Long Yi, and he also recalled both of them getting drunk, then returning to dormitory in drunk state. Thinking this, his face slightly turned red. What thing does he have on his body? Feeling peculiar on his lower abdomen, Ling Feng couldn't help but muttered. Then moving away from sofa, he looked towards Long Yi's lower part of the body, but saw a large tent on his crotch area, forming an umbrella shape. This damned thing! The face of Ling Feng became even redder, as he cursed. That expression was simply no different from the expression of shy and angry young girl. Feeling his body was covered with alcohol smell, Ling Feng frowned, and directly went to bathroom. Closing the door, Ling Feng began to undress, and surprisingly his chest area was actually tied up with a layer of white-colored band. Unshipping that band, a pair of pure white as if jade meat buns leapt out, and slightly trembling, they came loose. This period of time, I truly wronged you. Ling Feng lovingly caressed her bosom and murmured softly. After that, Ling Feng took out a light green pill from her space ring, and ate it. Then her delicate face distorted, and became hazy as if a layer of faint mist was blocking. After everything became clear, a pretty face appeared on the mirror. Her brown hair had changed into light blue, and her eyes had also changed into as if ocean color. Now her skin was exquisite and well proportionated without any flaw, her eyebrows as if willow leaf was perfect, beautiful fine straight nose showing her unyielding disposition, and bright red delicate lips however again displayed her womanly charm to the utmost. Yes, that's right, this was a somewhat contradictory very beautiful face, revealing a kind of peculiar flirtatiousness and attractiveness. Pressing the switch, the bathing device on the wall sprinkled warm water, and while this water came into contact with this flawless jade body, Ling Feng gently washed her charming body, and she naturally gave more emphasis on the fragrant grass of her private parts. And this moment, soundly sleeping Long Yi suddenly woke up due to the nature's call, and with half-closed eyes as if sleepwalking, he walked towards the lit-up bathroom, then twisting the doorknob, he instantly opened the door. At this moment Ling Feng, who was smearing bath essence on her body, was so scared that she was stunned due to this sudden and unexpected visitor. Long Yi, however, as if feeling nothing, entered the bathroom filled with mists, then went straight to the toilet, which was separated by just magic mirror. After that, loosening his belt, he pulled out that frightening big fellow, and unexpectedly acting as though there were nobody else present, he let out his urine. After completing this deed, he pulled up his pants, and with still half-closed eyes, he walked out over to sofa, then collapsing on the sofa, he again slept soundly. Only at this time, Ling Feng sobered up, and her pretty face became red as if burning. She actually let a man see her body. Moreover, what made her even more angry and feel ashamed was, she actually saw that ugly and hideous little brother. From his appearance, he didn't look sober, so he shouldn't have seen my body. Ling Feng comforted herself, but she still was uncomfortable in her heart. If he has really seen, then I will dig out his eyes. Ling Feng waved her little fist towards the mirror and hatefully said. But then, again recalling the circumstance with Long Yi after getting drunk, she was really happy from the bottom of her heart, and warmth unconsciously flashed in her eyes. The next morning, Ling Feng got off from her soft and big bed. After the incident in the middle of the night, while lying on the bed, her imagination ran wild in her brain, so she had basically not slept properly. And after walking out from her room, she discovered that the figure of Long Yi sleeping on the sofa had disappeared without a trace, but a sound of gurgling water was coming from the bathroom. Long Yi, hurry up, I need to go to the washroom. Ling Feng knocked on the door of the bathroom, and said somewhat tensely. Long Yi, who was bathing comfortably, said, the door is unlocked, you can come in, I haven't finished washing. You are already inside, so how can I come off? Ling Feng couldn't help but recall the incident of last night again, then getting angry and feeling ashamed, she angrily said, what's the problem? Both of us are big experienced men, so what is there to feel embarrassed? Long Yi said with a smile from inside. I'm not used to it, hurry up. Ling Feng said. Ling Feng, I know why you don't dare to come in. Aren't you feeling inferior because you're actually very small? And aren't you fearing that you will be unable to bear the stimulation after seeing your brother, my ample asset? Long Yi said with a laugh, openly joking without any misgivings. Ling Feng lightly spat, then snorting, she walked to the sofa and sat down. This fellow's face truly was sufficiently thick. If she was man, then she would have naturally dared to enter, but the problem was she wasn't. Thinking about her future living with this man under the same roof, she could already foresee all sorts of inconvenience. Still, with him, life would definitely be extremely interesting. Seeing Ling Feng was not answering, he quickly took a bath, then wearing only underpants, he walked out. That kid was so shy, but he also couldn't let him get stuffed up to death. Seeing Long Yi coming out with bare upper body and with only an underpants on his lower part of his body, furthermore also seeing a big ball on his crotch area, her body suddenly became hot and dry, then she avoided his gaze. Ling Feng, admire, this is called man's body. Long Yi took a deep breath, and showcased his well-proportioned muscles which were filled with explosive power. Ling Feng endured her embarrassment with great difficulty, then sizing up the body of Long Yi once, she snorted in disdain, then facing upward, she proudly walked past Long Yi to enter toilet. This time, learning from past experience, she locked the door, and furthermore also set up the barrier. Long Yi smiled and shrugged his shoulders. This kid, he is definitely jealous. Today was Long Yi's first day to attend the class in Holy Magic Academy, so he was a little curious and also excited in his heart. Even in his previous incarnation, he was adopted by the country and was training from his childhood, so he had never attended any academy to study. And this lifetime's Ziman Yu had specialized teacher from his childhood, so he had also never attended to academy to study. Furthermore, recalling the jealous eyes of those onlooker students when he was assigned to Advanced Magic Department's Water Magic class by that male teacher, now he began to look forward to his academy life. Chapter 140, One green speck among innumerable cluster of flowers. The time was still early in the morning, and both Long Yi and Ling Feng went to the dining hall of Holy Magic Academy to eat breakfast. Since both of them were man of the hour in Holy Magic Academy, all along the road, other people pointing them out was naturally inevitable. Serving oneself a portion of fine breakfast, both of them went to sit on a corner and began eating and chatting, but both of them didn't ask any question with regarding to both sides' past history and so on in tactic understanding. Ling Feng, is there anything particular about Advanced Magic Department's Water Magic Class A? I'm seeing other people are looking at me with so jealous that they are itching to eat me appearance. Long Yi curiously asked. Lin Feng looked at Long Yi in amazement for a while, then asked, are you saying that you are assigned to Advanced Magic Department's Water Magic Class A? Yeah, is there a problem? Long Yi asked. Of course there are problems, moreover very big problems. Ling Feng bombastically shouted. What are the problems? Long Yi asked with interest. Right now he feared that his life would be too insipid, so not having a little trouble won't do. I fear you will not have peaceful student life hereafter, and the saliva of all the male students of Holy Magic Academy will drown you to death. Ling Feng sighed, then sympathetically looked at Long Yi. Long Yi smirked and said, can it be that my guess is true? Still, although Water Magic Class I have a lot of beauties, but it is still unlikely to be extremely bad like this. Since other male students studying there will also bear a portion of the hatred. Only there is no male student in Water Magic Class A, you will be the first male student there. Hereafter you are one green speck among innumerable cluster of flowers, truly too unprincipled. Why didn't this kind of good deed turn to me? Ah! Ling Feng loudly shouted, attracting the sidelong gaze of the other students. All are women, but there is no need for such jealousy, as they might not necessarily look beautiful. Ah, don't tell me that they are comparable to Long Linger and Zimin Wen, Long Yi asked with a smile. Ling Feng pondered for a while, then shaking his head, he said, from looks alone, no one can truly compare with them, but sometimes the standard of beauty is not only outward appearance, you should consider other numerous factors too, such as character, temperament, qualities and so on. You say it yourself? Are you willing to associate with an arrogant girl with exceptional looks, or willing to associate with a gentle and quiet-natured girl with beautiful looks? If I have to choose among these two, then I will definitely choose latter. Long Yi said without slightest hesitation, and he believed that great majority of men would also choose latter, naturally with the exception of those who have masochistic tendencies. That's right, and all the girl students in this Water Magic Class are gentle and pleasant, their temperament mild as if gurgling brook water, and although their looks are not comparable to the three great beauties of the Academy, but they are not very far away. Furthermore, the most important thing, do you want to know? Ling Feng blinked at Long Yi. You brat, don't keep people guessing, quickly speak. Long Yi questioned closely. Ling Feng bent forward, the whispered with a smile, although the student of Water Magic Class A cannot reach exceedingly beautiful level, but the teacher is an unparalleled beauty. Ah, how much flavor do Lin Na and other this kind of little girl have, but that teacher's figure, that temperament, tsk, just thinking made me drool. Ah. Long Yi sniffed, then doubtfully asked, you brat, did you spray perfume? How come you are so sweet-smelling? Ah. Ling Feng's face reddened. Then retracting back her body, she said, what nonsense are you talking? Do you want to listen or not? Long Yi mischievously smiled and said, listen, of course listen, you can carry on speaking. Do you know Water Master Archmage, Shui Linglong? Ling Feng asked. Yes, don't tell me that the teacher of this Water Magic Class A is her. Ah, although I don't know how old Shui Linglong is, but she is definitely more than sufficient to be my mother. Long Yi frowned. Of course it's not Shui Linglong, rather her granddaughter Shui Ruoyan. This year she is 26 years old, but still unmarried flower. Many princes and dukes wanted to get on intimate terms with her, but they cannot even see her properly. Ah, and here you actually become her student, so wouldn't the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first? Now you say yourself, wouldn't the entire courtyard drown by the saliva of male students? Ling Feng said with jealousy. Is that so? Don't be jealous, since you like Shui Ruoyan so much. How about I give up on her for you? And how about I become a mediator to create a chance for you? Is this enough, brother? Long Yi said with a smile. Ling Feng shook his head as if rattled drum. Then he said, I'm still young, and I don't want to die an untimely death. No need to talk about Shui Ruoyan herself is Archmage. Her grandmother Shui Linglong is Master Archmage, and tiny little me can't bear the consequences. This coward, I truly don't know how you were able to court girls before. Long Yi said with a smile. This courting girls also gave me a knowledge. Now which girl can be courted and which girls can't, I am very clear. Ling Feng said without caring a slightest bit. Just then, the magic bell of Holy Magic Academy rang, indicating it was almost time to attend the class. All the students inside the dining hall got up and walked out without exception. Soon, only Long Yi and Ling Feng were left there leisurely chewing and swallowing food. Long Yi, isn't today your first day to attend the class? But why aren't you hurrying over? Ling Feng asked with a smile. Don't you see I am still eating? Besides, why are you also not leaving? Long Yi asked. I have a nickname in our earth magic class called Gods Appear and Devils Vanish, so arriving late is naturally a common occurrence. Besides, those girls in our class are all dinosaur class, so there is no reason to go early. Ling Feng said with a pained look. T.L. Gods appear and devils vanish. Idiom, to appear and disappear unpredictably. Half an hour later, two people appeared in front of the large building of Advanced Magic Department. And Ling Feng said while pointing upstairs, your class is the third floor's most right classroom. By the way, there is one thing I have to tell you. Although the temperament of Shui Ruoyan is very nice usually, but when angry, she is quite scary. I hope for your good fortune. Goodbye. With an earth and yellow radiance flashing around the body of Ling Feng's, he used earth magic to disappear from there. Seeing this, Long Yi couldn't help but rain curses. This fellow don't value loyalty at all. Third floor, most right side. While muttering, Long Yi raised his head to find that position. Should I just fly up? But wouldn't that be too shocking? Man should be a low-key person. Long Yi took out a rope from the space ring, and making a loop, he waved it over the sky and threw it towards protruding decorative rock of third floor's window. His rope stuck right in the target. After that, Long Yi climbed up the rope, rising steeply. When Long Yi had thrown his rope, over 20 schoolgirls of Water Magic Class A, and Shui Ruoyan who was giving lecture noticed this. Shui Ruoyan frowned, and walking down the platform, she came to the window. But who would have thought that, just when she tried to look out of the window, a shadow directly came in. Immediately turning pale with fright, Sui Ruoyan instantly retreated 2 steps and casted Rank 8 Freeze over magic. For an Archmage, time required to cast Rank 8 magic spell was very short. The shadow that had rushed in was naturally Long Yi, and now he was frozen into ice sculpture in the midair by Shui Ruoyan's freeze over magic. Moreover, the surplus power of her magic still rushed to windowsill, and with a bang sound, the powerful impact directly landed on the 2 desks. The ice sculpture began to shook, then with a cracking sounds, the ice chunk began to crack. Shortly afterwards, with a pang sound, the ice chunk shattered, and Long Yi showily fling the ice bits from his pitch-black hair. Long Yi looked all around, and sizing up all the girls around who were either surprised or curious, he mistakenly had the feeling of entering into cluster of flowers. Ling Feng words were truly not empty. This is definitely a man's paradise. Every day, smelling the girls' fragrance in room, and hearing their aureole drilling, wouldn't that be the greatest joy in the life? At that time, Long Yi looked towards Shui Ruoyan. Her deposition and charm looked like a crane in a flock of chicken in the middle of these numerous girls. As for her looks, it was also refined, lucid and elegant, and as for her figure, he couldn't see much, as she wore baggy water magic robe that covered her everything. And in this magic robe, there was a dazzling golden-colored embroidery which was the symbol of becoming Archmage. Teacher Shui Ruoyan, do you know, your freeze over magic nearly took the life of this generation's most excellent youth? If a genius of water magic falls here, Then wouldn't it be a great loss of Blue Wave's continent? Long Yi said with a smirk, and his gaze was unscrupulously looking at Shui Ruoyan. For him, a beauty should be admired, and not looking was a great waste of resources. The girls in the classroom booed and hissed. They had seen shameless people, but never seen so shameless person. Aren't you new student Long Yi? Why did you come through window instead of normally coming through the door? Shui Ruoyan turned a blind eyes to Long Yi's burning gaze, and asked indifferently. That is because for you teacher, I was too impatient to wait to seeing teacher's elegant demeanor so I directly came through window. Long Yi said with a smile, and his eyes began to size up beautiful girls all around. I know him, he is that person courting Long Linger that day in front of girls' dormitory. One of the girl among them suddenly cried out in alarm. That's right, he is, and he looks very handsome he is very romantic too his eyes are so charming Long Yi was speechless. Generally a girl is very bashful facing a boy, but when a group of girls face a boy, they however fully displays the meaning of this phrase many people make for a great strength, usually resulting in opposite, and flirting changes into teasing, but this instead made thick-skinned Long Yi very unaccustomed. Okay, everyone, go back to your seat and sit properly, now it's still time for the class. Shui Ruoyan indifferently said, and her soft voice however possessed irresistible majesty. The girls surrounding Long Yi quickly returned back to their seat and sat properly, leaving behind only Long Yi standing on the same place. He looked around, then asked with a smile, Teacher, then where should I seat? Ski Ruoyan frowned. I don't know why Academy assigned a male student in my class, but it seems I should deal with him quickly, otherwise I don't know what kind of trouble he would stir up later. Shui Ruoyan pointed towards the empty seal on the very back of the classroom, then said, Hereafter you will sit there, listen carefully in class hour, and if you are unable to pass magic theory and practice joint assessment, then don't blame teacher for not showing mercy. Chapter 141, Truly Petty Woman. Long Yi sat on his seat, while muttering in his heart, this Holy Magic Academy is also not too humane, unexpectedly singling out a person in the classroom. If I have a beauty as my deskmate, then how wonderful that would be At this time, Shui Ruoyan again began to speak about the incantation as well as uses of rank 5 water magic chili ice magic from the podium. Long Yi naturally was bored, so he began to size up the girls in the classroom. Few of them were very beautiful, although they couldn't compare with Long Linger and others, still they were not too far away. And the others were also very good looking, unexpectedly were not commonplace beauties. No wonder those male students were madly jealous. Long Yi looked at the girl sitting in front of him. She was among the few girls who had not teased him clamorously just a moment ago, and was also one of the few most beautiful girls in the class. Long Yi raised his hand, and catching the beautiful hair of this girl, he softly pulled. After that this girl turned her head back and angrily glared at him, then again turning her head back, she ignored him. Long Yi felt very boring, and the things Shui Ruoyan was speaking about were truly not lifting up his spirit. Rank 5 small magic, he could easily cast 10-20 of them, so he lied on the desk, stared fixedly at Shui Ruoyan. She really was very beautiful, and looked very tasty. After this, Long Yi slowly closed his eyes, and accidentally fell asleep. While Shui Ruoyan was speaking, suddenly a rhythmic slight sound of snoring resounded, and looking at the source of this sound, she saw Long Yi was lying on the desk and was sleeping soundly. Shui Ruoyan got mad in her heart. There had never been a student who would brazenly sleep like this in her class, but this brat actually dared to sleep on the first day he had attended the class. Such open antagonism simply was something she couldn't ignore as a teacher. So Shui Ruoyan shoot out a bone-piercing cold chi to the neckline of Long Yi. This cold chi entered into the body of Long Yi from his neckline, but he didn't jump up with a start while crying out in alarm just like everyone had expected. Nevertheless, as if he didn't feel anything, he continued to sleep soundly. How sensitive was the sixth sense of Long Yi! He had already sobered up the instant there was magic fluctuation in the air, and when the cold chi of Shui Ruoyan hit him, His internal force of Ao Tianju had absorbed and assimilated it. Shui Ruoyan was shocked. This brat actually had no reaction, and with everyone watching, wasn't this embarrassing her? She coldly snorted, and decided to get little ruthless. But before she began chanting the incantation, Long Yi suddenly straightened up and stretched his body. Is the class over? Why is everyone looking at me? Are there words in my face? Long Yi innocently said, yes, there are 2 words need spanking written on your face. Shui Ruoyan coldly said, causing all the girls in the class to break into a loud laughter. Long Yi made a miserable face. Is this Shui Ruoyan really a water archmage, and not a fire archmage? Furthermore, she is so petty. It seems that women would give birth to small as might heart regardless of age and achievement. Isn't it just sleeping? So is it worthwhile to get this angry? Long Yi came to my office after today's afternoon practice class ends. After Shui Ruoyan finished speaking, all the beautiful girls in the class looked at Long Yi with sympathetic eyes. The morning class ended very quickly, and now there was a break time before the start of another class. And this moment, Long Yi, this big celebrity, was surrounded by a crowd of schoolgirls, and were buzzing without any intention to stop. And finally coming downstairs, he saw Ling Feng was already waiting there. Long Yi, how was the flavor? Not bad, right? Ling Feng asked while grinning. Yes. Indeed was not bad. Just smell the cosmetic fragrance smell on my body, and you will know how good I am feeling. Long Yi smirked and said. Just then, they suddenly heard a charming shout from behind them. Ling Feng, stop for me. Long Yi turned around, and was surprised to see that girl sitting in front of him was looking at Ling Feng with both love and hate simultaneously, and her beautiful eyes were filled with glistening teardrops. Yin. Ling Feng was rather at a loss and didn't know what to say, so she looked towards Long Yi asking for help. T.L. Right now I am in dilemma. Ling Feng is a girl but is pretending to be a boy, so, should I use her pronoun as he or she? In Raw, sometime he and sometime she is used as a pronoun for Ling Feng. But right now I am using only she, her. But what would be the best? Just translate as Raw, or keep on using her? Can you suggest me below in the comment? Thank you. Long Yi deeply understood that it'd be best to not involve in the emotional problem of other people, so showing unable to help however much he would like to expression, he said, I have something to do, so I am taking my leave first. You two can chat slowly. Hey, Long Yi. Ling Feng got anxious, and thought to chase after Long Yi, but that girl called Yin had tightly caught her, Ling Feng, sleeve. While miserably looking at her, Ling Feng. Long Yi turned around his head and looking at Ling Feng, he shook his head and muttered, this dumb idiot, simply is a bad guy. Going to the dining hall, Long Yi saw a crowd of people were moving about everywhere, so he turned away thinking eating outside was comparatively better. Arriving outside the Holy Magic Academy, Long Yi heard clamor ahead and saw lots of people were stopping to watch. Long Yi curiously walked over, and unexpectedly found that few noble son-looking students were pestering his younger sister Zimin Wuan. Long Yi suddenly got very angry. How come there are so many garbage without eyes here? He immediately rushed up knocking down several students, and stretched his hand to pull Zimin Wuan. Where did this thing come from? Do you know who we are? One of them shouted. Your father. I am not interested to know who you are. Long Yi coldly said. Then his figure changed into afterimage, and Long Yi beat those several people until they were looking for their teeth all over the floor. After that Long Yi pulled Zimin Wuan and walked out of the crowd, and somewhat angrily said, Little sister, look clearly, hereafter if someone annoyed you, you just need to give them few slaps like this. All of them have powerful background, and I don't want to bring about trouble to our clan. Father basically doesn't like me, and if I provoke any incident, then he will not even look at me thereafter. Zimin Wuan softly said, and her tone was somewhat lonely. Long Yi stopped, and looked at Zimin Wuan. As a matter of fact, he knew that Zimin Yu practically gave all of his paternal love to Zimin Yu, this thoughtless kid, and basically didn't care about elder brother Zimin Tian and little sister Zimin Wuan. In any case, you are person of Zimin clan, Do not let other people think that Zimin clan, we are so easy to bully. Hereafter whoever you see as not pleasing to your eyes, throw 2 violent light magic at them. Your second brother, I will be your backing." Long Yi patted the shoulder of Zimin Wuan. He seemed more and more substituting Zimin Yu, this role. The gaze of Zimin Wuan wandered about, and with her eyes shining, she said with a smile, "If I see you not pleasing to my eyes, then can I throw 2 violent light magic at you too?" Long Yi mischievously smiled and said, "No problem, but you have to prepare for a very serious consequences first." The beautiful face of Zimin Wuan turned red, suddenly recalling the matter of this second big brother of hers pinching her before leaving Soaring Dragon City, and the anger and shame welled up in her heart. At that time, she however had vowed to teach him a good lesson. Seeing Zimin Wuan's shyness turning into anger, and was looking at him with very angry eyes, Long Yi was somewhat surprised. What's going on with this girl? It's quicker for her to suddenly turn hostile than to flip a book. "Little sister, why on earth are you using such oppressive looks to look at me? This is frightening me. Don't you know that the guts of your second brother is very small?" Long Yi said with a smile. Zimin Wuan snorted coldly and said, "Did you forget what you have done to me before leaving at that time?" Long Yi was startled, then feigning ignorance, he said, "What did I do you?" "I truly don't remember." "That day when father rescued you, outside of Soaring Dragon City, you say, what you have done to me at that time." Zimin Wuan angrily looked at Long Yi and said, she also didn't know why she didn't mention about that incident of 3 years ago which almost defiled her. "Ah, today is such a nice day, where shall we go to eat?" Long Yi laughed hollowly, and tried to forcibly change the topic. "Humphrey, don't try to change the topic, I must get my revenge." Zimin Wuan coldly snorted and said. Long Yi was helpless, now he couldn't shrink from this matter. This however was discarded idea returns in another guise. He just made a wry smile and said, "How do you want your revenge? Do you want to dip me into the flour and release into a deep fryer? Or do you want to chop me into the stuffing of dumplings? I also don't want to cut you into 8 pieces. As long as you promise me 3 conditions." Zimin Wuan said, and her eyes were glimmering with sly looks. Long Yi got alert in his heart. Again conditions. This cannot be promised causally, so he said, "I cannot promise the things I cannot accomplish, besides 3 conditions is too much. How about 1? Won't do. 3. Moreover all 3 conditions will be something you can accomplish." Zimin Wuan said with a light smile. Now she no longer had that holy appearance of not interested in with mundane affairs, but had a peculiar charm of woman. "In that case, how about both of us take a step back? 2 conditions, otherwise forget about it." Long Yi firmly said with the appearance of refusing to bargain again. 2 then 2. Zimin Wuan said. "Say, what do you want me to do?" Long Yi said with a smile. Zimin Wuan thought for a while, then slowly said, "First, hereafter no matter what Long Linger do to you, you must never harm her. And I am not speaking about only physical body, but also her heart." Long Yi's eyes lit up, and said with a smile, "Little sis, don't you know something? Just say it." Zimin Wuan pricked her brows staring at Long Yi and said, "Hey, you don't tell me that, when Long Linger suddenly decided to be your woman like this, you didn't find this strange in your heart? You know that she is itching to tear you into thousands of pieces, right?" "Of course, I find it strange. She hates me, this is a very normal thing. On the contrary, if she doesn't hate me then that would be abnormal." Long Yi said with a smile, "It seems this girl is determined to not call me second brother again like before. That, in this world, there is nothing that can't be changed. Moreover hate and love are only a line apart. So who says hate cannot become love?" Long Yi said with a smile, and had a confidence appearance on his face. "You're quite confident." Zimin Wuan muttered. "That's natural, just look at you second brother's appearance. Isn't my charm sufficiently large?" Long Yi revealed a brilliant smile with his pure white teeth shining under the sunlight, and mouth making a perfect arch towards Zimin Wuan. Peng peng. Peng peng. Zimin Wuan somewhat lost her spirit seeing this smile of Long Yi, and her heartbeat instantly quickened. Zimin Wuan quickly turned her head in fluster, then snorting, she said, "You charm, even pigs will not like, I am hungry, let's go to eat." Speaking this, she impatiently walked ahead, but didn't notice a white shadow walking out from the small alley. Peng! Two people collided, and Zimin Wuan fell back 2 steps while crying out in alarm. As for that white shadow, that shadow fell to the ground. Chapter 142, Male-Female Magic Confrontation. Zimin Wuan raised her head to apologize, but what she saw was a pair of transparent eyes, so she couldn't help but fall back 2 steps in surprise, and happened to bump against the bosom of Long Yi. Just then, the passerby that had fallen down to the ground exclaimed. Long Yi helped Zimin Wuan to stand straight, then walking 2 steps forward, he squat down and helped this girl to cover her head with her loose gown, then asked in a low voice, "Jia Yi, are you alright?" "I'm fine, only my leg seems to be sprained." Zhao Yi whispered softly, with a hint of pain. This girl was too rash, really sorry. Long Yi apologized on the behalf of Zimin Wuan. "It's okay, I also didn't notice her, so no need to blame her." Zhao Yi softly said. Long Yi saw many people had already gathered here and were pointing out while whispering among themselves, so Long Yi said, "Zhao Yi, I will accompany you back." Zhao Yi nodded her head, then struggled to stand up, but she exclaimed in pain. Apparently her sprain seemed quite serious. Seeing the onlookers were increasing, Long Yi hugged Zhao Yi's waist with one hand and other hand hugged Zimin Wuan's waist, then lightly stamping on the ground, he soared to the sky, and flew towards the courtyard Zhao Yi was living. With the speed of Long Yi, they naturally reached the courtyard of Zhao Yi very quickly. When Long Yi landed inside the courtyard of Zhao Yi, both Zimin Wuan and Zhao Yi's beautiful faces were somewhat red, clearly were extremely unaccustomed to such intimate contact with man. Long Yi helped Zhao Yi to sit down on the chair in the hall, and he himself also sat on the chair beside her, then pouring himself a cup of tea, he lightly sipped it, as if he wasn't outsider. "I'm sorry. How is your leg?" Zimin Wuan asked in concerned, and felt ashamed for her action of just a moment ago. "I'm fine, as long as I rest for 2 days, it would be healed." "Are you his wife?" Zhao Yi asked, pointing at Long Yi. Zimin Wuan slightly laughed and said, "Who is his wife? Ah, I'm still unmarried." Zhao Yi took off her loose robe and placed it beside her, then said to Zimin Wuan, "If you two are not husband and wife, then you two must be brother and sister." "Eh, how do you know?" Again seeing those transparent pupils of Zhao Yi, Zimin Wuan was not afraid, instead was surprised hearing the accurate guess of Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi softly smiled, but didn't answer. "Hey, didn't you quietly tell her, else why did she know we are siblings?" Zimin Wuan looked towards Long Yi and asked. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, and said with a smile, "I am also not very clear about that, but Zhao Yi is incredible character, because she is omniscient." Mr. Long Yi is joking. How can Zhao Yi has such big ability? Zhao Yi lightly laughed. Long Yi? Zimin Wuan was somewhat dumbfounded. When did Zimin Yu change into Long Yi? Definitely this scoundrel second brother of mine didn't dare to speak out his real name, so make up this name. But she still didn't say that out loud. "Zhao Yi, I will help you heal your leg, I am light magician," Zimin Wuan said. Zhao Yi nodded her head and said, "Really? Then I will trouble you. I was the one that bumped into you, so I naturally should cure you." Zimin Wuan slightly felt embarrassed, then squatting down, she rolled the pants of Zhao Yi, and saw a large area of her ankle was red and swollen. And after 2 light heal magic of Zimin Wuan, the red and swollen seemed to decease a little, but was not completely healed. "It's better for me to do it, she has sprained her bones, and your light magic can only heal wounds," Long Yi said. Long Yi squatted down, and stretched out his hand to grab the ankle of Zhao Yi. Seeing this, the pretty face of Zhao Yi become very red, however she didn't oppose. Just when the big hand of Long Yi was about to make a contact with the skin of Zhao Yi, his hand suddenly stopped. At this time, he recalled Si Bai. At that time, a string of matters had occurred after he touched her leg. "Zhao Yi, I am touching your leg. For the sake of insurance, Long Yi still asked. Jia Yi's pretty face became so red that it seemed smoke was already coming out, and she immediately pulled back her injured right leg. Idiot. Ziman Wuan muttered. Long Yi made a wry smile. He indeed was very idiot. Jia Yi agreeing to let him touch her leg shouldn't be like Moxie Clan's girl. Thinking about it, in the entire Blue Waves continent, only Moxie Clan had such strange rule. Thinking this, Long Yi again reached out his hand towards the retracted leg of Jia Yi and grabbing her small leg, he pulled it back. After that, placing his hand on her ankle, warm internal force slowly entered her ankle. Ziman Wuan curiously looked at every action of Long Yi. Can this second brother of mine really cure her, or is he intentionally seizing this chance to take cheap advantage of Jia Yi? Jia Yi bit her lower lip. She only felt her small leg was surrounded by a gust of warm air current, and feeling very comfortable, her transparent pupils flashed with extraordinary splendor looking at Long Yi. After a good while, Long Yi loosened his hand. Now the ankle of Jia Yi had already revert back to clear and translucent, looked very fine and lovely. Well, now it should be fine. Long Yi stood up and said with a smile. Jia Yi moved her leg, and discovered that now there really wasn't any discomfort. After that she stood up and courteously thanked Long Yi. Hey, what magic did you use just now to heal Jia Yi? Ziman Wuan curiously asked. Want to know? Call me second brother, then I will tell you. Long Yi smirked and said. No, never. Ziman Wuan didn't compromise. No, then forget it, you can slowly guess yourself. Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, and patted the head of Ziman Wuan. This scoundrel second brother, Ziman Wuan cursed inwardly, but she didn't utter these words. Second brother. Looking at the sky, it was nearly the time for him to attend the afternoon class, so turning towards Jia Yi, he said, Jia Yi, it's nearly time for my class, so I am leaving first. Then eat something before go. I will immediately instruct people to quickly prepare some food. Jia Yi urged to stay. Don't, there is only a little time left before noon, so where is the time to eat properly? I will come again when your brother is in home, and at that time, I will not go home until drunk. Long Yi said while laughing, and Ziman Wuan also bid farewell. Jia Yi stood at the main entrance, and looking at the disappearing figure of Long Yi and his sister Ziman Wuan, her expression changed unpredictably, and she muttered, Ziman Wuan, Long Yi, second brother. Can it be that Long Yi is that rumored sex fiend Ziman Yu, that is second brother of Ziman Wuan, who had raped Princess Long Linger? Strange ripples burst out from the transparent pupils of Jia Yi, then she impatiently rushed inside her room, and opening the magic door, she rushed into the secret chamber. The curriculum of afternoon was the practice course of water magic, held in the magic training ground of Holy Magic Academy. Here Long Yi was bored to death seeing a number of ice arrow magic, cold ice magic and so on intermediate ranked magic flying about in the sky, so he could only look at beautiful women, compare which girl's breast was comparably bigger and comparably pert. Seeing Long Yi's that lecherous appearance, Su Oyan couldn't help but got angry. This student was becoming absolutely lawless. Now other students were training, but here he was squatting on the edge of training ground and was looking at beauties. Okay, everyone gather here. Shui Ruoyan clapped her jade hands and yelled. 20 female students of her class immediately stopped what they were doing and came over. After everyone had already gathered, Long Yi leisurely walked over from the edge of training ground with listless smile hanging on his mouth. Shui Ruoyan didn't even look at him, and continued to speak. Next there will be group confrontation, girls group against boys group. The female students suddenly caused commotion. One should know that in their class A, only Long Yi, who was as rare as S-ranked magic core, was a male student, so isn't the arrangement of Shui Ruoyan just asking them, a group of 20 people, to gang up and beat him, a single person? Isn't his clearly punishing him? After hearing the arrangement of Shui Ruoyan, Long Yi was stunned. He had seen petty women, but he however had never seen so petty woman. No matter what one says, Aren't you a grand teacher? How can you be so unfair to one student?" Although Long Yi didn't care much about these only intermediate magician-level little girls, but Shui Ruoyan's such childish retaliation somewhat annoyed him, because magic confrontation however was fighting for real, although they could wear magic-resisting attire, but if he hadn't such high strength and was really only a water intermediate magician, then one could well imagine his miserable fate. Long Yi mockingly looked at Shui Ruoyan and said with a smile, "I have no opinion." Shui Ruoyan coldly snorted and said, "Begin, time limit is quarter of hour, and losing the ability to resist count as losing, then the confrontation will also stop immediately." After Shui Ruoyan finished speaking, 20 female students immediately began to chant incantation, and their body also emitted blue light. But Long Yi however calmly stood there motionlessly with both hands on his back and smile on his face. At this time, many female students completed chanting their incantation, and extreme freezing cold chi, ice arrow and so on magic covered the entire sky flying towards Long Yi, then instantly drowned motionlessly standing Long Yi. When all the magic disappeared, all the female students however discovered only completely overrun ice chunks and snowflakes. There was not even a trace of Long Yi. "I say beauties, you all are too slow to cast magic, just now I've already finished a cup of tea." The voice of Long Yi resounded from behind all female students. Shui Ruoyan looked at Long Yi in a surprise, just now even she was unable to see how Long Yi disappeared, and how he suddenly appeared behind girls. He was truly too fast. If he had sneak attacked her just now, then under her unprepared state, even she would have definitely lost in his hand. Thinking this, Shui Ruoyan secretly became alert. Seeing Long Yi was not defeated as they had imagined under their one attack, female students couldn't help but got agitated. Then they formally treated Long Yi as a target and chased after Long Yi casting various kind of magic. And as for Long Yi, one moment he would slow down and other moment he would accelerate, and just when the magic attacks of female students arrives near him, he would dodge, like this. He played around with all those female students, who thought that as long as they targeted the front path of Long Yi, they would hit him. Chapter 143, Surprised Shui Ruoyan. When the attacks nearly reached him, Long Yi abruptly stopped, and waving his big hands, he caught 2 ice arrows flying towards him. After that kneaded them into ice powders. "Hey hey," Long Yi laughed and rapidly dashed into the crowd of female student, and poured those ice powders into the neckline of these female students. Instantly, female students' screaming sound resounded all over the training ground. All of them raised their clothing and stamped their feet. Immediately the training ground became chaotic. All the girls became angry, and no longer caring about forming groups, each of them individually chased after Long Yi while casting magic. As for Long Yi, he would dodge left and right, and unknowingly, he had actually arrived beside Shui Ruoyan. After that he hid behind Shui Ruoyan, and the magic of female students also accordingly flew towards Shui Ruoyan. "I already know your scheme, boy," Shui Ruoyan thought inwardly, and a light blue barrier appeared in front of her. And after all these water magic attacks hit this barrier, ice mist curled up and all the attacks became fuzzy. Just then, Shui Ruoyan suddenly felt danger, but there was no time to react. She felt cold in her neck, as a pile of fine ice powders had slipped down from her neckline, directly entering into her thin silk underwear. After that she couldn't help but shivered in cold, and her plumps stood up under the stimulation of ice cubes, and especially that hot red dots on the summit, they angrily protruded under the stimulation. Shui Ruoyan complexion became white and angrily turned around. However, she saw that Long Yi was still dodging magic attacks while laughing merrily and teasing female students. "Stop, stop, time's up!" Long Yi yelled. Female students stopped attacking, and looked at each other, then immediately hugging their chests. Their face became red. Those ice powders that Long Yi had sprinkled inside their neckline had melted under their body temperature, and now large part of their chest was moist. Furthermore, their clothing was stuck close to their chest, clearly outlining their beautiful and fine form. Seeing such appearance of female students, Shui Ruoyan couldn't help but lowered her head to look at herself, and she immediately discovered that now, just like female students, a large portion of her chest was wet, and Long Yi was staring at her breasts with shining eyes. Shui Ruoyan got angry from shame, and using float magic to fly, as she angrily said, "Long Yi, go to my office and wait for me. If you dare to run, then see how I will punish you." Finished speaking, she flew towards her dormitory. "I just saw our teacher's chest was also wet like ours. Don't tell me that she was also played with by Long Yi, this bad boy." A sharp-eyed female student softly said to her companion. "I saw it too." Another female student chipped in, "It's not possible, our teacher is Archmage, how can Long Yi contend with her?" Another female student said, "It's absolutely true, I swear I am definitely right." First female student pledged in all sincerity. In this moment, all 20 female students were whispering among themselves, completely neglecting Long Yi to one side. "I say, beauties, teacher is already gone, so shouldn't you all also return back to change your clothing? Look out for a cold awe." Long Yi was unwilling to be neglected, so he yelled. The beautiful face of female students instantly reddened, then cursing Long Yi as hoodlum, pervert and so on one after another, they ran towards girls' dormitory while hugging their chest. So this day, an erotic scene appeared in the Holy Magic Academy, making many male students have a nosebleed. 20 female students with both hands hugging their wet chest run like a mad around the school. Many students witnessed this scene, and after not even few minutes later, different kinds of rumors spread all around the academy. And in second day, a certain big-mouthed female student of water magic class had told about this incident to her best friend, and her best friend's mouth was also not firm, so the truth of this incident spread out, becoming increasingly outrageous as this was being passed through mouth to mouth. Someone simply said that, in the practice class, Long Yi defeated all 20 female students including teacher Shui Ruoyan, and other rumors stated that all the 20 students including teacher Shui Ruoyan of Class A were sullied by sole male student, Long Yi. Moreover, there were still various kinds of rumors that would make people not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, all of these were the matters of few days later. Now Long Yi was in the process of leisurely drinking tea without any care inside the office of Shui Ruoyan by himself. Shui Ruoyan didn't make Long Yi wait for too long. She immediately came here after she changed her clothing, and seeing that Long Yi could come and go like a shadow with his skill, Shui Ruoyan specially carried few items with magic barrier sealed within it. These items were special kinds. As long as she was attacked, it would automatically release those sealed magic. Walking into her office, Shui Ruoyan saw Long Yi was leisurely drinking tea while sitting on her chair with his one leg over other. Fortunately, she had prepared herself to some extent towards this extremely unpleasant to the eye student, so she didn't lost her consciousness due to extreme anger. "Who the hell are you?" Coldly looking at Long Yi, Shui Ruoyan emitted cold chi from his that physical skill as if ghost. She knew that this student of hers was absolutely not a magician. "I am me, surname Long, given name Yi, man, this year when I'm just over 19, unmarried," Long Yi said while grinning. Cold light flashed on the body of Shui Ruoyan, then she coldly said, "Come with me." Finished speaking, she turned around and walked out. Long Yi unconcernedly followed behind Shui Ruoyan, and discovered that Shui Ruoyan was leading him towards the mountain behind Holy Magic Academy. He had heard that that place was a training ground with a strong barrier surrounding it, and all of the annual turmoil struggle for hegemony competition of academy were held there. "This woman isn't thinking about taking me there to beat the crap out of me, right?" Just as expected, Shui Ruoyan directly opened the magic gate of this training ground, then coldly said, "Come in." Long Yi frowned. He was very dissatisfied with the commanding tone of Shui Ruoyan. Only he would always command other people, but how come someone was commanding him now? But he endured, as he wanted to see what exactly this Shui Ruoyan wanted to do. This training ground was very large, fully was 100 meters wide, and was surrounded by a layer upon layer of thickly dotted seats. This training ground was same as the stadium of his previous incarnation. Shui Ruoyan walked to the center of this training ground, and slowly turned around. Then with the flashing of water blue light, a light blue water magic wand appeared on her hand. Looking at her, that brilliant lights and vibrant colors ring on her long and slender jade finger, it appears all were extraordinary things. What are you thinking of doing, giving only me a special attention? How can this be proper? I and all other students are equal, so you shouldn't pay special attention to only me. Long Yi righteously said sternly, but his eyes were smiling. Shui Ruoyan coldly snorted and said, "It'd be best for you to use all your skills, I will not be lenient." Long Yi said while smiling mischievously, "What I fear instead is teacher will be lenient, just give me all you got, afterwards when I spank your buttocks, don't cry miserably you." Shui Ruoyan was so angry that her beautiful face reddened. Then waving her hand, she instantly released sealed rank 10 magic, the world of ice and snow. Instantly, dense milky white cold chi suddenly covered the entire training ground. Ice crystals as if snowflakes fluttered about in the air, and temperature instantly fell below zero. After casting this, the world of ice and snow, Shui Ruoyan began to silently chant incantation, and with her magic wand emitting faint blue light, powerful magic fluctuation filled the sky. The world of ice and snow was a large area attack magic. Within its range, all living things would receive the attack of bitter cold, and that instant reduction of temperature was sufficiently cold enough to instantly freeze the blood of human into icicle. But this kind of cold was completely ineffective against Long Yi, who was about to break through the second layer of Outianju. His internal force had created a vacuum in front of him, completely cutting off the cold chi. Blackian Ice Thorn. Shui Ruoyan shouted in her charming voice, and a blue light burst out of her magic wand. Then 10 thin as if transparent ice thorns suddenly appeared in the air, and all of them flew towards Long Yi from different angles. This however was a rank 10 water attack magic, where powerful magic power assembled together to form Blackian Ice Thorn. This ice thorn could impale saint grade armor, and merely a little scratch on the skin by this Blackian cold chi, which could freeze even the magma, could completely freeze a person into ice shards. Long Yi's expression became solemn, and his figure suddenly flashed and rose, as he gloomily said, "Flame-coiled autumn wind." A flame tornado instantly appeared, and those 10 Blackian ice thorns were instantly engulfed by this raging flame tornado. But in the blink of an eye, that burning flame tornado unexpectedly changed into ice flame instantly, because it was frozen solid. This was a new compound magic of Long Yi, with the combination of fire and wind magic. In this magic, wind would help flame, and flame would borrow the power of wind, thus forming a powerful offensive flame tornado. Although this was compound magic named flame-coiled autumn wind existed only for a little while and was frozen into ice sculpture. But Long Yi however was very excited in his heart. This was the first time he had confronted against rank 10 magic with pure magic. Moreover, he succeeded. One should know that the might of his wind magic tornado was at best only rank 8, and his raging flame magic was only rank 6 fire magic. If only at this level they could already resist rank 10 water magic Blackian Ice Thorn, then what kind of effect would born when both of them were higher ranked? This motivated Long Yi to firmly research the path of combined magic. Shui Ruoyan's expression changed greatly looking at Long Yi. She had never seen such peculiar magic. Moreover, from the magic fluctuation she had sensed, she knew that this wasn't high-ranked magic, shouldn't exceed rank 8, but it was able to resist her rank 10 magic, which was furthermore amplified by 30%. This truly was too amazing. Obviously, all these magic were newly created. If all of these were created by this 19-year-old youth before her eyes, then that would be really too universally shocking, and she feared the worth of this boy would be immeasurable. Furthermore, he would have made great contribution to the magic system of entire Blue Waves continent. Although Shui Ruoyan didn't have any good impression of Long Yi, but she clearly knows what was more important. She stood still, and ceased her attacks. Then staring at Long Yi for a good while, she said, That magic flame-coiled autumn wind of just now, who taught you? One day light god came to my dream and taught me. Long Yi smiled and said nonsense. Looking at the solemn complexion of Shui Ruoyan, he knew that she cared about this compound magic very much. Shui Ruoyan was stunned, but she was also helpless to apprehend this rouge-hind Long Yi. Because her first impression of Long Yi was bad, she believed that with Long Yi's this kind of temperament and age, he absolutely wasn't the creator of that magic, and was definitely taught by a hidden expert. In her opinion, a person who could create a new type of magic was definitely a person without any worldly temptation, so how could Long Yi, this frivolous silk pants noble son, create such magic? Now Shui Ruoyan no longer had any mood to continue fighting with Long Yi. What she wanted to do the most right now was tell about this matter to her grandma Shui Linglong Undine Puxioshi. This kind of never-heard magic could definitely start completely new magic era. Chapter 144, Spanking Teacher. Shui Ruoyan coldly looked at Long Yi and coldly snorted, "Today I will let you off for the time being, get out." Finished speaking, she took the lead to walk towards the exit. Long Yi however laughed mischievously, then leaving behind afterimage, he instantly appeared in front of Shui Ruoyan, blocking her path. After that he said with a mocking smile, "Let me off?" "But I don't want to let you off." The complexion of Shui Ruoyan ashened looking at this grinning cheekily boy, then with her eyes emitting chill, she coldly said, "Do you think just because you are able to withstand my rank 10 magic, you are better than me? Unable to differentiate good from bad? You are the one who is unable to differentiate good from bad, Teacher Shui Ruoyan. I, Long Yi, and you don't have any past enmities nor we are enemies. Moreover, today is the first day I attended the class in Holy Magic Academy, but you as a teacher, no need to mention about your narrow and small tolerance. Your heart is even more vicious. Furthermore, no need to mention about the magic practice of this afternoon. Now you take me to this training ground and raised your hands releasing a killing blow. If it was now for me having some skills, then I fear I would have already died in your hand at an earlier time." Long Yi's smiling face began to froze, and his body began to emit dense anger and killing intent. Facts proved I was right, isn't that so? With your skill level, you still came to Holy Magic Academy to attend the class. If this is without hidden intention, then what is this? Shui Ruoyan coldly said. Long Yi burst into loud laughter, then mockingly said, "Holy Magic Academy doesn't seem to have any rule against people with good skills entering the academy, and you say I have hidden intention. May I ask, which eyes saw that?" Shui Ruoyan tightly closed her mouth, speaking nothing. As a matter of fact, she also felt that her own way of doing things were a little excessive, but how could she throw her face and make an apology? Besides, she never had any thoughts to kill Long Yi, she merely wanted to teach him a little lesson. And if he really couldn't resist, then she was completely confident that she would be able to rescue him. Seeing Shui Ruoyan wasn't speaking, fire of anger burned even more violently in the heart of Long Yi. What he hated the most were this kind of women who always consider themselves in the right and who wanted other people's life so easily. And here this kind of person was a teacher. This simply was leading the young people astray. "I have already stated that I was going to spank you, now come." The smile of Long Yi became more brilliant, but his eyes were filled with fury as before. "You!" Shui Ruoyan was flustered, but didn't know what to say, and she was already feeling guilty in her heart. But such words of Long Yi stimulated anger on her heart. "Are you ready?" "I'm coming," Long Yi said while using Great Cosmos Shift, and instantly disappeared from that place. Shui Ruoyan was startled in her heart, and she instantly released all 3 sealed barrier magic. Then alertly looked all around her. The figure of Long Yi suddenly appeared out of thin air behind her, and with internal force circulating in his hand, he effortlessly broke through the barriers of Shui Ruoyan, and lightly patted her shoulder. The charming body of Shui Ruoyan quivered, and as if she got an electric shock, she jumped 2 steps ahead, then turning around, she saw Long Yi was looking at her with a mocking smile. Now she looked at Long Yi with terror, and wondered how he could easily break through her barriers. As if he had seen through the doubts of Shui Ruoyan, Long Yi laughed and said, "As far as I'm concerned, your barriers are no different from paper to me. It'd be better if you obediently stick up and let me spank you, so as to avoid wasting my time." Shui Ruoyan glared at Long Yi, and just when she thought to open her mouth to curse, her vision blurred, and all of her 3 barrier were completely shattered by a strange power. Long Yi easily smashed all 3 barriers into pieces, and his big hand as if iron pincers caught the wrist of Shui Ruoyan. Then just when he thought to pull her over, a change occurred. One of the rings on her jade finger flashed with radiance, and a burst of fiery aura instantly surrounded him, then 2 fiery radiance instantly hit his chest. After Long Yi was directly hit by these 2 sealed magic of Shui Ruoyan, he fell back 2 steps and lowered his head to look. He saw more than the half of the clothes of his chest had already melted, revealing his silver-white armor. Seeing this, he couldn't help but was startled, and his whole body was covered with cold sweat. The magic of just now was the contact nature sealed magic in the ring of Shui Ruoyan, which would automatically attack upon contact. Moreover, both of them were rank 8 fire magic melting smelt flame. Today, if it was not for the armor, then he would have eaten a big loss. After that, Long Yi again rushed towards Shui Ruoyan with displeased expression, and learning from experience, this time he used spirit power to bind her completely and took all of her jewelries on her fingers and wrists. He didn't even let her neck's necklace and earrings slip by. What do you want to do?" Shui Ruoyan said in panic. "What I want to do? Naturally spank you." Long Yi raised the chin of Shui Ruoyan, then said with an evil smile on his face, "You dare, if you dare to touch me, I'll kill you." Shui Ruoyan showed strength while weak inside. As for Long Yi, without saying anything further, he raised Shui Ruoyan and made her bend down, leaning on his legs, sticking up her round as pearls and smooth as jade small buttocks. "No, don't." Shui Ruoyan was so anxious that she was nearly crying, and looking at this perfectly round buttocks outline, Long Yi couldn't help but got excited in his heart. After that he raised his hand and spanked it, and along with paw sound, that soft and also elastic feeling in his hand made him difficult to restrain himself. Shortly afterwards, he again spanked several times, and with paw sound, the buttocks flesh of Shui Ruoyan as if waves shook. Seeing this, Long Yi's mouth and tongue became dry, and emitting evil fire. His little brother stood erect, failing to live up to expectation, and it just happens to poke Shui Ruoyan's those well-developed chest. Long Yi took a deep breath, and gently put down his big hand on the buttocks of Shui Ruoyan, then couldn't help but caressed, groped and lightly pinched. This tender and creamy feeling truly made him comfortable. Merely too bad, Long Yi was not able to maintain this comfortable feeling for a long time, as he was awakened by the sobbing sound of Shui Ruoyan. His behavior of just now was truly the behavior of sex fiend, so Long Yi felt somewhat ashamed. As a matter of fact, aside from her character, no matter the appearance or figure, Shui Ruoyan could be rated as stunning beauty. Compared to Long Linger and others 10-plus-something years old girls, she had more mature feminine taste. Long Yi released Shui Ruoyan and removed her binding, but she still sat on the training ground and sobbed with tears continuously flowing out from her eyes. Long Yi was startled, and made a wry smile. "How come this woman is crying so miserably? This is making me feel that I did something very grave. Moreover, this matter is obviously her fault. But still it seems that punishment was a little too much to an unmarried girl." But again recalling Shui Ruoyan's fatal attacks as well as her unreasonable attitude of regarding herself as infallible, he immediately got rid of that small sympathy born in his heart. This was her reaping what she had sown. Everyone should be responsible for what they had done, and beautiful women are also no exception. But standing in front of crying Shui Ruoyan for a long time, his heart somewhat softened. He took out a beautiful brocade handkerchief and placed it in her hand that was covering her face. But who would have thought that Shui Ruoyan would roll the brocade handkerchief into a ball and threw it back to Long Yi with all her strength, then shouted while crying, "I don't want you false kindness, you bastard, damn sex fiend, I don't want to see you." Long Yi merely shrugged his shoulders. Never mind, this matters end here. He put down all the magic items he had seized from Shui Ruoyan, then placing it on the ground in front of her, he strode out from this training ground. This moment, sky was already dim, and cold breeze was blowing gently, making people feeling cool and refreshing, which was very comfortable. At this time, Long Yi touched his belly, and found it was empty. He had not eaten dinner yet, but he had no mood to eat alone, so he returned back to dormitory thinking to call Ling Feng, and go together to drink wine, so that he could quell his gloomy heart. But returning back to dormitory, Long Yi was astounded to find that Ling Feng was sitting on the sofa while drinking alcohol to drown his sorrows by himself, and the table was full of cooked dishes too. Long Yi sat beside Ling Feng, and seized half-drunk cup of wine from her hand, then muttering a few words, he gulped it down. Hey, damn Long Yi! Ling Feng cursed, and this moment, her demeanor unexpectedly looked somewhat like a demeanor of little girl. Ling Feng, how come your cursing sounds just like a woman? Don't tell me that you were infected by that girl called Yinian? Long Yi chuckled, and subconsciously placed his big hand over the shoulders of Ling Feng. Ling Feng shook off the big hand of Long Yi, then said with somewhat gloomy complexion, don't bring it up, mentioning her makes me vexed. Long Yi poured himself a cup of wine, then he said, Ling Feng, no, brother, I say you got the heart of other girl then abandon them without any pity. This matter is something you shouldn't do. We are great lords, so how could we do such irresponsible things? Finished speaking, Long Yi gulped down that cup of wine in one breath. Right now his heart was also unusually gloomy. Ling Feng looked at Long Yi, and made a wry smile. He would have thought that the person he was speaking to was a girl. When she had just came to Holy Magic Academy, she had courted many girls everywhere only for her amusement, and she didn't know how many girls' hearts she had broken like this. I know I have done wrong, but what can I do again? What's done cannot be undone. Ling Feng sighed. What's done cannot be undone? I see that Yinian girl still loves you deeply, so wouldn't just accepting her be the end of it? Long Yi said, while his big hand twisted out the leg of Fire Rabbit and chewed it. You don't understand, it's impossible for me and her to be together. Let's not talk about this matter anymore, let's just drink. Ling Feng shook her head. All other girls of 1 year ago had already left her long ago, but only this girl called Yinian was still strongly attached to her. Long Yi poured another cup of wine, and began to drink with Ling Feng. Seriously, Long Yi felt that this pretty boy, Ling Feng, was kindred spirit, and had a feeling of familiarity at first sight. Oh, that's right, Long Yi, a moment ago, Zemin clan's Miss Zemin Wuan had come to look for you. You brat, tell he honestly, aren't you having an affair behind Long Linger with her best friend? Ling Feng mischievously smiled and said to Long Yi, while his eyes were filled with ambiguous looks. Telling you the truth, she is my younger sister. Long Yi said with a smile. He thought to make friends with him, so he didn't plan to conceal this. Passion sister, he. Ling Feng chuckled. Blood-related sister, and I'm speaking seriously. Long Yi stopped his smile and said with stern countenance, as far as I know, Zemin Wuan only has 2 elder brother, one is named Zemin Tian and other is Zemin Yu, but both of them don't have surname Long. If you say you are the brother of Long Linger, then perhaps I might have believed you. Ling Feng put down the wine cup and said with a smile while staring at Long Yi. That's right, actually I also have a name called Zemin Yu. Long Yi said while straightly looking at Ling Feng. Ling Feng was astounded, and blankly looking at Long Yi, she was speechless for a long time. Chapter 145, Noodles for Exchanging a Beautiful Wife. The complexion of Ling Feng changed irregularly. Long Yi was that rumored second young master of Zemin clan who had raped Long Linger. She couldn't believe it, although she was acquainted with him for only 2 days, but she believed that she would never judge someone wrongly, unless the rumor was wrong. Are you really Zemin Yu? Ling Feng again asked with skeptical looks. Is there anything worthwhile to lie? Zemin Yu, don't you know how disgusting the reputation of this name is? Long Yi made a wry smile and said. Ling Feng looked at Long Yi in a startled fashion for quite a while, then suddenly laughing, she poured 2 cups of wine, and handing 1 cup to Long Yi, she said with a smile, I believe you, you were willing to speak out your identity, that alone make us brothers. Now let's exchange the cup of wine. Long Yi took the wine cup, then draining it in 1 gulp, both of them looked at each other and laughed. Hereafter should I call you Long Yi or Zimin Yu? Ling Feng asked with a smile. Call me Long Yi, I like this name better. Long Yi answered. 2 people happily talked with each other, and quickly finished eating and drinking. This moment, it was already late at night. Ling Feng yawned and went back to her room to sleep. As for Long Yi, he took a shower and returned to his room. But just when he had prepared to meditate, he suddenly sensed magic fluctuation next door, and it instantly disappeared. Long Yi jumped out of bed, and knocked the door of Ling Feng, but no one answered. So he used his spirit power to probe, and discovered that Ling Feng was not inside the room. Where did this fellow go this late at night? Truly mysterious, Long Yi thought inwardly. He could simply follow the trail of the aura, but all person have something they didn't want other to know of. Since it was like that, he decided against following her. This moment, Long Yi didn't have any mood to meditate, and suddenly thought of Shui Ruoyan. Now she ought to have already returned back, and with her pettiness, she must hate him to death now. While thinking about Shui Ruoyan, Long Yi felt somewhat not at ease, so he jumped out of the window, and flew towards training ground in the mountain behind academy. This moment training ground was tightly locked, and it was pitch black inside. It seems Shui Ruoyan had already returned back. Long Yi smiled and shook his head. My heart was groundlessly worried. She is already a big person, so how could she be stubborn like a child and keep on crying whole day whole night long in the training ground? Since he was unable to sleep, Long Yi walked towards the top of the mountain. And just when he reached the top of the mountain, to the surprise of Long Yi, he saw a curled-up figure on the stone of the top of the mountain. Shui Ruoyan, how come this woman still hasn't returned back? Seeing this figure, Long Yi couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart. Long Yi hid his aura, and slowly approached, then began to hear Shui Ruoyan talking to herself while looking towards the sky. Long Yi pricked up his ears, and heard her saying, Mother, your daughter miss you. If this moment you were by my side, then how good it would be. You know, today a bastard take advantage of me. He is called Long Yi, he is very rotten. Not only did he oppose me everywhere, he furthermore still spanked me. Afterwards, he caressed lewdly. This perverted crook, I hate him to death. Mother, you must curse this bastard that bullied your daughter, let him not have a good death. Humph. Hearing this Long Yi became green in the face. This girl, she is the one who is clearly opposing me everywhere, and here she is slandering me in front of her dead mother, moreover asking her to curse him to not have a good death. Truly a woman with poisonous heart. Just then, the stomach of Shui Ruoyan suddenly made sounds, then covering her stomach, she said softly, Mother, now your daughter is going to starve to death. If right now a man brought delicious foods from the sky, then I will pledge to marry him. Even a bowl of noodles is okay. At this moment, the corner of the mouth of Long Yi rose, almost was unable to hold back a loud laughter. Is she really a 27-28 years old woman? How come she is still speaking like a little girl? After that he rolled his eyes and voicelessly smiled sinisterly, then just like a ghost he disappeared. Not long after, Long Yi appeared outside the Holy Magic Academy. It was already late at night this time, so all the restaurants were already closed. But Long Yi shamelessly became gentleman on the beam, and easily entered into a noodles shop. Inside there was ready-made noodles, as long as he used fired bean sauce and mixed the ingredients according to recipe, he would get ready to eat noodles. Moreover, when it comes to cooking, Long Yi was expert. Quickly taking out seasonings, and properly mixing them, he packed it to take it away. A bowl of noodles for a wife. This truly was worth it. Held gentleman on the beam, thief. Before walking away, Long Yi threw a gold coin on the table. Then taking this cooked noodles, he went to the mountain behind the academy. When he reached to the top of the mountain again, he discovered Shui Ruoyan just happens to stand up. It seems she was intending to leave. Long Yi made a prompt decision. His figure flashed and appeared in the sky above Shui Ruoyan, and right hand's bowl of noodles slowly fell down the sky. Shui Ruoyan was startled, and after seeing Long Yi, her complexion paled and she took 2 steps back. Then ferociously glaring at Long Yi, she coldly said, "Why on earth did you come? I don't want to see you." Long Yi however acted as if he didn't hear, and rather curiously looked all around and muttered, "Strange, just now in my dream, a beautiful girl said that as long as I give her a bowl of noodles, she would pledge to marry me. Where has she gone?" Shui Ruoyan was startled, and she suddenly smelled an appetizing fragrance of sauce. Then she couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and her stomach protest became more severe. She saw noodles on the hand of Long Yi, and also hearing what he had said just now, her beautiful face burned and at the same time she became muddle-headed. "Don't tell me that the words I have spoken just now appeared in his dream." I recall him saying that his magic was also taught to him by Light God appearing in his dream. Don't tell me that this is the truth. It's you. Wasn't it you who said those words? Long Yi asked. Shui Ruoyan immediately turned around with red face and snorted, "It's just your dream. I have never spoken this kind of idiotic words." Long Yi mischievously laughed while looking at Shui Ruoyan. "Wasn't it precisely you who spoke these idiotic words just now? I also think it's not you. How can our beautiful and intelligent teacher Shui Ruoyan speak out such childish words?" Long Yi said with a smile. Hearing what was said, Shui Ruoyan's face became even redder, and was about to leave in anger and shame. It's too pity to throw away this noodles I made painstakingly, Teacher Shui Ruoyan. How about you eat it? Its taste however is first class." Just then, Long Yi gave noodles in his hand to Shui Ruoyan. "I will not eat your noodles." Shui Ruoyan coldly snorted. "Really not eating? Then it's too bad. The seasoning recipe of this noodles was something handed down from my ancestors, and the taste is so appetizing that there will be lingering aftertaste for a long time. But it seems you don't have gourmet's luck," Long Yi said with a pity expression, then was about to throw away the noodles on his hand. What are you doing?" Shui Ruoyan couldn't help but ask. "Throwing out. I just ate until I was too full, and this noodles isn't good to eat tomorrow, so there is no purpose to keep it without throwing out." Long Yi smiled and said. Shui Ruoyan bit her lower lips while watching that noodles on the hand of Long Yi. She naturally knew that, at this time, she was very unlikely to get anything outside to eat. Moreover, she was a beloved daughter who had led pampered life, so although there was kitchen in the teacher dormitory, it was completely useless for her. As a result, tonight there was nowhere she could eat. Gugu, gugu. The stomach of Shui Ruoyan was specially loud and clear in this night sky. Her face became even redder. Now she just wanted to find a hole in the ground to burrow inside. You still haven't eaten yet? Then eat it, don't waste it," Long Yi said with a smile. Shui Ruoyan hesitated for a long time, then reached out her hand to take the bowls and chopstick from the hand of Long Yi and said, "Since you strongly requested like this, I am reluctantly eating it, but this and that matter of before is different, so the matter between us is still not written off. Okay." Long Yi shrugged his shoulders, and a strange smile appeared on his face. "They says when you eat food from others you will speak good words to others, but this eating and not eating results is completely different." Shui Ruoyan sat down facing back towards Long Yi, then began to slowly eat this bowl of appetizing noodles. In the beginning she tried her best to not make any sound while eating, but later as she was truly too hungry, she thought, why did she need to maintain her bearing in front of this bastard? Whatever he thinks about her, she didn't care, so she no longer restrained herself, and began eating one big mouth after another big mouth. Very quickly, a large bowl of noodles were eaten clean by her as she was extremely hungry. Eating till sated made her really comfortable, and Shui Ruoyan also felt very spirited. She turned around to hand over the empty bowl to Long Yi, but discovered that he was smiling while looking at her, so she couldn't help but angrily said, "Why are you laughing?" Long Yi pointed towards the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "You just ate a bowl of noodle, but how come you sprout a beard?" Shui Ruoyan was stunned, and her jade hand subconsciously reached her mouth, and noticed that it was stained with blackish-brown sauce. Her beautiful face again became red, then snorting she again turned around, and turned her space ring upside down, but found no handkerchief inside her space ring. Long Yi handed a piece of brocade handkerchief, and said with a smile, "Use this to wipe. You don't want to wipe with your hands, do you?" Shui Ruoyan took that brocade handkerchief, and heard Long Yi speaking, "You see, we actually don't have much hatred between us. Let's forget all our former enmity, okay? In any case, aren't you a teacher, so how can you fuss over minor matters with me, a student?" Hearing Long Yi, Shui Ruoyan flew into rage as she recalled how Long Yi had spanked her at the training ground. "Was that a little matter?" she angrily said. "I am your teacher and you are my student. Where is the student that bullies teacher like that? This matter between me and you isn't over yet." "How can I bully you? It's clearly you bullying me," Long Yi innocently said. Speaking about it, all of these matters were initiated by Shui Ruoyan first, and originally he was also in a fit of anger, but tonight, seeing her lamenting just like a little girl, he took the initiative to express his goodwill, but he had never thought that she would still not appreciate. But Long Yi also didn't think that it was not an easy matter for a girl to forget about the matter of getting spanked and stroked by a man. You spank my butt. Humph, I am not finished with you, you just wait and see." Finished speaking, Shui Ruoyan used flow magic and flew away without even looking at Long Yi. All says when you eat food from others you will speak good words to others, but how come this woman's mouth is still so stiff? Looking at the disappearing figure of Shui Ruoyan, Long Yi muttered. Long Yi lied on the rock where Shui Ruoyan was lying just now. It seems there was still remnants of her unique faint fragrance. Just then, Long Yi suddenly felt energy fluctuation coming from inside his space ring, so he curiously sent his consciousness into his space ring, and discovered that the blue necklace was glimmering with cold radiance. Chapter 146, Mi Empress's Request. Looking at this blue necklace, Long Yi suddenly recalled that this was the necklace he had torn out from Mi Empress last time in intoxicated fragrant building. This ought to be warning magic necklace, so how come this necklace is suddenly glowing now? Long Yi took out this necklace from his space ring and fiddled with it, while looking left and right, but he didn't see any tricks, merely dim light was still continuously flashing, seemingly receiving a signal. And just at this time, Long Yi suddenly felt something was not right. His wild beast kind of intuition let him instinctively feel that someone was approaching, although there was not even a bit of unusual fluctuation in the air. Long Yi alertly looked all around, then suddenly recalled how last time in Barbarian Bull Clan's martial arts competition, Bertha had used Fox Clan's invisibility magic, and again looking at blue necklace in his hand which had stopped flashing now, he laughed. Since he was able to find the location of Bertha using his spirit power search last time, he could do the same this time too. The spirit power of Long Yi enveloped a radius of 50 meters with him as a center. Long Yi believed that Bertha was here. Next he began to draw in his spirit power. Sure enough, 20 meters away in his right side, he sensed a humanoid object slowly coming towards him. Long Yi smirked. Then breaking some twigs, he used his internal force to throw them. After that, making several howling sounds, they shot to his right side and perfectly stuck on the ground in front of Bertha where she was just about to step. "Bertha, show yourself. As far as I'm concerned your invisibility magic is useless," Long Yi said with a smile. Just then, a charming laughter came through the air, which could directly enter to the bone marrow of a person. Obviously this was not the voice of Bertha, rather was very similar to the voice of Mi Empress. After that a vague shadow appeared in the front out of the thin air, which slowly became clear. Sure enough, it was Mi Empress, this fox demon that could derange all living creatures. As before she was wearing gorgeous Mi Palace attire, exposing her snow-white jade neck as well as her exquisite collarbone. Her face had thin cosmetics, and her eyes had a kind of hazy look, Moreover, with her pink lips slightly raised, this faint smile had stifling allure. When Bertha said that you can break our Fox clan's invisibility magic, I didn't believe it, but now I have no choice but to believe. Me Empress looked at the twigs in front of her legs, and softly laughed. And seeing Me Empress, Long Yi smirked and said, Empress, your status is noble, but what affairs made you run to this barren hill in the dead of the night? Naturally looking for you. Me Empress slightly smiled and said. She also trembled slightly, seeing Long Yi was dazzled and stunned. Long Yi used great willpower to move away his gaze, and said with a smile, looking for me? This is not too good, although our relationship is purer than snow, but like this single man and single woman in the dead of the night, it is hard to avoid suspicion. And if any people sees this, then wouldn't that destroy Empress's reputation? If people sees, then just killing them is enough. Me Empress restrained her charm, and indifferently said. That ice-cold tone seemed she basically didn't care about the life or death of others. Long Yi pricked his brows. This fox lady is very ruthless in her heart. The coldness of Me Empress didn't last for long. She again giggled charmingly, and said, Long Yi, are you thinking this Empress is so cruel to other people? Long Yi didn't express his opinion. This fox lady was far more difficult to handle than Bertha. If he was not careful, then he wouldn't even know he was counting the money for her which she had obtained after selling him. He just dangled the blue necklace in front of her, and said with a smile, You find me relying on this, isn't that so? Yes, at that time you took my thing, but you didn't return it. Moreover, ordinarily I cannot show my face, so I had to choose this late at night to ask it back. Me Empress bashfully and timidly raised her head, and her misty eyes seemed to want to shed water. The expression of Long Yi changed, suddenly becoming incomparably ice-cold, and with his eyes also seemingly frozen, he coldly mocked, Empress, you are a clever person, but why must you persistently do such stupid things? Cut out your disgusting charming magic, otherwise don't blame me, Long Yi, for not understanding. Show pity and tenderness to women. Me Empress trembled from head to toe, and her charming intent that could cause people to have unbearable fire of lust instantly disappeared without a trance. Now looking at Long Yi, her expression was somewhat dejected, although she knew that Long Yi was someone that was not so easy to seduce, but she still couldn't help but want to try, because she wanted to have Long Yi for her personal use, and make Long Yi obediently take orders from her hereafter. But unfortunately, this person was truly unfathomable. She wasn't able to control him. Long Yi threw the necklace in his hand towards Me Empress, then coldly said, Put away your junk, you can go now. The complexion of Me Empress became blank, then lightly sighing, she said to Long Yi, Please forgive Lian Xin. Lian Xin swears, hereafter I will never use charming magic in front of you. Lian Xin? Long Yi was dumbfounded. It turned out the name of this Me Empress was Lian Xin, that tasting bitter but ability to clean liver, reducing internal heat and so on. Lotus seed's heart. T.L. Lian Xin, the heart of a lotus seed. You are a noble empress, but now you are being humble to me, a nameless person. Why, don't tell me that you were attracted by my body's tyrant king aura? Long Yi stared at Me Empress with a subtle smile. What if I say yes? Me Empress softly said. Long Yi smirked and said, Although I know my charm is extraordinary, but the conclusion I've reached after weighing a matter, I know that your kind of scheming deeply woman cares nothing but utility, and pursuing benefit is your natural instinct. Just like prosperous world is for benefit, and chaotic world is also for benefit. If you want my help, then you should pay at least the appropriate price. Me Empress was dumbfounded, and her eyes flashed with surprise. This youngster nevertheless had seen through worldly affairs. Everything in the world was simply for one's benefit. After that she said, What do you want as a price? First let me know what you want me to help with. Long Yi softly smiled and said, I want you to help us, Fox Clan, to reproduce the prestige of 1,000 years ago. In those days, we, Silver Fox Clan, had invisibility magic as well as 1,000 extreme illusions. These two unique magic, and our standing was only second to Beast Clan Emperor's clan. But afterwards, don't know why, in our clan, the inheritors of Silver Fox bloodline became increasingly scarce, and it became hard to find even one among 10,000 people that possess Silver Fox bloodline. After that, invisibility magic and 1,000 extreme illusions fell into oblivion, and our Fox clan also fell low to the most inferior race among beast clans. Then, with no other choice, we could only rely upon our charming magic to attach ourselves to powerful beast clan to survive till today. The more Me Empress spoke, the more agitated she became, and her eyes were already glistening with teardrops. Now there are only me and Bertha that inherit Silver Fox bloodline in our Fox clan, and because my bloodline isn't pure, I'm unable to cultivate 1,000 extreme illusions, but Bertha possess purest Silver Fox bloodline in these 1,000 years, and as long as she cultivates 1,000 extreme illusions, she will be able to unify entire Fox clan, and will be able to find more clansmen with Silver Fox bloodline, thus leading the Fox clan towards prosperity. After pausing for a bit, Me Empress continued. Long Yi thought for a while, and said, I can't seem to help you in these matters. No need to mention about the probability of Bertha being unsuccessful in cultivating 1,000 extreme illusions. I cannot change your Fox clan's physique. I only need you to help Bertha. Her experience is too shallow, and have stubborn personality. Although after managing charming love residents, her behavior towards others has somewhat progressed, but if there is no one beside her to help when she is unifying entire Fox clan, with only her, she basically will not be the opponent of those old foxes of Fox clan's other branches. Me Empress sighed. Doesn't she have you, her aunt? With your ability, it's possible to play around with those old fellows of Fox clan. Long Yi said with a smile. Me Empress blanked, then bitterly smiling, she lowered her voice. I can't help her for long. Why? Long Yi curiously asked. Me Empress didn't speak, merely she deeply looked at starry sky. After a good while, she said, you don't need to know so much. Now tell me, what do you want to help me? Long Yi suddenly felt thick sadness coming from the Me Empress, although her expression was no different from before. He replied, I also don't know what I want, so tell me what you can offer me first. All the men living in the world, throughout their life, pursued nothing but money, beauty and power. As long as you help, I can give you a lot of money, more than you can spend in your whole life, also can send you a lot of beauties. I don't need to mention about how well known we Fox clan are in beauties, and even if you want to obtain the body of Bertha, there will be no problem. And as for power, I can make you assume the position of the Emperor of Me Principality. I wonder if these are enough? Me Empress looked at Long Yi. She believed that everyone in the world had an underlying price, and all these she had offered was enough to make any man in the world crazy. Long Yi shook his head and laughed. Money, is there anyone in this world who is richer than him? Beauties, which woman around him can't be rated as unrivaled beauty? As for power, power is asshole. His dream is to wander around the entire Blue Waves continent without any care in the world, so why would he want to fall into the fight against each other, and among the crafty plots and mechanism for power? Money, beauties, I already have these, and as for power, Long Yi don't care. Power can make you attain many objectives, but isn't having strength also the same? Moreover, Me Principality is too small. If you are able to provide the power to control the entire Blue Waves continent, then I can still consider. Long Yi said with a smile. Me Empress fixedly stared at Long Yi, and she could see that he was not lying, but if she could give him the power to control entire Blue Waves continent, then why would she humbly beg him? Your demand is truly difficult to accomplish. How about we exchange our demand? Me Empress sighed. Say it. Long Yi asked in interest. As long as you help Bertha to unify the entire Fox clan, then you will be my Fox clan's great benefactor. Afterwards, if you have any command, no matter what, we, Fox clan, will obey. Me Empress gritted her teeth and said she knew that doing this was equivalent to handing over Fox clan to this man, and if he wanted to intentionally destroy Fox clan, then that would be an easy matter, but on other aspect, Fox Clan might also be brought forward to brilliance by this man. She was betting on her foresight. Chapter 147, Pure Body. Long Yi was somewhat surprised, although the standing of Fox Clan among beastmen was low, and also didn't have actual combat ability, but if the entire Fox Clan was united just like Me Empress had stated, then using them properly, their beauties capable of causing the downfall of a state and their charm magic would become extremely powerful women weapons. However, Long Yi neither had any intention of contending for supremacy, nor had any intention to change the current structure of Blue Wave's continent. So even if he owned such power, what's the use of it? He pondered for a long time and said, I have to properly consider this matter a little. Me Empress was dumbfounded looking at Long Yi, then immediately gritting her teeth, her jade hands reached out to the clothes in her chest and pulled it off. Gorgeous clothing floated in the air, and her bosom laid bare without any cover before Long Yi. Long Yi's pupil suddenly enlarged, and his heart suddenly skipped few beats. But soon he calmed down, and even thought his eyes were practically glued to Me Empress's that firm and as if best quality jade plump breasts. His mind was nevertheless very sober. What do you think of my figure? Me Empress asked in trembling voice. Beautiful to extreme, wonderful peaks too. Long Yi answered without even blinking his eyes. Hearing Long Yi answering so quickly, and again seeing he looked as if he was impatient but in fact had clear eyes, she took a deep breath 2 times, then her jade hands reached out to her belt. Suddenly, the jade hands of Me Empress was caught. Actually was Long Yi's big hand catching her hand. Me Empress raised her head and saw Long Yi looking at her with stern expression. Are you thinking of giving me your body? Long Yi indifferently asked. Yes, although I am a married woman, but my body is still absolutely pure. Before all along I've used magic to let my maid replace me. Looking at Long Yi, Me Empress softly said and her beautiful face became bright red. Long Yi was startled. This the Fox lady has her body double? She truly can toy around that Me Emperor round and round. Even in his death, he will not know that the person who had accompanied him every night in lovemaking wasn't his loved Empress, rather the maid beside Empress. Truly miserable. Long Yi shook his head and seriously said, whether your body is pure or not has nothing to do with me. I admit that you are very beautiful and very charming. But all people must have particular principle, and also I have no interest in sexual intercourse full of exploit relationship. I have already stated, I will consider your request. Me Empress softly sighed, then wore her clothes. Now she was also feeling embarrassed. She who have rolled about in the midst of crafty plots and machinations to such years, when had she ever acted like a little girl like this? If you don't mind, can I know your purpose of building charming love residence? Long Yi asked. All along, he was somewhat worried about Long Linger and Simon Wuan. This Fox lady had strong goal for all of her moves, and he didn't want them to becoming her pawns. The eyes of Me Empress shone, and she said with a smile, to tell you the truth, there is absolutely no other reason for opening charming love residence. I just really want to have a women-only breathing space. Long Yi smiled and asked no longer. Even if she was unwilling to tell him, it's okay as long as she don't involve both Simon Wuan and Long Linger. The sky is getting brighter. Now I have to return. As for this necklace, you hold on to this, and when you have thought over that matter, just inject a little bit of your magical power in it, then I will naturally come looking for you. Me Empress handed over that blue necklace to Long Yi again. Then her figure silently blended into air and disappeared. Long Yi sat on the rock in a daze. Now, that appearance of Me Empress continuously reappeared in his mind, and he felt somewhat happy for being able to resist touching her, even when facing such extraordinarily beautiful woman. But he still had a hint of regret in his heart. It was truly too pity. Chaotically thinking night was not only limited to Long Yi. At this very moment, Shui Ruoyan was also rolling about on her bed. Hateful, hateful, hateful. Shui Ruoyan used quilt to cover her head, but muffled charming voice was still coming from inside. After returning and lying on the bed, the scene of Long Yi spanking her continuously appeared in her mind. Thinking about it now, her entire body would become hot and dry, and especially thinking of him caressing and pinching her buttocks, she felt as if millions of ants were crawling on her body, and her beautiful face heated up as if wanting to burn the quilt. Shui Ruoyan threw off the quilt, and jumping of the bed, she rushed inside the bathroom, then continuously sprinkled cold water on her burning hot face. This somewhat calmed her down. Since she was unable to fall asleep, Shui Ruoyan silently sat on the windowsill, and became lost in her thought. During her childhood, she had lost both her parents, and at that time she was so small that she didn't understand this. And when got a little bigger, she asked her grandmother Shui Linglong, but she didn't say a word about it. All other people believed that she was very happy, as she was the granddaughter of Water Master Archmage Shui Linglong, and also the most famous genius girl of at that time in entire Blue Waves continent. Her talent was not inferior to Longlinger and Lin Na in any aspect, and only at the age of 26, she miraculously rose to Archmage realm, becoming the most promising candidate to become Law God, this supreme realm which most people could only look up to. But, was she really happy? Shui Linglong was very strict with her from childhood, however she was very lenient while treating other people. This greatly confused her. So, during her teenage, she began to revolt, and one time her relationship with Shui Linglong had turned into water and fire, but now although their relationship was a little better, but their relation however was not intimate like that of normal grandparent and grandchild. Now they very rarely see each other, but at that time too they wouldn't talk much. In addition to this, she had no friends, so every day in addition to meditation, there was only reading. As a result her life was incomparably fantastic. Although she was a teacher, but in fact she was very envious of her students, envied their freedom and also envied their friendship. Shui Ruoyan knew that she was very beautiful. Since she was 15 years old, even she didn't know how many noble princes and dukes had courted her, but she never was emotionally touched. And yesterday that youth called Long Yi came in her class. His flamboyant and unrestrained tone made Shui Ruoyan very annoyed. No, in fact her feeling couldn't be called annoyed, could only call jealous. Jealous of his flamboyant and jealous of his unrestrained rebel, because all of these were something she once possessed but were forced to discard. Youthfulness. Long Yi, what kind of person are you? Shui Ruoyan, looking towards the rosy dawn in the horizon, muttered. That peculiar magic, as if ghost movement, and furthermore his that shocking ability to break barriers, made this merely 19 years old youth very mysterious. This bad student, actually daring to hit teacher, moreover brazenly molest too, really audacious to the extreme, too hateful. Again thinking about that incident, indescribable urge suddenly welled up in the heart of Shui Ruoyan, and her face became bright red again, just like the rosy dawn at the horizon. Very quickly the sky became bright, and the sun rose, dyeing the entire world red. Now ding ding dang dang sound began to ring in both boys' and girls' dormitory. Ziman Wuan woke from her meditation. Longlinger didn't return last night, and she was truly rather not too accustomed to this, because in this period of time, Puxi Usi had free time, and both Longlinger and Lin Na were also at the bottleneck of Master Magician, and as long as they break through this bottleneck, they would reach Mage Realm. So Longlinger had said to her that both she and Lin Na were cultivating with great concentration in seclusion, and she will not return back for some days. As a result, she went to look for her second brother yesterday, thinking to let him know this information, but who would have thought that he unexpectedly wasn't in his dormitory room. When Ziman Wuan got up and was just about to go to bathroom to wash her face, who would have thought that at that time, she heard the sound of door opening. She was instantly startled, and hastily ran out of bedroom, but just happened to see Longlinger coming in. Linger, didn't you say that you are going to enter seclusion cultivation? Why did you suddenly come back? Ziman Wuan asked in surprise. Longlinger softly smiled, brilliant like the horizon sun. Really, her smile was very beautiful and was very infectious, just like Long Yi. Merely she didn't smile frequently, but Long Yi was a laughing and playing everywhere, attracting bees and butterflies. Tomorrow teacher Puxiusi wants to take me and Lin not to a different place to cultivate. It might take up to 3 months before we return, so I came to see you." Long Linger closed the door and said. Zemin Wuan also giggled and said, "Linger, you came to see me or see my second brother ah?" Long Linger angrily glared at Zemin Wuan and said, "Nonsense, I definitely didn't come back to see him." "Okay, you don't, where are you going to cultivate tomorrow, moreover going for 3 months ah?" Zemin Wuan somewhat worriedly asked. Long Linger shook her head and said, "I also don't know, teacher Puxiusi didn't say anything." "Then you must be careful." Zemin Wuan held the hand of Long Linger and said, "Don't worry, teacher Puxiusi is there, so will there still be any troubles?" Long Linger smiled and consoled. Then would you like to speak to my second brother?" Zemin Wuan asked. Did you talk with him yesterday?" Long Linger answered in low voice, then asked, "Yesterday I went to look for him, but didn't find him. However, I heard that he molested female students and also teacher Shui Ruoyan in practice class yesterday, so teacher called him to teach a lesion." He. Recalling various kind of rumors all the way, Zemin Wuan couldn't help but laugh. This pervert, taking advantage of girls everywhere. The smile of Long Linger suddenly disappeared, and she said with ominous glint flashing in her eyes, "Linger, you seem to be jealous." Zemin Wuan teasingly said, "I didn't." Okay, I know you are not jealous. Anyway, wait for me, we will go to have meal together." Zemin Wuan immediately interrupted Long Linger and fled to bathroom to cover up her worried expression. Hereafter what would happen to Long Linger and her second brother? Looking at the appearance of Long Linger, she knew that now Long Linger had a trace of good impression of her second brother, but what Long Linger herself didn't show was her hatred that covers everything. She knew that Long Linger was very stubborn, so she really feared that Long Linger would end up doing something she would regret. After Zemin Wuan washed and dressed, 2 people went to the dining hall. Holy Magic Academy had 3 dining hall, and among them, one was at the mountain behind Academy. This dining hall had many varieties and most delicious breakfast, so this dining hall would have comparatively many people. The time was still relatively early, so when Zemin Wuan and Long Linger came to the dining hall, there were very few people, and at that time, from the corner of her eye, Long Linger suddenly saw a familiar figure. Turning her head, her eyes instantly shone, and felt somewhat happy too. Chapter 148, Way of Bed Communication. When Long Yi was engrossed in wiping out breakfast, he suddenly felt a fragrant wind blowing over, and everything before his eyes became a little darker. Someone had blocked light in front of him. Long Yi raised his head, and saw Zemin Wuan and Long Linger standing in front of him. Then inquiringly pricking up his brows, he smiled and said, "Nice coincidence ah, 2 beautiful ladies, honor me by eating together, it's my treat." Zemin Wuan and Long Linger sat down without any politeness, then ordered few portion of fine breakfast. "Linger, long time no see, did you miss me?" Long Yi smiled and looking at Long Linger, he teasingly said, "Did not. We haven't seen each other for only 2 days, where is a long time ah?" Long Linger directly said, but the smile on her face was unusually brilliant. "Isn't 2 days very long ah? There is a saying 1 day apart seems like 3 years, doesn't this means 2 days are equivalent to 6 years?" Long Yi miserably said. Long Linger and Zemin Wuan couldn't bear but laughed, and the laughter of these 2 exceptional beauties suddenly attracted the gaze of all the people in the dining hall. Regardless of men or women, all of them had infatuated look in their eyes, as they were unable to resist the charm of beautiful women. "Ah, your mouth is becoming more and more skilled, look, how happy you made our Long Linger with your words," Zemin Wuan said with a smile. And in her heart, she couldn't help but thought, if this second brother of hers had coaxed girls like this before, and displayed his so strong strength, then where was the need to use any forceful means? Ah, she feared all the petite older sisters of Soaring Dragon City would have stood in a line for him to choose. Having heard what was said, Long Linger restrained her smile, but she wasn't able to conceal the pleased expression in her eyes. Hearing Long Yi's sweet words and honeyed phrases, she didn't know why, her heart was very happy, but she naturally didn't believe that she was starting to like him. She believed that all the girls were bound to feel complacent under the attack of such sugar-coated bullet. Moreover, Long Yi's such attitude towards her made her feel that she was a step closer to her objective. But Long Linger recalled that she was about to leave for 3 months, and she couldn't help but become somewhat perturbed. Will Long Yi's feeling towards her have already changed when she returns after 3 months? Before that, shouldn't she give him some sugar plum so that he couldn't forget her? Thinking this, Long Linger's beautiful face became very red. Just then, Zemin Wuan suddenly recalled how Zhao Yi had addressed her second brother as Long Yi. Moreover, he had also used this name in the academy, so she couldn't help but asked curiously, "Hey, smelly second brother, after you ran away from Soaring Dragon City, didn't you change your name into Long Yi? But why used surname Long Ah? Don't tell me that you want to enter into and live with Linger's family." Long Yi was dumbfounded, and his eyes suddenly became somewhat hazy. Then, he slowly said, "The reason why I choose surname Long is because I am descendant of the dragon." Descendant of the dragon? Don't tell me that it is that legendary dragon clan, and are those strange skills of yours also passed down by dragon clan? Zemin Wuan asked in surprise. Long Yi woke up with a start, then laughing hollowly, he began to make things up. Dragon clan? Of course not. After I left Soaring Dragon City, I met a mysterious person. That is my master. He came from a very distant mysterious country, which has glorious and magnificent history and civilization. They are symbolized with 5-clawed golden dragon. It is said that this kind of dragon is omnipotent, can go up to the heaven or down to Hades, and could produce clouds with one turn of the hand and rain with other. And the people of this country had inherited the bloodline of this divine dragon. And after my master taught me these skills, he bestowed me this surname Long, so I naturally am descendant of the dragon. 5-clawed golden dragon? How come I have never heard about this kind of divine dragon? Also, I have never heard of any country that are symbolized with this dragon. Zemin Wuan and Long Linger suspiciously looked towards Long Yi. What I said was, it is a very distant mysterious country, which means, it isn't in this Blue Waves continent, rather in a very very far away continent called Asia. Long Yi said with a smile. In any case, they didn't know where Asia was, and moreover, it's not that he had made it up. Not in Blue Waves continent? Don't tell me that there are still other continents beside Blue Waves? Both women exclaimed in surprise. Did you really believe that there is only Blue Waves continent in this world? You two are truly a frog in a well. Ah, how large this world is, that is something you can't even imagine. Long Yi shook his head and sighed, but he was holding back his laughter with great difficulty. Humphrey, we are a frog in a well, only you know more. Long Linger discontentedly said angrily. Hee, let's forget about it. Linger, for 2 days, what did you learn from that old man Puxiusi? Long Yi smiled and changed the topic. What old man? Ah, how could you not respect teacher Puxiusi? He understands many things. In these 2 days, I benefited a lot from his explanation, and I understood many things I didn't understand before. Long Linger glared at Long Yi. This smelly fellow actually dared to call Master Archmage Puxiusi an old man. If other people had heard that, then she feared the saliva of every person would drown him to death. Is that so? It seems that old man truly has some stuff. Long Yi thought something in his mind, and his hand itched. If he swapped pointers with this contemporary peak character of fire magic, then it would definitely be more effective than thinking long and hard. Smelly second brother, tomorrow Linger however is going with teacher Puxiusi to cultivate for 3 months. So you will not be able to meet Linger for next 3 months? Zemin Wuan interrupted. What? That old man wants to take you out to cultivate, moreover for 3 months? Long Yi exclaimed. Lower your voice. Do you think teacher Puxiusi is like you? Ah, this time Lin Na will also go together with us. We are in the final bottleneck of Master Magician, and this is a great chance to break through this bottleneck. Long Linger pulled the sleeve of Long Yi. Seeing the tense look of Long Yi, she particularly enjoyed it, and actually felt quite pleased. Lin Na, that girl is also going. You should have said this before. Long Yi whispered. Long Linger looked at Long Yi, then gritting her teeth, she turned towards Zemin Wuan with slightly red face and said, Wuan, didn't you want to go to the library? If you don't go quickly then you might not find the place to sit. Zemin Wuan was dumbfounded. She wanted to go to the library, but relying on her rank, she could go to the fourth floor of the library, which was only mage area, and in that place, generally, only teachers were allowed to go. So when did this mostly deserted area didn't have seats to sit but seeing the blushing Long Linger, she immediately understand, then couldn't help but cursed inwardly, this damn girl, valuing love before friendship. Yeah, I have to go early to reserve a seat, so I'll go first, you two can stay. Zemin Wuan impatiently left after speaking, and after she turned around, her eyes flashed with a trace of loneliness for an instant. Looking at the back view of Zemin Wuan, who was leaving anxiously, Long Yi smiled and said, it seems I also need to go to the class. I don't know what means Shui Ruoyan, that woman will use to give me a hard time. Long Linger ferociously glared at Long Yi. Usually this smelly fellow is very clever, but at the time like this, why did he turn into a piece of wood? I am leaving tomorrow. So don't he know that I want him to accompany me for today? Linger, why on earth are you looking at me like this? Long Yi resisted laughing with great difficulty and pretending to be surprised, he asked. I will not bother you. Long Linger angrily stamped on the feet of Long Yi. Standing up, she walked out of dining hall. Long Yi hurriedly chased after her. This girl's face is still too thin. I suddenly remember. Yesterday I offended that woman Shui Ruoyan, so it would be better for the two of us to chat rather than going to attend her class today. How about we have a nice communication? Long Yi laughed mischievously and said to Long Linger. His brain nevertheless was turning very fast with various ideas. Long Linger sending away his little sister Zemin Wuan was naturally because she wanted to be together with Long Yi by herself, and thinking about it, her that great aunt also ought to be nearly gone, so could it be that? What are you thinking? Laughing so badly? Long Linger turned her head and seeing Long Yi's that smile, her heart couldn't help but jumped. Is it? You must have blurred vision. How can I, such a pure man, laugh badly? Long Yi hastily stopped his smile and said in all seriousness, if you are pure, then there will not be any evildoer in this world. Long Linger snorted. What's bad about me? Long Yi asked with a mischievous smile. You are simply bad. Long Linger flung her head and said, you truly don't understand me, so I said that we have to have a good communication in bed. Long Yi said with a smile and pulled Long Linger's little hand with his big hand. With you bad person, what good communication? Long Linger suddenly stopped speaking. And suddenly understanding the meaning of the communication in bed this dirty bastard had stated, she got embarrassed, then angrily shaking off Long Yi's hand, she cursed this pervert and jogged forward, and as for Long Yi, he giggled and followed behind her. Two people quickly left Holy Magic Academy, and Long Yi again caught the little hand of Long Linger. Before long, they were already inside the same previous room in the inn. Now both Long Yi and Long Linger were sitting on the two ends of the sofa. On one side Long Yi was lightly sipping fruit wine without any care, and on the other side Long Linger was at her wits' end not knowing what to do. Although Long Linger already had a mind to give her body to Long Yi to make him thoroughly be infatuated with her, but now her mentality and determination had begun to have subtle changes. In the beginning, she was resolute, and naturally was daring to do any matter, but now, she was more like a patronized concubine. In this brief moment, she felt indescribable panic, restless and of course, even more embarrassed. Looking at Long Linger's beautiful face getting increasingly red, Long Yi couldn't help but slightly smiled. Her current expression greatly satisfied Long Yi. This was the expression a normal young girl should have. Her previous stripping naked and standing before him, although was treat to his eyes, but was unusually faint-eyed. Now he was certain that Long Linger have a good impression of him. Long Yi thought in her heart. Long Yi poured a cup of fruit wine and pushed it in front of Long Linger, then said with a smile, "Drink a little to warm up your body, now your face is very red with cold." The beautiful face of Long Linger became even redder, then taking that cup, she drained the cup in one gulp. Next she again poured another cup of wine and gulped it again. This seemingly somewhat loosened her tense sentiment. Long Yi got up and sat beside Long Linger, then feeling her charming body was slightly trembling, indescribable tenderness appeared in his heart. After that, he hugged Long Linger's pretty waist with his big hand, and softly said, "Wine really shouldn't be drunk like this. Do you want to know how to drink more interestingly?" Long Yi's big mouth moved closer to the ear of Long Linger, and blew his passionate breath into her sensitive ear, causing her to shiver again. Long Yi however was expert in these things. "You're saying, drinking is not all this?" Long Linger's breathing was somewhat unstable, and she asked in low mosquito-like voice, "Drinking should be like this?" The eyes of Long Yi flashed with passionate radiance, and he raised his wine cup and drank all of the wine, however didn't swallow it, rather his lips slowly moved towards Long Linger's soft and tender little mouth. Property of CreativeNovels.com. The maiden heart of Long Linger jumped, and she bashfully closed her eyes. Then feeling cold lips, her little mouth was occupied by Long Yi. His skillful tongue familiarly pried open her jaw, and let fragrant and sweet wine slide into her mouth. In just this fashion, a cup of wine, while the tongue of two people tangling with each other, completely slid into the mouth of Long Linger. But few drops of fruit wine however spilled over from Long Linger's corner of the mouth, and sliding down her jade neck, entered straight into those snow-white assertive breasts. Only after a long while, the lips of two people parted. Now Long Linger's eyes were blurred, and her coquettish aura became dense because of having her passions aroused. "Now do you understand? That's the way to drink." Long Yi wiped the cheeks of Long Linger and lightly sucked her earlobe, immediately causing Long Linger to shiver. Long Linger weakly lied on the bosom of Long Yi. She no longer had any physical strength to get up. Now with half-closed eyes, she was merely waiting for a man to invade and attack her. "Linger, did your good friend leave?" Long Yi suddenly asked softly. Just left." Long Linger bashfully nodded her head and said, then buried her head into the bosom of Long Yi. "Then let's go to the bed and properly communicate. That way you will understand how pure your husband, I am." Long Yi said with a smile. To speak the truth, currently his physiological needs was almost at the critical point, as, since he had left Elven Forest, he hadn't got any change to vent it off. And in next 2 days, he feared he would have been in great trouble. Long Linger in the bosom of Long Yi slightly opened her mouth and mumbled something. And with the hearing power of Long Yi, he heard it clearly. She was cursing him, saying pervert. Long Yi picked up Long Linger and walked into the bedroom, then threw her onto the soft big bed. Long Linger immediately rolled away, and covered her head with a pillow, without daring to look at Long Yi due to shyness. My little darling Linger also knows how to be bashful. At that time, you however were quite bold." Long Yi smiled and said, then sitting at the bedside, he caressed Long Linger's beautiful hair. Long Yi never thought that such words however stimulated the guts of Long Linger. She gritted her teeth and with a very red face, she unexpectedly pounced onto Long Yi and pushed him down. Then she randomly kissed Long Yi's face and at the same time also tore the clothes of Long Yi. This however caught Long Yi unprepared and was stunned, letting Long Linger do whatever she pleases. Only after quite a while, Long Yi sobered up. After randomly kissing Long Yi, the guts of Long Linger again dried up, and she immediately buried her head on Long Yi's shoulder, then opening her little mouth, she mercilessly bit down. Long Yi hurriedly removed the internal force protecting his body, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Woman, could it be that biting other people is a natural instinct for them? Fortunately, Long Linger didn't bite him very hard this time, so her teeth didn't enter into his muscle. "Linger, help me undress." Smelling the faint female fragrance of Long Linger's body, and feeling her soft as if no bone charming body, Long Yi couldn't help but began to flare up, and his voice thus became hoarse. The whole body of Long Linger shivered, then biting her lower, she climbed up and sat beside Long Yi. After that her small jade hands quaveringly reached out towards Long Yi's lapel, and awkwardly removed his clothing. The clothes of men were not complicated like that of women. Very quickly, Long Yi's upper body was stripped naked, revealing his robust pectoral muscles and abs. And right now Long Yi's only remaining clothing was his underpants. And little Long Yi was already soaring erect due to the piping stimulation long ago. Now there is the final one, Linger. Long Yi said in a hoarse voice. Long Linger stabilized her wildly beating maiden heart, and firming her heart, she slowly pulled down Long Yi's underpants. Then thick little brother instantly sprang out. That ferocious appearance made Long Linger cry out in alarm. She had never seen the little brother of Long Yi before, as, at that time when Long Yi was attached to the body of Simon Yu while he was raping her, she had closed her eyes, so how could she know that this little fellow looked so frightening? Long Yi nevertheless could no longer restrain himself. Turning over, he pushed down Long Linger, and while felling about everywhere, he removed all of her clothing, revealing her that snow-white alluring extremely beautiful body. Long Yi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and as if a wolf, eyes flashing with dim light, he stared fixedly at Long Linger, that not even thread, as if newly peeled bamboo shoots, fair and clear body, that smooth underbelly, and that densely covered with fine hairs very beautiful flower. Everything was very captivating. Long Yi slowly extended his two hands and held those smooth and tender mounds, and receiving stimulation, Long Linger immediately moaned, and her protruding nipples stuck up. Long Yi's strong and heroic body pressed her body, and now heavily berating Long Yi and Long Linger were as close as lips and teeth. Moreover, the wolf claw of Long Yi was gently caressing and stroking every sensitive region of Long Linger. And when her flower was flooded with love nectar, at this moment, his waist sunk. Now there was no gap between two people, at least in this moment. The flower bloomed and spring rain fell. Long Linger's soft body as if wave undiluted, as Long Yi moved forward and backward, and she let out charming moans. After that Long Yi began to attack fiercely, and finally, when Long Linger let out a loud screech while squirting, he sprayed his seed deep inside her. In the first break, Long Linger's beautiful hair was soaked with sweat, and with her eyes half closed, she was lying on the bosom of Long Yi. Moreover, she would frequently quiver slightly. Clearly, her pleasant lingering effect hadn't ended yet. Taking a long breath, Long Linger's soul slowly fluttered down from high in the clouds, gradually returning back to her body. She comfortably enjoyed Long Yi's soft caressing on her back. This feeling made her feel very at ease, as if she had found a reliable settlement for her heart. Now why I am feeling completely different from that painful experience of before? Long Linger thought in confusion. She forcibly tried to recall, but discovered that now that terrifying night was slowly fading away from her heart. Moreover, it had already been a long time since she recalled that matter, but one should know that she used to have nightmares every night before. So she had never soundly slept before. Leaning on the bosom of Long Yi, Long Linger pondered for quite a while, and finally reached the conclusion that all of this was because her plan was beginning to prove effective, so everything of before was beginning to fade away. In this way, Zimin Yu will be more infatuated with me. Moreover, at this point, hasn't he fallen in love with me? His appearance of just now looked just like he was itching to eat me. Long Linger thought in her heart. She didn't want to think that just now she however was more obsessed than Long Yi. Suddenly, the complexion of Long Linger changed. She heard that performing the matter of husband and wife would get women pregnant, so if she also got pregnant with his child, then what should she do? And at that time, could it be that she had to give up making him, the child's father, feel death was better than life? Zimin Yu, do you think we'll have a child like this? Long Linger somewhat nervously asked. Long Yi lowered his head and looking at Long Linger, he grinned and said, "Idiot, you are in your safe period now, so how can we have a child? Safe period? How do you know?" Long Linger curiously asked. Long Yi was speechless. Could it be that he had to tell her these most basic women physiological knowledge which was already taught in junior high biology class? Tell me, I want to know. The jade body of Long Linger rubbed against the bosom of Long Yi in a disorderly fashion. Obediently, Long Yi took a deep breath, and his little brother also began to get ready to make trouble. Slightly moistened girl's charm, however, was truly wonderful. And her every frown and every smile were also fascinating. Okay, I will say it. The safe periods of girls are 1 week time period before their good friend comes, and 1 week time period after it left. During these time, it is not easy to become pregnant. Long Yi was forced to give Long Linger a physiological health class. Oh. Long Linger responded. She basically should be happy but felt a trace of loss. Do you understand? Long Yi smiled and asked. Long Linger nodded her head. Now that you understand, then it would be better to do it once again. Long Yi strangely smiled and pushed down Long Linger again, and the curtain of another round of man and woman war opened. In the room just next to the room where Long Yi and Long Linger were in the process of declaring love in the daytime, the graceful brows of Nellen Ryuayu nevertheless were knitted, and looked very depressed. She had just heard Lin Na saying that teacher Master Archmage Puxiusi was going to take her and Long Linger to cultivate tomorrow for 3 months, but in the matter she had requested, just like a stone dropped into the sea, there was no any movement, so how could this not make her anxious? Other than few Master Archmages and Sword Saints in the Blue Waves continent, she feared no one else could prevent this large-scale war. Although their Nellen Empire would be the first to bear the brunt, but it was only the matter of time for this large war to sweep the entire continent, and she didn't believe that teacher Master Puxiusi with his great vision couldn't see this point. Chapter 149, Unable to Turn Back Situation. Distressed Ling Feng. Nellen Ryuayu entered the study of Puxiusi, and saw he was stroking his fiery red beard on his chin with his eyes closed, pondering something, and he didn't seem to notice her entering. Seeing this expression of Puxiusi, Nellen Ryuayu's heart involuntarily thumped, and she began to have bad premonition. Teacher Puxiusi, I came. Nellen Ryuayu softly said, looking very nervous. Puxiusi opened his eyes, slightly smiled and said, Princess Ryuayu, come. Sit down, I have something I want to speak a little with you. Nellen Ryuayu sat on the chair opposite to Puxiusi, and looking at Puxiusi with her beautiful eyes filled with expectation and nervous, she asked, Teacher Puxiusi, is that matter concerning this large-scale war? Did you contact other Master Archmages and Sword Saints? Puxiusi softly sighed, restrained his brows and lowered his eyes, as if he was thinking how to say. The heart of Nellen Ryuayu immediately got cold. It seems this matter seems to run into enormous trouble. Princess Ryuayu, I'll tell you the truth, I've already sent magic letter to other Master Archmages and Sword Saints, but other than Water Master Archmage Shui Linglong, all others are reluctant to intervene in continent's dispute. Now I cannot help you in this matter. Puxiusi sighed and said, it was not that he was willing to see Blue Waves continent falling into flame of war, but this time, in addition to other Master Archmages and Sword Saints unwilling, he had another reason too, which was the Emperor of Mi Principality also opposed to him intervening with this matter, and with pressure from all sides, he was forced to give up. The expression of Nellen Ryuayu became extremely bleak. Then she respectfully said to Puxiusi, I know Teacher Puxiusi has tried your best, I am extremely grateful for that, and sorry for the inconvenience. Don't say that, Princess Ryuayu. I wasn't able to help you, and I am truly ashamed for that. Now the situation on the continent has basically taken a turn for the worse. I wonder what plans Princess Ryuayu have. Puxiusi asked. Nellen Ryuayu shook her head lightly, and with her brows tightly knitted, she said, how can I have any plan? Now I have to return back as quickly as possible. Since the war is inevitable, my Nellen Empire is also not afraid. When speaking this last sentence, The aura of Nelan Ryuayu even shocked Puxiusi. This saintess of Nelan Empire's light church is really not simple. Princess Ryuayu, please stay for the night, now the sky is already dark. Puxiusi said. Nelan Ryuayu nodded her head, the asking to be excused. She turned around and left the study. Today Shui Ruoyan was somewhat feeling restless. She was quite afraid to see Long Yi, but who would have thought that, when she summoned her courage and entered into the classroom, she unexpectedly discovered that this fellow had skipped her class entire morning. Not even the shadow of him was seen. And in the class hour, her eyes would frequently take a quick glance at that vacant seat at the back, then flames of fury would rise in her heart. Shui Ruoyan basically didn't have any mood to conduct the class today, so she hastily mentioned few magic spells, then directly making all these girls study by themselves, she herself went to her office to sulk. The first day of attending the class, he bullies teacher, and second day he cut class, truly preposterous. Shui Ruoyan slammed the textbook on the desk, and everything on the top of the desk jumped. As a matter of fact, she also didn't know why she was so angry, and also hated him. It seems a little matter, but again was not little at all. Although she was already 27-28 in age, but with regarding to the matters of men and women's feelings, she however was no different from a piece of white paper, even to the extent that compared with little girl, she would still resembles little girl. During extracurricular activities time, Ling Feng hesitated for a while and went to third floor's water magic class A. Yesterday, after she returned to the room, she discovered that Long Yi was gone. Moreover, he didn't return for the night, making her somewhat worried. Although she didn't want to see that Yinian of water magic class A, but she still wanted to go and see whether Long Yi had came to attend the class or not. And just when Ling Feng went to the class A and opened the door, a sharp-eyed girl instantly noticed her, and immediately rushed to the side of Yinian and said, "Yinian, your Prince Charming came looking for you." Yinian hastily raised her head, and seeing Ling Feng was in the process of looking around the classroom, she became very happy. After that she quickly got up and rushed out. That guy didn't seem to attend the class. Where did he go? Not seeing Long Yi, Ling Feng mumbled. "Ling Feng, are you looking for me?" Yinian somewhat agitatedly grasped the wrist of Ling Feng, and immediately the crowd of girls in the class began to tease clamorously, but Yinian completely ignored it, and her gaze was only focused on Ling Feng. Ling Feng was startled, and she cleverly shook off the jade hands of Yinian. She wanted to storm off in a huff, but feared that this would injure the self-esteem of Yinian, as at this time, there were many eyes looking at them. Ling Feng lightly sighed and said, "Let's go out to speak." The beautiful face of Yinian immediately became very red due to excitement, and she hastily nodded her head, then pulling Ling Feng, she began to walk downstairs, greatly fearing he would go back on his words. Ling Feng made a wry smile inwardly. This was her misfortune she herself had created at that time, and now how should she end it? If she let Yinian know that she was also a girl just like her, then she wondered if this girl would go insane. Two people came to a quiet and secluded place, then sat down. Yinian was shy, but she still looked at Ling Feng feeling happy. Is this 1 year of waiting finally going to have results? Ling Feng hesitated for a long time, and just when she was about to ask about Long Yi, jade hands of Yinian grasped her hand, and softly said with red face, "Feng, I am really happy now, thank you." "Wait a minute." Ling Feng hurriedly interrupted her, and extracted her hand from between the somewhat ice-cold jade hands. As intelligent as she was, she naturally guessed what Yinian wanted to say. It seems that this misunderstanding was very big. Yinian mistakenly believed that this time she was seeking her to accept her. "Well, I want to ask you a matter. Did that smelly boy, Long Yi, came to attend the class today?" Ling Feng asked. "No, I didn't see him all morning." Yinian shook her head and said, "Then what happened yesterday? How come there are various kind of rumors about your class in the entire academy today?" Ling Feng asked. When she went to take class today, she heard various kind of rumors with regarding to Long Yi and water magic class A's all-girl students and also teachers Shui Ruoyan. Everywhere, The students were discussing about only this matter. The beautiful face of Yinian became red, then timidly looked towards Ling Feng, because yesterday she was also among the students who was sneak attacked by Long Yi, that dirty bastard, and gotten ice powder poured into her ample breasts. Seeing the expression of Yinian, Ling Feng couldn't help but got curious. Could it be that Long Yi, that guy, really assailed all the female students in his class with obscenities? Honestly, it was too worthy of admiration. Yinian hesitatingly told everything that had happened in yesterday afternoon's practice class. Hearing this, Ling Feng wasn't able to endure and laughed. That fellow can really be too evil. He actually poured down ice powders into the breast of female students as well as female teacher. Only he is audacious enough to do such things. Let's go back to the class. Finished speaking, Ling Feng stood up and began walking towards the Advanced Magic Department building. Ling Feng, wait a minute. The beautiful face of Yinian paled, and called out loudly to stop Ling Feng. Having ran to the front of Ling Feng, Yinian asked in a trembling voice, Ling Feng, you called me out just to ask about Long Yi. Don't tell me that you didn't come to look for me? Ling Feng awkwardly looked at Yinian and sighed, I'm sorry, I come up only to know whether Long Yi came to attend the class or not. It is truly impossible for you and me. There is no shortage of good men in this world, so is there any need to be so stubborn? You bastard, I hate you to death. Yinian looked at Ling Feng with tearful eyes for a long time. Then wiping her tears, she ran away, leaving behind Ling Feng with a bitter smile touching her nose. And as for Long Yi and Long Linger, they waged several rounds of war inside the inn. They began their war in the morning, and only when it was dusk did they cease this war and called off the battle. Now dead tired Long Linger as if had turned into mud was shrunk in the bosom of Long Yi, and was unwilling to even move her finger. Long Yi was also breathing heavily. This Long Linger actually dared to challenge him, so from morning till now they hadn't taken any rest, and moreover they didn't even have any time to eat lunch. And after undergoing a long bitter battle, he was finally able to put her down. With so much manual labor, now he was so hungry that he was on the point of death. Linger, are you hungry? I will go and bring something to eat. Long Yi asked Long Linger in his bosom. Long Linger slightly expressed agreement. She actually didn't even have strength to speak. Long Yi got up and got out of bed, then after wearing his clothing, he went outside, and brought back several kinds of dishes. When he come back, he saw that Long Linger had already fallen asleep. Seeing this, he couldn't bear to wake her up, so Long Yi just left foods on the table beside the bed, then slowly walked out of the inn. The night of Mi Principality was also very fascinating. Both sides of wide streets were brightly lit with multicolored magic lamps, and the pedestrians of various races were walking to and fro on this street, forming a unique scenery of Mi Principality. And while walking down this street, Long Yi suddenly stopped his footsteps, because he saw a familiar symbol, Phoenix bathing in rebirth fire. This however was the symbol of Phoenix Clan. Because of his relationship with Yu Feng, he felt very amiable towards this symbol. This was the chain accessory store of Phoenix Clan, which sold various kinds of magic accessories. Just looking at the number of people inside the store, he knew that the business was definitely flourishing. I wonder what this girl is doing now. Are you missing me? Long Yi couldn't help but thought inwardly. And Yu Feng's that filled with heroic spirit beautiful face as well as that fiery body which was wrapped by that fiery red skin tight armor appeared inside his mind. She was always radiating heat all around, attracting the gaze numerous people. Thinking about her every aspects, Long Yi couldn't help but softly laughed. And just then, Long Yi suddenly saw two familiar figures. One was wearing a pure white priest robe with veil, and other was wearing an emerald green maid attire. They were Nelin Ryu Ayu and her maid Zhao Kui. Chapter 150, Nelin Ryu Ayu's scheme. As if feeling the gaze of Long Yi, Nelin Ryu Ayu stopped her footsteps, and lightly turned her head, and seeing Long Yi was standing not far away from her and was looking at her with a smile, her eyes suddenly flashed with extraordinarily splendor, but soon after that, she somewhat bashfully evaded his gaze, as the erotic circumstance inside the bathroom of that day had often lingered in her mind these past few days. Long Yi walked over, and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, Princess Ryuayu, are you shopping today?" Nellen Ryuayu suppressed embarrassment in her heart. Then calmly meeting the gaze of Long Yi, she lightly answered, "Yes, what a coincidence, tomorrow I am returning, so I am purchasing some necessities." "Leaving tomorrow? Did you finish your matter here?" Long Yi asked. Nellen Ryuayu sighed, and looking dejected, she shook her head and said, "I fear this matter is not easy to tackle, and now that the situation is tense, I must go back." The eyes of Long Yi flashed, understanding she was speaking about the warfare of Nellen Empire and Proud Moon Empire. It seems this time the war was unavoidable. With the vision of Long Yi, it was naturally not that hard to see that the war between these two empires had escalated to this degree because of some people adding fuel to the fire, and what kind of role Violent Dragon Empire played in this war. "Then, I wish you bon voyage. I will not disturb you anymore. Goodbye." Long Yi lightly waved his hand towards Nellen Ryuayu, then turning around, he walked away. He was not the savior, and since this war has nothing to do with him, why should he interfere? "Wait a minute." Nellen Ryuayu suddenly ran after him and pulled the sleeve of Long Yi's garment. "Is there anything else, Princess Ryuayu?" Long Yi asked. His eyes however stared at the jade hand of Nellen Ryuayu which was tightly pulling his clothing. Nellen Ryuayu quickly retracted her hand, and panicking somewhat, her beautiful face became hot. But she quickly calmed down her state of mind, and began to slowly say, "Zumanyu, I have something I want to discuss with you. Do you have time?" Long Yi pricked up his brows, and somewhat hesitated. Nellen Ryuayu looking for him was definitely not for casual chatting. Discuss? It would definitely involve political issues. Just for a moment, it won't take much time. Seeing Long Yi was hesitating, Nellen Ryuayu hastily said, thinking for few seconds. Long Yi thought that Long Linger was very unlikely to wake up in a short while, so he nodded his head in agreement. Nellen Ryuayu instructed her maid Zhaoqi to return first, and she led Long Yi to the hillside on the outskirts. No one would basically come here this late at night, and it was very quiet. Two people found a place to sit, and even after a good while, Nellen Ryuayu didn't open her mouth. She just raised her head and looked up at the stars in the sky, lost in thoughts. "Princess Ryuayu, did you call me just to accompany you to watch the stars?" Long Yi chuckled and asked. Nellen Ryuayu turned around her head, and smiling apologetically, she said, "You should know about the conflict between our Nellen Empire and Proud Moon Empire, isn't that so?" Long Yi nodded his head. How could he don't know? He was on the scene during the clash of the magician guilds of these two empires. The war has never stopped in Blue Waves continent, but this time it is different, as this time it is the war between two great empires. Moreover, this war will definitely engulf the entire Blue Waves continent, and I can foresee that at that time, there will be fire beacons in 4 directions, and the tragic scene of blood flowing like a river and a field littered with corpses will be everywhere. Nellen Ryuayu somewhat agitatedly said. She was not only worried solely for her empire, but was also worried for the common people of entire Blue Waves continent. Long Yi laughed, then reclining back and watching the vast universe, he indifferently said, "All the things in this world that are joined for a long time will definitely separate, and after separated for a long time, they would definitely join. This is natural law. Since warfare can't be avoided, then one can only confront it. Seeking war would always result in people dying, so those born in troubled times can only blame the injustice of heaven." Looking at the indifferent face of Long Yi, Nellen Ryuayu was shocked. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you know the words you just spoke are very cold-blooded?" Long Yi however lightly laughed and said without even batting the eyelids, "Cold-blooded? Then what do you think should I do with unborn child? Don't tell me that I have to shout few slogans to show my enthusiasm." Nellen Ryuayu was startled. Yeah, she was choked by the words of Long Yi, but with regarding to Long Yi's this kind of indifferent attitude, her heart however truly disagreed. "Princess Ryuayu, I really am not a great person, but you are also not." In the end, You want to stop this war for the sake of your empire. If this war involved rest of the other countries first, then I fear you wouldn't have been so enthusiastic about it. Long Yi indifferently said. The complexion of Nelan Ryuayu changed irregularly, and looking at Long Yi reclining beside him, she didn't know what she was feeling now inside her heart for a short while. What Long Yi said was not wrong. She came to request Teacher Master Archmage Puxiusi for her own empire, and as for the people of other countries, she however had not thought much about it. This time, I don't think that you are looking for me to only talk about the tension situation of continent, do you? Long Yi carried on speaking, then slightly turned his head, and looked at Nelan Ryuayu with a smile yet not a smile expression. Nelan Ryuayu unnaturally moved away her gaze. She suddenly discovered that, as it turned out, she, herself was not exactly that noble as she had thought herself to be. She was not like commoners that would say they cherish the world, bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind, but she was also selfish like ordinary person. Don't you particularly feel good to pull down people flying in the sky and ruthlessly trample upon them? Nelan Ryuayu didn't answer Long Yi's question, merely feeling somewhat wronged, she said. Well, there is a little feeling of this kind. Human beings always have such kinds of deep-rooted bad habits, and they are particularly obvious in my case. Long Yi chuckled. Nelan Ryuayu didn't get angry, merely glared at Long Yi for a while. And suddenly sighing, she said, You are right, I indeed am not so great. What I am thinking about is my country and those dear to me. Then this time you are looking for me for? Long Yi asked. You are right, now that the war is inevitable, then we can only confront. My Nelan Empire has never feared anyone. The eyes of Nelan Ryuayu flashed with cold light, and her tone was filled with dense killing intent. Long Yi laughed. This girl really is not somebody who is easy to deal with. This time Blue Wave's continent would really overturn the heavens, but all of this has nothing to do with him. Even if the two empire really start all-out war, it would still take a good period of time to spread over to this Mi principality. After Nelan Ryuayu finished talking, she looked towards Long Yi, and she said with somewhat ice-cold tone, This time, in the conflict between our Nelan Empire and Proud Moon Empire, your Violent Dragon Empire have also claimed a big credit for yourself. Long Yi pulled out a grass, and holding it in his mouth, he said with a smile, Princess Ryuayu, you also know that I left Violent Dragon Empire more than a year ago. I don't know anything that happened in this period of time. Politics, conspiracy and warfare all have nothing to do with me. Nelan Ryuayu however didn't express any opinion on this, merely she sneered, once the war spreads all around, do you think you can still maintain your own integrity? Second young Master Ziman. Long Yi pulled out the grass root of his mouth, then thinking about Ziman clan, and thinking about several girls he had relation with, he knew that maintaining his own integrity was truly a little difficult. I wonder what opinion Princess Ryuayu has. Long Yi lightly asked. Your Violent Dragon Empire fanned the flame, simply because you wanted to take advantage of chaos to expand. But with Blue Wave's continent being such a big cake, do you think you are able to eat it in a bite? Sparks flashed in the eyes of Nelan Ryuayu as she spoke. So? Long Yi pricked his brows and asked. It would be better for our two empires to cooperate, and that would be a win-win situation. Nelan Ryuayu stared fixedly at Long Yi and said, and her body unexpectedly emitted an aura that could compel other people. Long Yi however smirked and said, What use is there to tell me this kind of national affairs? You should go and discuss this with Emperor Longzhan of Violent Dragon Empire. Your Ziman clan can hide the sky with one hand in Violent Dragon Empire, and the most elite army is also practically under your Ziman clan, so discussion with you Ziman clan is all the same. Nelan Ryuayu indifferently said. That is also not my turn. You should discuss this matter with my old man. Long Yi lightly smiled and said he was unable to understand why Nelan Ryuayu thought to speak this matter with him. Discussing with you is also all the same. Nelan Ryuayu answered. Why? Long Yi curiously asked. I think your every action is under the grasp of your father, patriarch of Zeman clan, long ago. Moreover, I think, very soon, he will send someone to call you back to scheme together for a great event. A smile appeared on the face of Nellen Ryuayu, and she had strengthened her tone when she spoke scheme together for a great event words. With the support of his palm, Long Yi stood up, then occupying the high ground, he looked down towards Nellen Ryuayu with his swift and fierce as if sword eyes. But Nellen Ryuayu didn't avoid his gaze in the slightest, and looked face to face towards Long Yi. Then Long Yi's handsome face with aggressive eyes slowly approached her, which finally caused a trace of panic to flash through the calm and collected gaze of Nellen Ryuayu. Every person has dual nature, and she herself was of no exception, but Long Yi on the other side, was he vicious as his reputation? Long Yi smiled in satisfaction in his heart. This girl after all was still inexperienced a bit, but her political sense however shocked him. He knew that the old man in his home has wild ambition, and since even this teenager girl could see through it, then it was impossible for that old fox Long Zan to not see this. This time's War of Blue Waves continent was the chance for Zeman clan, however was also a path of no return. Win, then become an overlord; lose, then. Long Yi didn't think further, he moved close to the forehead of Nellen Ryuayu, and stopping only an inch away, he stared at her eyes from this close range. They locked in a stalemate for a little while, however Nellen Ryuayu lost. She forcibly pushed Long Yi away, and her heart jumped disorderly like a fawn. There is a saying, don't meddle in affairs that are not part of your position. I, Long Yi, like free and at leisure life. As for whether I can maintain my own integrity, I do not dare to guarantee, but I think the reason why you speak these words to me is because you want to involve me. After all, this idea is not limited to only your Nellen Empire. I think Proud Moon Empire is also definitely thinking the same. Long Yi smiled and said. Nellen Ryuayu blushed, and breathlessly looking at calm and composed Long Yi, a feeling of powerlessness appeared in her heart. In this debate, she was not Long Yi's match. Now she couldn't help but thought, if this father and son join hands, then she feared Long clan would really be finished.